This mage was born disabled. He was expelled from the academy for having no talent with mana. That's because he had a disease called vein narrowing. Literally, his blood got stuck in traffic even inside his arm. This disease completely limits a mage's potential. At school, he was always humiliated. The bully would suddenly show up and beat him up. One day in the bathroom, he was completely surrounded. They tried to humiliate him, but the tables turned. This loser was no longer the same. And on that day, the arrogant ones were the ones humiliated. He put every student to sleep without them even being sleepy. This boy was also never late to class, since he could cross the entire city in the blink of an eye and still had time to grind aura. But of course, that bothered some people. However, on the mage exam day, he got the highest score and ranked first in the entire school. The next test was answering a few questions from the judges, but the real test was staying strong under the aura. Noticing that the boy stood completely still like a bugged NPC, one of the judges got furious and released a powerful killing aura. Inside, the boy was panicking, but on the outside, he stayed perfectly still, like he was bugged while managing his inventory. Not even the other judges could handle it. Realizing that the boy was still standing firm, the judge got excited and raised the intensity even more. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. There were even judges throwing up yesterday's lunch, until another judge was forced to step in. That man became curious about how a 14-year-old boy managed to stand still right in front of him, while even the other judges were already throwing their lunch back up. The unstoppable one gained so much aura that even the little princess fell for his riz and will now be a victim of horizontal cardio. And the answer to that is that he went back in time and now with insane powers. He already downloaded the hacks and is about to start dominating the school hallways. Russell Raymond was a noble who studied at a magic academy, but he couldn't control his mana, so he was quickly thrown out as a hopeless failure. His father died in a war against the Empire, and with no other choice, Russell wandered the world working as a mercenary. The only thing left from his old life was a ring with a dragon's eye. Then one day, when his luck had completely run out and he had no money left, he ended up taking a job dusting a museum. There, he found the skeleton of an ancient dragon in its heart. The moment he got close, his ring shook, woke the ancient dragon, and the beast gave him its power before sending him back to when Russell Raymond was still at the academy. In an instant, he returned to the past. He barely hears his teacher yelling, followed by the clear sound of a book smacking him on the head. He jolts back to attention as the teacher scolds him for sleeping in class. So of course Russell Raymond has no idea what is going on or why Professor Hubert is suddenly here. As far as he remembers, Hubert already died. He looks around at the students, then down at himself, and quickly realizes he somehow got sent back in time. Meanwhile, Hubert throws him out of the classroom as punishment. He still has no clue what kind of magic could have caused this return, but now that he thinks about it, he's sure it came from that dragon who spoke to him. Then he notices his ring is gone, and for a second he wonders if his mother had something to do with it. At that moment, the professor steps out of the classroom. Even though our boy apologizes, Hubert still isn't satisfied and tells him to come to his office for a private talk. Even though Russell Raymond is in trouble, he actually likes this feeling, until he gets smacked hard on the back of the head. Of course, it's the usual group of bullies coming to mess with our guy. One of them, a blonde boy, moves to hit the protagonist Raymond again, but his friend stops him because the teachers are watching. Russell Raymond recognizes the blonde as Frederick. Frederick shoots him a deadly glare and orders him to follow them to the bathroom, if he values his life. As they walk off, MC feels weirdly excited to go through all this again. Then a system notification appears, telling him to teach the bullies a harsh lesson. If he does, he'll get a magic stone. Here, Raymond has no idea what kind of illusion this is, but before he can think it through, Frederick calls him again, saying he can follow them or try to run. Either way, they don't care. Since these idiots are asking for it, Russell Raymond decides to deal with them first. After years as a mercenary, the cheap threats and dirty looks Frederick gives him are nothing compared to the monsters he used to face. To him, these guys are basically teddy bears. Once they get into the bathroom, Frederick starts mouthing off at Russell Raymond, but the protagonist fires right back and calls him a bug-faced bastard. The three bullies are stunned by his confidence, but they are not about to back down. The most eager one pulls back his fist to punch, and MC rushes past him and lands a brutal hit that drops him to the floor. Seeing that, the second guy charges Russell Raymond too, but he gets hit just as hard and goes down in one punch. Even so, that still doesn't scare Frederick. If anything, he looks even more sure of himself. He tosses aside his smoke punishment and gets ready to fight. As he swings at him, he mocks him, saying that since Russell Raymond can't use magic, he must have picked up some cheap martial arts, exactly what you'd expect from a fallen family. Frederick then slips 4 rings onto his fingers and reminds the protagonist that even if magic is banned, small artifacts are still allowed. With that, he lunges at MC. MC calmly catches the incoming fist, twists Frederick's wrist, and watches his knees buckle from the pain. Russell Raymond's cold stare shakes Frederick badly, and he gets furious that someone like him dared bring up his family. One final punch ends it. After teaching the bullies a hard lesson, the protagonist Raymond walks out of the bathroom and sits against the wall, wondering if maybe he went a little too far. Right then, the system notification appears in front of him and he gets the lowest grade magic stone, just like it promised. As soon as it lands in his hand, the system tells him to consume it. Russell Raymond isn't sure if he should really eat it, but he figures this may be another gift tied to his second chance at life. so he starts chewing the stone and realizes it actually tastes good. Suddenly, a red energy called mana rises around his body. It wraps around him, and the screen says he gained the mana inside the stone. Then he feels something in his chest and panics for a moment. Soon he understands what's happening and puts his hands on his chest to steady himself. He notices the mana he consumed is flowing out, so he calms down and lets it work. The screen appears again and says the mana in his circle is increasing. The mana isn't just increasing, it is being absorbed by the magic circle around his heart. He stays calm and is glad things are finally stabilizing. Then he smiles because this feels like finding hidden treasure. With this new method, he might finally beat the narrow mana vein that always held him back. He thinks about his family's fall and getting kicked out of the academy. As if that weren't bad enough, he also had to live as a third-rate mercenary. Now it looks like he can finally change that future. He heads down the hall feeling renewed, and soon after, Russell Raymond knocks on Professor Hubert's door and is told to come in. He steps inside and the old man tells him to sit. MC sits down feeling uneasy, and Hubert says his name in that way older people do when you're in trouble. Professor Hubert tells him he hasn't been acting like himself today. Trying to get to the bottom of it, he starts guessing what might be wrong. Then he asks Russell Raymond if he's dealing with something difficult. The professor says he heard a rumor that some classmates have been bullying him, and wonders if that's the reason. He remembers the good times he had with Professor Hubert in his previous life, and how the man never gave up on him. When it's his turn to answer, he smiles and says something he always wanted to say: there's no need to worry. The old man is caught off guard, and the protagonist thanks him for asking. Hubert clears his throat and says it's a teacher's job to care for students. He adds that Russell will still be punished for sleeping in class today. Then the professor opens the book in front of him and says the punishment won't be easy. He assigns an analytical report on part of their textbook, a section even upperclassmen struggle with. As he explains it, the screen appears again and announces a new mission: complete Professor Hubert's assignment. The system says he can earn extra rewards depending on how well he does and how satisfied Professor Hubert is. The reward is another low-grade mana stone and something else mysterious. Russell Raymond's eyes go wide when he realizes even homework counts as a mission. The professor notices his reaction and asks if the assignment is too hard. MC Raymond says it isn't, then thanks the professor. Later, Russell Raymond finishes the assignment after a few hours. He thinks it wasn't nearly as hard as it looked. In his previous life, he spent a lot of time studying magic theory because he was terrible at using mana in real combat. But in this new life, there is something else he needs to focus on. Something just as important as studying. That thing is called mana vein training. Russell Raymond remembers one of his mercenary jobs when he was running from a monster. He explains that a mana vein is the path mana moves through. Mana is taken in through breathing, then flows through the mana veins and gathers in the heart. In the flashback, the monster rushes at him. It slams one of its huge claws into the ground and he quickly jumps aside. As he runs, he looks back and sees the monster attacking again. He explains that sending mana out of the body is called magic. In the flashback, he forms a circle spell and throws fire from his hands, a huge burst that swallows the monster. The problem is, the stronger your mana veins are, the more mana you can store and the faster you can release it. Once the fire fades, the monster is completely unharmed. His attack wasn't strong enough to hurt it. Realizing he's in trouble, he tries to make a shield to block the monster's next attack. Before he can finish the spell, he feels a sudden blow. The monster smacks him with its tail. The beast then charges in to finish him. Still in the flashback, Russell Raymond explains that his condition made fighting monsters a nightmare. He lies on a rock, half conscious. Then he wakes up, only to get hit again and driven deeper into a hollow stone. He wonders if the heavens pitied his bad luck, or if it was just chance. Either way, that fall sent him into an underground place. When he gets up, he groans and tries to find a way out. Instead, he finds two grimoires filled with strange secrets. Our guy walks over and reaches for them. One book is called Overvein, and the other is called Wizard Body. Back in the present, Russell Raymond heads off to keep training his mana veins. He explains that Overvein strengthens the body and widens a person's mana veins. The other book, Wizard Body, teaches training that slowly turns muscle tissue into part of the mana vein system. So the stronger your body gets, the stronger and steadier your mana veins become. Russell remembers that when he tried this as an adult, the change was small. But now that he's still growing, the results should be much better, so he trains hard, set on overcoming his narrow mana veins this time. A little later, he's still going until sunset. The protagonist drops down by a tree to rest and admits he's completely worn out. Then he tells himself he did well, this should be enough training for one day. Suddenly, the screen pops up again and says the mission for practicing the ancient skill Overvein requires him to run 5 kilometers. But he's only done 0.05 out of 5. The reward for finishing the 5 kilometers is a bigger speed boost from training the skill. Russell makes a face when he reads that. To push him forward, the system says he can repeat this mission once a day while training Overvein. It also warns that based on his progress, the required distance will keep increasing. Finally, once he reaches a certain Overvein level, the mission will stop appearing. Alarmed, Russell asks what the rush is. The notice sounds almost like a threat, so he decides to keep training. He figures he barely got this chance and he can't just stand still and let it slip away. Soon after, he pushes on and reaches 1.4 out of 5 kilometers. then 2.7 out of 5. By then, his legs are shaking. It gets so bad he has to stop because his knee feels like it's broken. He checks the screen and sees he's made it to 3.6 kilometers, which at least means he's close. So he goes for one final push. With everything he has left, Russell runs like crazy to reach the goal. Late that night, he finally gets the notice that the mission is complete and rewards are ready. He drops to the ground feeling like one more step might kill him. Even so, the wind makes him smile. Then he wonders how he's supposed to get back to the dorm. The next morning, Professor Hubert looks over MC's report and can't believe how detailed it is. He looks at MC and asks if he really wrote it himself. Russell gives a sly smile and says he did. The professor notices how confident he is. At last, Hubert says he's very pleased with the report. Then the screen appears again saying the mission is complete and a reward is coming. His rewards are another low-grade mana stone and one more gem of the same size. He also gains a better understanding of the art of summoning creatures. That means more power, lower mana use, and faster casting. Russell realizes that the more his understanding grows, the stronger he gets. He quickly decides to make the most of it. Hubert praises his work and says he may leave. Before going, he asks the professor for a favor. After hearing it, Hubert asks why he wants to use the faculty library. He says the student library should already have enough books for him. Our guy tells him he's read every book in the student library. That's hard to believe, so Hubert asks if he really read them all, and Russell says yes. The professor admits that's shocking. Still, even if it's true, letting him use the faculty library is another matter. He says the protagonist will have to pass some tests first. The protagonist brightens up and agrees that's only fair. Soon after, several mission windows appear, all tied to finishing the tasks Hubert gave him for rewards. While running, MC thinks about how many assignments the professor gave him and decides the man is seriously demanding. Still, since stronger theory means stronger magic, he decides it'll be worth it. He vows to gain access to the Academy's advanced knowledge no matter what. Eventually, he remembers each mission also gives him a mana stone, so it's a win in two ways. While drinking water, someone walks up and calls him by his full name. The boy's name is Anton Frederick, and he seems connected to Coma. Anton says Coma, his friend, had to suffer because of him. He shoots back, asking what's wrong with that and whether Anton came to get revenge. Anton laughs and says coming all this way just for revenge would be ridiculous, and his friends laugh too. He tells the protagonist to stop fooling himself. Nobody would bother getting revenge on worthless trash like him. Anton says he'd rather just crush him. As he walks past, he deliberately bumps into Russell and reminds him they'll meet in class. MC remembers they have one soon and wonders why Anton sounds so sure. Then he suddenly recalls that the class they share is practical magical combat, where students are judged through training fights against each other. The bad part is that in his past life, Anton always humiliated him in that class. He remembers Anton beating him with fire magic and standing over him, smiling and mocking him for having weak mana veins. Russell can't believe he forgot they had to do that. He decides he needs to get ready fast, better late than never. Then the screen tells him he has a new mission. Reach the second circle by raising his understanding of the attributes he already has. That day, he spends all his time finishing every task Hubert assigned and keeps working until night. The next morning, he carries a stack of papers to the professor's office to turn in the assignments. The system shows several notices for each task, telling him the missions are complete and rewards are now available. That night, Russell returns to the dorm after a productive day and decides to check his rewards. He looks at around 10 mana stones the system gave him and wonders what to do with them. As he picks them up, doubt starts creeping in. He wonders if his body can handle several mana stones at once without something going wrong. In the end, he accepts the risk and grabs them, telling himself he has to trust all the training he's done. A few seconds later, he throws all 10 stones into his mouth and chews them. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the mana bursts out and his body is suddenly wrapped in it. The effect grows stronger and bright light fills the room. A burning pain spreads through his body. To pull the mana quickly toward his heart, he opens a path through his mana veins. Russell shapes that path to guide the flow. He keeps steering the mana, forcing it toward his heart. It's obviously painful, but he endures it. Then he starts drawing a new circle around his heart like the first one, so he can reach the second circle. If he fails, his heart won't survive. The protagonist carefully draws the second circle, but hesitates near the end, afraid of ruining everything. Still, there's no turning back, so he finishes it. His veins begin absorbing the mana the moment he focuses and completes the circle. Russell refuses to give up, no matter the cost. He knows he can't become a world-class mage without this, so he swears to himself that he will reach the second circle. Then a bright beam of light bursts through the window, making it seem like he's exploding. Moments later, MC wakes up on the floor and realizes he actually did it. He understands that he finally reached the second circle. At last, mana flows through his body as he lies there. Then the system notifies him that the mission is complete and rewards are ready. His understanding of the elemental attributes has risen a lot, so the power of each elemental spell rises too. The next morning, the professor reads all the reports Russell turned in. He blurts out in surprise and admits he can't believe he finished all those tasks in such a short time. Then he says there's one final question before he can allow access. It's a more basic question than the others. Which of the 4 structures that make up magic is the most important? The question stuns the protagonist and he goes silent. Hubert notices and starts to regret asking his student something he himself only figured out recently. Not wanting to overwhelm him, the professor quickly stands and offers to ask something else. But Russell, who had been quiet the whole time, starts answering anyway. Hubert is surprised by MC's confidence. Shocked that he actually has an answer, the professor stops talking and listens. MC finally says the most important part of magic is the caster's mental image. For a moment, the professor pauses and thinks about that answer. Then Hubert asks why he believes it. Russell thinks carefully before replying. He says magic is the act of bringing something into the real world through mana. That process is divided into 4 different stages. The first is assimilation, where you learn the rules behind natural phenomena. The second is mental imagery, where you picture what you learned in your mind. The third is construction, where you build formulas to make that image real. The last stage is manifestation, where the magic appears in the real world through the formula. He adds that construction and manifestation can be learned through study and hard work, but mental imagery is different. It doesn't come from effort alone. What decides its level is courage, the nerve to break past your limits and imagine freely. To prove it, Russell holds out his hand and makes a small flame. He says he can picture that flame as an arrow. If he does, it becomes a second circle spell, Fire Arrow. Just like that, the fire in his hand takes the shape of an arrow. Then he adds that he could imagine it as something else instead. The flame would follow that image and become something completely different. He explains that you shouldn't trap your imagination with limits because that's how you can create something the world has never seen. The professor listens closely and agrees with every word. Russell Raymond says it all starts with understanding the world, then bending its rules to create something beautiful. He puts out the flame and finishes with total confidence. Professor Hubert has been listening the whole time, thinking how remarkable the protagonist has become. At last he speaks. He says MC proved exactly what he suspected. Smiling, Hubert tells him the student library is too small for him now. Right then, the system announces that the mission to enter the first floor of the professor's library is complete, and MC receives 2 low-grade mana stones. Later that day, he enters the first floor of the professor's library. The place is far bigger than he expected, which catches his attention. It feels nothing like the student library. He quickly searches the shelves and finds several books. Then he sits down and starts reading them. To him, these books are much more useful than the ones he usually gets. Suddenly, a woman steps into the library and watches Russell Raymond from behind. She finally speaks, saying he picked a very interesting book. The protagonist Raymond is startled by the voice and realizes he isn't alone. He drops the book and spins around, but strangely no one is there. Then he notices the woman has somehow moved right in front of him, and she gestures for him to look ahead. Dressed like a mage, she seems familiar, and Russell Raymond recognizes her. The woman smiles, and he realizes she is Darius Snow White, master of the Tower of Flame. He quickly greets her and introduces himself. MC instantly feels uneasy around her. That's because she has reached the 8th circle, something only a few people in the world have done. Even though she is over 80, she uses immense mana to keep a youthful look. She leads the highest-ranked magic tower of the Red Tower faction, the Tower of Flame. Darius Snow White is surprised that he knows who she is. She suddenly pulls out a giant lollipop and quickly calms him down, saying he doesn't need to be nervous. Then, wondering how a student got access to the professor's library, she turns and asks him. Russell Raymond explains that Professor Hubert gave him permission to use it. Darius Snow White softly reacts in surprise and asks if someone as stiff as Professor Hubert really let him in. He starts to smile, realizing Hubert really can be a bit strict. She says that makes sense, and now she understands why he was studying something so interesting when she arrived. Looking him over, she notices his mana is extremely pure and its flow is very steady. She studies him again and murmurs that people like him are rare. Darius Snow White walks past him and tells him not to worry. To ease his tension, she says she isn't there to scold him or get in his way. Russell Raymond bows again and thanks her for the kind words. Darius Snow White suddenly strikes the floor and a bright light bursts out. She tells him to grow as much as his talent allows, but when he looks back at her, she is nowhere to be seen. Only the bright light remains, as if she teleported away. The protagonist Raymond can only stare at the place where she stood. After he finishes, he leaves the professor's library and quietly shuts the door, still shaken by what just happened. While he's still lost in thought, he hears a voice behind him asking if he's the one standing by the door. MC Raymond turns and sees Anton with his group. One of Anton's friends asks why MC is coming out of the professor's library and who he thinks he is. Anton mocks him, saying maybe he sucked up to some teacher, but that still won't make him anything. The boys walk off laughing, and Anton tells him to keep trying his best. As he leaves, he glances back and says it won't matter anyway. Soon after, the students gather at the academy arena for real combat magic training. The first student called goes down to the field and gets to pick an opponent. The teacher in charge usually calls the weakest student first, so that student can choose someone around the same level. All eyes suddenly turn to the protagonist, and everyone expects his name to be called. The protagonist notes that in his past life, he was always picked first. Some nearby students joke that it will happen again because he has mana vein constriction. One of them immediately begs MC to pick him if he gets called, so he can boost his grade this semester. Another student says not to choose that idiot and to pick him instead. The teacher notices the noise and orders everyone to be quiet. Then he starts naming the first student. Everyone whispers that it must be him, and some even laugh. But to their shock, the name called is Anton Frederick. The students are stunned and start wondering why Anton was chosen first. Anton walks forward proudly. He thanks the teacher for calling him, but the teacher says that's nothing compared to the favors he gets from the Frederick Merchant Association. Russell Raymond becomes alert and tells himself he expected this. Anton steps to the center of the field and pauses to choose his opponent. He looks straight at the protagonist Raymond and tells him to come down to the arena. At the same time, Professor Hubert gets an unexpected visit from his own teacher and says it would have been nice if she had warned him first. It turns out to be Daria Snow White. She sits down and says it's fine, adding that a teacher visiting her student is no big deal. Thinking back to the boy she met in the library, she asks Hubert if he gave a child named Russell Raymond permission to enter the library used by professors. Hubert quickly says yes, and nervously asks if the boy did something wrong. Daria Snow White says no, she just hasn't seen something so rare and precious in a long time. Hubert agrees and says MC Blaze mana vein constriction is rare even on this continent. She calls him a fool, saying that isn't what she meant. Her words shock Hubert and he lifts his head at once to ask why. She tells him Russell Raymond has already overcome that problem, and Professor Hubert asks what she means. She stays silent for a moment and keeps drinking her tea. When he still doesn't understand, she finally tells him the boy formed his second circle. Professor Hubert is truly stunned and wonders how that could be possible. Meanwhile, the two boys take their places and get ready to fight in the academy arena. Before the match begins, another screen appears before him. It says his next mission is to win the magic training battle, and the reward is low-grade magic stones plus a storage space that can hold up to 40 kilograms. Russell Raymond is thrilled to hear about the storage space, since only very rich mages can usually use something like that. It lets him store items, so it will be especially useful for keeping magic stones. While he's still thinking about it, Anton calls out and insults him as a bug. The bully asks if his body froze up. Anton says the only way he survives this fight is by begging. The protagonist just laughs. Then MC Raymond suddenly wraps his whole body in energy and asks Anton if he's talking to him. Anton notices the change and wonders if it's what he thinks it is. While they talk, the teacher running the match tells them to return to their places in the circle so he can begin. He remembers the spell Russell Raymond just used, and briefly wonders if someone with mana vein constriction really reached the second circle, but he quickly rejects the thought as impossible. The moment the match starts, Anton instantly uses a second circle spell called Flame Spear. A stream of fire shoots straight at him. The protagonist Raymond sees the attack coming and reacts at once. He quickly casts a shield that redirects the flames. The fire crashes into it and slides upward, unable to break through. MC holds firm and endures the blast. One teacher watching nearby is stunned by how well he handled it. The teacher judging the match is just as shocked by Russell Raymond's performance. Anton keeps the flames going for a while, but his arms tire out fast, and he's shocked that he is still holding on. Then the stream suddenly stops because his body has to recover the mana he spent, and Anton curses when the fire cuts off. The protagonist notices the opening right away. He had been waiting for it. MC also uses a second circle spell called Fire Arrow. He fires the arrow straight at Anton the moment the flames stop. Anton is shocked to see Russell use Fire Arrow and immediately tries to react. Anton wonders if he really reached the second circle. He throws up a shield and the Fire Arrow slams into it. Even though it holds, Anton is shaken that someone he looked down on can fight this hard. While he keeps the shield up against the burning impact, he spots something worse. Right in front of him, the protagonist has already formed a second Fire Arrow. Our boy fires it without any mercy. The shot rushes at Anton's shield, and Russell gives him no time to recover. The teacher running the match is stunned and wonders if that was a double cast. The other teacher says it is not double casting. MC is just casting so fast it looks that way. As they talk, MC makes another Fire Arrow, and Anton sees it and starts wondering if fire arrows are all his opponent can do. He chooses a hidden way to beat him and changes the makeup of his shield. With another second circle spell, he turns it into a shield made to block fire. Russell notices the switch and smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. Anton brags to himself that he will wait until him wastes all his mana on fire arrows against the fireproof shield, then strike back. But instead of following that trap, the protagonist cancels the fire arrow and starts a different spell. The flames in his hand vanish, and strong wind starts building. Anton is stunned by the sudden change and realizes his plan just fell apart. Russell uses a second circle spell called Wind Arrow and fires it straight at his opponent's shield. Anton is struck by the attack and knocked backward. He cannot believe the brat figured out his shield type and changed spells that fast. The new teacher watching the fight stares in disbelief and wonders if this is really the same MC he knows. Meanwhile, the teacher who rigged the selection to pick Anton can only sweat as he watches. Anton groans from the hit and loses control of his shield. The force shoves him back until he is almost out of the ring. Anger fills his eyes. He cannot believe such a little kid is beating him. Before he can act again, Russell rushes in and starts casting another spell. This time, our boy uses lightning. A bolt shoots from his hand into Anton's chest and blasts him even farther back. Anton's eyes roll up white as he groans in terrible pain from the hit. He tries to spin up fire for a counterattack, but he is too weak. Russell gives him no break and charges in with another attack. He hits the bully with another lightning strike. The teacher backing Anton starts complaining that he does not recognize this magic and says the match should be stopped at once. Nearby, Professor Hubert tells him to look more carefully at what is covering his body if he wants proof that it is real magic. The teacher glances at the protagonist and freezes. He sees a bright aura around him and stammers that Russell is using mana like a knight's aura. Professor Hubert smiles proudly and says he does not know how MC pulled it off, but it looks like he found a way around his problem. Meanwhile, he keeps pounding Anton until he drops to the ground. He finally stops after Anton leaves a neat crater where he fell. The students are left in total shock, practically slack-jawed. The crooked teacher cannot understand how this happened. As he stands there thinking, a voice asks what he is doing. He quickly turns and hears Professor Hubert remind him to announce the winner. The crooked teacher stammers and hurriedly names the victor. He says in a loud voice that Russell Raymond Hamon is the winner. Because of everything that just happened, the teacher walks over to him slowly. He awkwardly praises the protagonist and says he can leave, but the protagonist says it is not over yet. When the teacher asks what he means, our boy reminds him of the class rules. Unless the winner gives up, he has the right to choose the next opponent. Anton's friends shout in shock when they realize they are next to get beaten. Russell calmly points at one of them and says he is next. The system suddenly gives him another notice. Win the next magic duel for 2 low-grade mana stones, with bonus rewards for a winning streak. MC looks at the boy and tells him to step into the ring. After it is all over, Professor Hubert quietly says that our boy won 14 duels in a row. Thinking back on the matches, he decides him has amazing instincts. He looks proud that he saw the protagonist's potential long ago. Still, he starts wondering how Russell grew this strong so quickly. He goes over every move MC made. Meanwhile, he gets a notice saying the mission is complete and a storage compartment has been unlocked as his reward. The system tells him that from now on, all rewards will be sent there automatically. He also gets a pile of mana stones for each match he won. There is also an unknown item inside the compartment. The protagonist checks the notice for it and wonders what it could be, then calls up the compartment. Our boy reaches inside and feels around. When he pulls it out, it turns out to be some kind of map with an X marking a spot. Another notice appears with a new mission. Go to the place on the map and complete the task there. The system says lights will guide him when he gets close. The reward is an unknown item and 5 mid-grade mana stones. It also warns him that he should try this mission only after reaching the 3rd circle. Russell is shocked to read that he needs the 3rd circle. He remembers how many times he tried to reach it in his past life and still failed. There is another problem. He has no idea where the place is, and the map alone is not enough. So he quickly heads to the professor's library, hoping to find something that shows the location. He stacks a bunch of books on the table and starts searching for a clue. The first one is called Outer Territories of the Kingdom of Endymion, and he flips through it fast. No luck, so he checks the next one. He still does not find it, so he moves on again. That one is useless too, and the next book gives him nothing either. After going through dozens of books, he groans in frustration when none of the places match the spot he needs. Cursing under his breath, he leaves the library and realizes he wasted a lot of time. He decides it would be smarter to focus on reaching the 3rd circle first. As he walks down the hall, several students shrink back after seeing what he did in the arena. Russell thinks to himself that he escaped the bullying and hate, but now he is alone. Then someone calls to him from behind. He turns and sees Professor Hubert, who warmly asks him to come to his office. MC gladly agrees. Once they reach the office, Professor Hubert mentions that summer break is almost here. He pours tea for both of them and asks Russell if he has any plans for the break. He says he does not. Hearing that, Professor Hubert asks if he wants to help with a research project, and that catches him off guard. The professor adds that if the protagonist does well, his name might even appear as a co-author right after Hubert's. Russell takes the paper and looks at the picture on it, then suddenly recognizes the place. Seeing the surprise on his face, the professor asks what is wrong. MC quickly apologizes and tells Professor Hubert that he actually does have plans for the summer. Hubert looks at him confused and asks why he said he had none. He hands him the paper and says he plans to go to the place shown on the cover. He also gives him the map he found. The professor studies it and recognizes the location as Maldiva. Sometime later, when summer break begins, Russell sets out for Maldiva. He rides in the back of a carriage and looks out the window. Later, the protagonist calls up the compartment again. He takes out a mana stone and tosses it into his mouth. He tells himself it will keep him full for the trip and swears he will reach the 3rd circle before he gets to Maldiva. Meanwhile, the professor thinks about how strange Russell's trip is. It feels odd because someone else is heading to Maldiva too. He believes Darius Snow White, his teacher, should already be there, and maybe that will work out well for MC. Meanwhile, in Mandamian Maldiva, Darius Snow White relaxes on the beach during her vacation. She tells herself that even if this is her hometown, it still looks beautiful to her. She takes a drink and wonders how long it has been since she last took a real break. She realizes she has been busy protecting the Empire, giving magic research talks, and training her students. The master remembers a time when she was speaking to one of them. She brought up the numbers 9, 6, and 3 for them. Fire rises in her hands as she explains that those 3 numbers carry a special meaning for mages. The children are amazed by her skill and listen closely as Darius Snow White teaches that the 3 numbers mean the end for someone already walking the path of the 9th circle, the completion of the 6th circle for a mage who has not reached it yet, and the suffering they must face to become a great mage. The 3rd circle means something else. It's the point where a mage truly stands on their own. Darius thinks about what it means to be alone, and then she suddenly remembers meeting Russell and wonders if the kid is doing okay. Her mind goes back to the way he was reading an advanced magic book. Meanwhile, his carriage finally reaches Maldiva, and the driver tells him they've arrived. After waiting a bit, he notices the protagonist still hasn't gotten out, so he goes to check on him and is horrified by what he sees. Sometime later, Russell is stuffing himself with food. He tears into a hot dog with one hand while eating bread with the other. In front of him is a huge pile of food, and he remembers burning through too much energy while trying to calm wild mana and form the 3rd circle. In a flashback, when the driver came back to check, he found MC passed out and desperately tried to wake him, thinking he was dead. In the present, he gulps down a drink, thrilled that he finally reached the 3rd circle. He drains the cup and drops it onto the table. He can't get over how amazing it feels to reach 3rd circle magic. The fact that he broke past the limit from his past life, just months after going back in time, leaves him stunned. He sets down a few coins to pay for the meal and gets ready to leave. As he heads out, he tells himself 3rd circle is only the beginning. The system brings back the mission tied to the map and tells him to find the place marked on it. The screen says a light will guide him once he boldly approaches the area marked with an X. Russell checks the map again and realizes he has to find the location, but he doesn't know the land well enough. While thinking about how to get directions, he hears a tour guide telling a group of men he'll take them on the best trip to Pompeo volcano. The guide loudly announces a special discount for today only. Right after that, the protagonist joins the tour and follows the guide along a rocky path. The guide explains that Pompeo used to be an ordinary mountain until it somehow became a volcano because a special creature started living there. The guide quickly adds that only one creature in the world fits that description. That creature is none other than the Red Dragon. Hearing that, Russell decides it's better to move on alone from here. Our boy crouches behind the other tourists and jumps off the cliff they're standing on. While the guide keeps talking, MC makes his move and leaps off the edge. He lands in the nearby river and starts running across the water. He tells himself this place might be tied to why he was sent back in time, his growth, his missions, and the rewards he's been getting. As he follows the map toward a waterfall, he starts to think all of it may be leading him to something. He's convinced everything that's happened lately could be connected to the dragon that once lived here. As he studies the map, streaks of light rise from it and float out in front of him. The light gathers into a round shape that looks like an eye, then it pulls away from the map and starts moving somewhere else. Russell suddenly remembers the system saying a light would guide him. It crosses the river and heads toward the waterfall path, and he realizes the mission must be behind it. He quickly casts a wind spell. A sharp wind arrow shoots through the waterfall and opens a path. After that, he jumps straight through the opening so he won't get soaked. Inside, he lands on a rock and finds a lava cave hidden behind the waterfall. He remembers the system warning him not to come here until he reached the 3rd circle. But there are no monsters or beasts in sight, which makes him wonder why that warning mattered. Our boy moves deeper into the cave, careful with every step. He comes across several pillars, a sign that people once lived there. Touching one, he wonders how old this place is. While checking it, something catches the corner of his eye. Finally, he sees the guiding light stop in front of a strange door. Russell walks up to it to find out what's beyond it. As he gets close, his senses start tingling and he immediately feels that something is wrong. He stops and wonders if he's forgotten what he learned as a mercenary. In a place with no monsters, no beasts, and no sound, there's only one answer. You've stepped into a powerful predator's territory. Suddenly, a giant lizard appears in front of him and stares him down. He jumps back just in time to keep his head from being bitten off. Once he gets some distance, he looks again and realizes it's a Komodo lizard monster. He remembers from his mercenary days that this thing normally takes at least 2 teams to bring down. Our boy sees it rushing at him and knows there's no way he can kill it right now, so running is his only option. He tries to slow it down with lightning magic instead. Russell picks the 2nd circle spell, Lightning Arrow, and starts forming one. The Komodo lizard roars again as it closes in. Our boy forces down his fear and aims straight for its face. He fires, hoping the hit will slow it enough for him to escape. The blast shocks the Komodo lizard and locks it in place for a moment, buying the protagonist some time. He immediately makes a run for it, heading straight to the stone gate where the light stops so he can move on with the mission. But when he's only inches from the door, the 2 statues in front of it block him with their staffs and declare that he must prove his worth with mana before entering. Russell is stunned and realizes they won't let him pass that easily. The Komodo lizard quickly catches up, already recovered from the lightning. MC looks back and realizes both ways are blocked. Thinking fast, he decides to do something reckless. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself he'll have to make his own path. He thrusts out a hand and sends fire at the Komodo lizard. Then the stone in the door suddenly starts scanning the mana he is releasing. The monster notices the stone reacting to Russell's mana and stares in shock. Instead of charging, the Komodo lizard suddenly stops. The protagonist is just as shocked and wonders why it froze. The Komodo lizard slowly rises, nearly standing upright, and the protagonist can only watch, completely confused. Then the guards at the gate pull back their spears and stop blocking the entrance. The same mysterious voice tells him he has proved his worth, and may now enter. The crimson stone in the gate starts glowing fiercely. The light grows brighter and brighter until it fills the whole cave. A moment later, Russell wakes up somewhere else with a pounding headache. He quickly looks around and realizes everything has changed. Touching the floor, he finds it's made of ice, and he can't understand how he ended up standing on it when he was in a lava cave just moments ago. All he can see now is an ice cave, and several ice statues. Remembering where he was before, he wonders if teleportation magic brought him here. Then he notices something else strange behind him. Right nearby, an ice staircase leads up to a mysterious magic horn bound in heavy chains. As he thinks it over, a screen appears again. It tells him his second mission is to defeat every ice golem in the area and complete the trial by fire. A sound behind him makes him spin around at once. He realizes the ice statues were actually golems and now they've come to life. He looks around and sees several huge ice golems surrounding him, leaving him to wonder if they really expect him to beat all of them alone. There's no time to waste, so he goes straight into action and gathers fire magic in his hands. He curses the mission for being brutal, but he has no choice. He forms another fire blast and hurls it at the nearest golem. The attack tears through the ice cave and slams right into the monster's chest, and it looks like it should do real damage since fire beats ice. Russell remembers that to kill a golem, you have to crush the core inside it, but the golem he hit looks almost untouched. If it could talk, it would probably ask if that was his best shot. The fire blast did nothing more than leave a crack in its chest. For MC, this is starting to look hopeless, like he's about to become golem food. He grimaces at that and wonders just how cold this ice really is. Since fire isn't enough, he decides to try something else, and starts gathering wind magic in his hands. But there's a problem. The wind won't answer him. Our boy notices at once and is stunned. He can't understand why his wind magic suddenly stopped working. While he's still trying to figure it out, a golem lunges at him and tries to smash his head into the ground. Russell reacts fast and switches to lightning instead. But that doesn't appear either, and he realizes he's in serious trouble. The golem slams down where he was standing, but he manages to jump back just before it hits. He retreats until his back reaches an ice wall, then remembers the notice. He remembers the earlier notice and tries to figure out why his magic suddenly stopped working. Then it hits him. The system mentioned passing a trial by fire. Another golem charges, trying to crush him against the wall, but he dodges again. That is when Russell realizes only fire magic works here. As he tries to avoid the monster, he trips on a chunk of ice and gets shoved into a dead end. The golems box him in, and things start looking really bad. The protagonist Raymond groans after slamming hard into the wall. Blood runs from his head, and it is clear he hit it badly. With a fierce glare, he forms another blast of fire and steps toward the golems. Now he finally accepts the challenge. The golems pause as fire and mana wrap around his body. Russell Raymond fires 3 fireballs at once, and they are too fast to dodge. The 3 shots explode on impact. That blast exposes the golem's core. MC follows with another shot, shattering the core and destroying it. He uses the same move on a nearby golem, and it works again. Still, he starts panting when he realizes he has only taken down 2. At this rate, his mana will run out before the fight is over. He grimaces and decides to try something new. One of the golems swings at him, but he jumps back to think. He figures that if he wants to break their thick ice armor in one hit, he has to strike like knights do when they smash through iron shields, all the power focused on one point. It will not be easy, so he backs away to buy time for a harder spell. Once he gets some distance, he starts the spell by making a fire arrow. Then he adds an amplification formula to make it bigger and heavier. Next comes replication, creating several fire arrows. But to make the attack truly dense, he needs to merge them into one. He makes 5 fire arrows in total, and now all that is left is combining them. Russell Raymond begins using a compression formula, forcing everything together between his palms. But before he can finish, a golem appears in front of him and throws a heavy punch. He panics and yells for the arrow to fuse faster before he gets killed. At the very last second, he fires the merged arrow, causing a huge explosion that stops the golems cold. One of them is left with a massive hole in its chest, where its core used to be. Russell Raymond steps back and watches the ice golem crash to the floor. He moves forward holding his new weapon, which he names the Fire Spear. Once again, his eyes turn into a dragon's. The system notifies him that his understanding of fire has gone beyond its limits. He agrees, he can feel it. The power seems close to the 5th circle, but the moment he grips the spear, he realizes it drains a huge amount of energy, so he attacks first before wasting more mana. The golems rush him anyway, showing they are not scared of his flashy new weapon. From where he stands, Russell burns through the cores of 3 golems, then turns to the next and the next. After that, only 4 are left. He quickly moves to finish this. The first core breaks with ease, then he cuts through the second and destroys its core too. Only 2 remain. As he counts them, 1 golem attacks from above. Russell dodges with ease, then leaps at the monster and slices it in half for trying that. After it falls, he starts breathing hard. His mana is almost gone, but he still has 1 enemy left. The last golem switches to ranged attacks and hurls huge ice rocks at him. Russell Raymond blocks them, though a few still hit him. He realizes he would have died instantly if the spear had not stopped them. Now he has barely any mana left, and the spear starts fading away. The protagonist Raymond rises and keeps hold of it. He tells himself there is one last move left: throw the spear. This final strike has to land. When the monster gets close enough, MC finally throws it and prays it connects. The spear pierces the ice shield and reaches the core. He can only stand there and watch it tear through the monster. Russell keeps staring through the huge hole in its chest. Once he realizes he defeated them all, he collapses. The system appears and tells him the mission is complete. His reward is 2 low-grade mana stones, 3 lowest-grade mana stones, and an unknown item called the Horn of the Forgotten King. So the chained object Russell Raymond saw earlier was the Horn of the Forgotten King. The horn is suddenly wrapped in fire. Then the screen appears again and says it carries the essence of fire. A huge light bursts out and fills the whole ice cave. The cave glows, but he does not notice because he has passed out from exhaustion. The system says he must enter the thoughts of the Forgotten King to claim his reward. Soon after, the protagonist wakes up in a strange place. In this dimension, chains bind him as he tries to understand where he is. The screen appears and says he obtained the unknown item, the Horn of the Forgotten King, with fire essence. It also says he must enter the Forgotten King's thoughts to receive his reward. When he looks at the chains, he wonders what kind of reward this is, because it feels more like torture. Then the voice of the Forgotten King appears and says it will grant him something called the King's Fragment. The horn shows up covered in flames. Its sharp tip moves toward him, and Russell Raymond is shocked because it looks like he is about to be impaled. And that is exactly what happens. The horn pierces him. He screams in pain, and it becomes clear the chains were there to keep him from escaping. The horn drives into his body and pours a huge amount of energy into him, like he is about to burst. He keeps screaming while the voice tells him to use the power for something, but MC can no longer hear it. His body burns as mana overloads him. Behind him, a massive dragon appears, the Forgotten King. A little later, Russell Raymond washes up at the shore. He suddenly wakes with a groan, his whole body hurting. Confused, he tries to figure out where he is. It seems he is still in Maldiva, judging by the buildings. He stays confused for a moment as his memory feels blurry. Then the system notifies him that he consumed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached his limit. The extra mana beyond that limit was stored, and his intermediate understanding of flame attributes advanced into an advanced understanding. Russell Raymond closes his hand and tries using his mana to check if it is true. A massive amount of mana bursts from his body, far more than anything he has felt before, and it shocks him. Seeing how close he is to the 4th circle, he looks around and wonders if all that power is really his. Then he remembers what happened while he was chained up, but he still smiles because the reward was worth it. Then he hears someone behind him say it is good to see him here. Behind him stands Mysteria Snow White, in casual clothes which surprises him in Maldiva. She takes him to a beach bar and says she felt a sudden burst of mana, so she came to check. That is how she found him. Russell Raymond thanks her as she gives him a drink. Smiling, he admits he did not expect to see her here. While they talk, the Tower Master studies him and notices he almost reached the 4th circle in a very short time. His mana has also become purer. Then he asks the Tower Master what ties her to Maldiva. She explains that Maldiva is her hometown, though not many people know that. Russell Raymond is surprised and asks again, just to make sure he heard right. Miss Daria Snow White confirms it and says that is why she comes here every summer. Curious, she asks what brought him to Maldiva. The protagonist Raymond hesitates before answering, deciding it is too soon to tell the truth. In the end, he comes up with a safe excuse and says he came to see more of it. The Tower Master smiles at him, though she also wonders if she should test the boy's skills. She decides to go ahead and asks if he can help her for a moment. Russell Raymond looks confused. Mysteria Snow White snaps her fingers and something magical happens. Fire wraps around MC and forms a black cloak on him. He recognizes the symbol on it as the mark of the Flame Tower and wonders why she gave it to him. The Tower Master tells him not to worry and says the job she has for him is something he can handle. A screen suddenly appears giving him a new mission: pass Mysteria Snow White's test. To do that, he has to help her stop human traffickers trying to dock at Maldiva's port. The reward is a mid-grade mana stone. The Master says he probably already knows Endymion strictly forbids slavery. That's why they never allow slave ships to enter their port. Sadly, some people still break that law. She says a human trafficking ship is trying to land near Maldiva and asks for his help stopping it. That night, the two head out by boat to deal with it. She adds that she could handle the mission alone. The problem is rescuing the captives and taking the ship at the same time. Russell understands right away they need to fake a direct attack, distract the enemy, and free the prisoners. The Master praises him for catching on so fast. As they keep moving, he thinks it over. If the Master of the Fire Tower asked for help, hundreds of mages would rush over without hesitation. So if she chose him, it's not because she needs him, it's because she wants to test him. Soon they reach the ship they were after. Before stepping off the boat, she tells him what happens next may be hard for him to handle. Still, he has to face it. A guardian's path is not always noble or gentle. This is simply part of a mage's fate. Once she finishes speaking, she steps onto the edge of the boat and moves toward the ship. She floats to the side of it and says she'll draw their attention and make it look like an attack, giving him enough time to save the kidnapped people. Russell watches the Master of the Flame Tower fly up to the top of the ship, clearly tense. Miss Daria Snow White rises higher until she's well above the ship. When she reaches the height she wants, she stops and says this should be high enough. Then she unleashes her mana. Bright light floods the area, and she shouts for Russell to go save the captives. When the pirates see the light, they panic, thinking they're under attack. They rush onto the deck and start loading a large ballista to fire at the master of the fire tower. Several others grab smaller crossbows and get ready to defend the ship. Their leader gives the order and tells them to fire at the light above them. Dozens of bolts shoot into the sky toward the glowing figure above the ship. Miss Daria Snow White just smiles inside the light at their pathetic attempt. One soldier curses when he realizes the shots didn't even reach her. Daria Snow White forms a ball of lava in her hands and hurls it at the ship, breaking it into several chunks. She says she'd like to see if they're as skilled as they are bold. The lava pieces land across the ship and start small fires everywhere. The pirates stare in shock. One tries stomping the flames out, but it doesn't work. Then a flaming hand reaches out and grabs his leg. They aren't fires at all. They're fire golems. The man freaks out as the small creature clings to him. Every patch of flame turns into a little dwarf-like being made of fire. The men gather around them, unsure what to do. These are special golems made by Daria Snow White called Burning Wood Dwarves. While most of the pirates hesitate, one overconfident man walks at them with an axe. Meanwhile, Russell boards the ship. While the pirates are distracted, he slips inside. The bold man tells the others to move aside since there's nothing to fear. The protagonist watches him close in on one of the golems and bring his axe down as the little thing just stares back. The arrogant pirate swings and splits the golem in half. A moment later, it rebuilds itself like nothing happened, and it looks annoyed. MC keeps watching, impressed to see creatures like this in person. The golem strikes back by reshaping itself and wrapping around the man's legs. Then it fully changes form, coils around his body, and sets him on fire. Russell is stunned by how fast the golem can remake its body. The other men can only watch in horror as their crewmate burns to death. He snaps out of it and decides this is no time to stand around staring. He leaves and heads down the stairs into the ship. Below deck, there's a large prison area that likely holds the captives. A guard hears the chaos and wonders what's happening up on the deck. One prisoner shouts that maybe the Navy has come for them, and cheers that they've been saved. The guard slams his weapon against the door to scare them and make them stop talking. He says it doesn't matter what's going on because none of them will ever escape him, and the prisoners shrink back in fear. Once they go quiet, he asks if they heard him. At the same time, Russell places a hand on the back of his neck. Our boy decides to knock the guard out, so he uses a bit of lightning magic. A bolt appears out of nowhere and hits the fat guard. One prisoner sees him collapse and comes closer to ask if the protagonist is there to save them. He smiles and says yes, but it's safer if they stay inside until all the pirates are gone. The man drops to his knees and starts thanking God for answering his prayers. Russell looks around and wonders how many people are packed into this tiny space. While they wait, he notices something deeply disturbing. He spots a boy crouched inside a cell and is shocked that these heartless pirates are even selling children as slaves. He gets furious and curses the pirates as filthy bastards. A moment later, more men reach the prison and spot MC. They quickly see their unconscious ally on the floor and realize the ship has been invaded. One of them tells the others to grab the bastard who broke in. The three draw their swords and move toward Russell. Already angry over the kidnapped child, he says he'll be the one capturing them, then starts forming a chain of lightning. He casts a second circle spell called Lightning Chain and sends it at them. The current jumps from one man to the next, electrocuting all three on the spot. All of them collapse unconscious. One still tries to warn that things will get bad if their captain shows up, but Russell cuts him off with another shock. Then he keeps checking the prison area. He enters a dark cell and asks what's going on with this one. One of the people inside asks if he's a mage from the flame tower. He quickly makes a ball of light in his hand so he can see inside the dark cell. What he finds shocks him. The cell is full of elves. The male elf asks again if he's from the flame tower. The protagonist realizes the elf must be asking because of the symbol on his cloak. He says he isn't a member of the flame tower yet, but the elf rudely answers that it doesn't matter what he says. The elf steps up to the gate with a look of contempt and tells him to open it now. Russell thinks to himself that he was obviously going to open it anyway, but wonders why this guy is so annoying, even if elves are known for huge egos. He takes a closer look at the guy and briefly wonders if he should just leave them there. Then another voice comes from inside the cell, telling the first elf to stop. The female elf among them reminds him to behave. The other male elves react nervously to her voice and call her Elo. She tries to stand, and they help her up. Elo tells them Russell is not an ordinary human. She walks to the gate and says his mana is as pure as sunset light. Apparently MC gives off the scent of a spirit, so she smiles at him. The other elves are stunned by her claim that the mage is not human. The talkative one asks Ilo what she means. He is just as confused and wonders what she means by the scent of a spirit. The elves stare, baffled that a human could carry the smell of a spirit. Russell even starts sniffing himself, trying to notice what Ilo meant. While he does that, the talkative elf calls out to him. The elf begs the protagonist to save them and even bows to him. Soon all the elves in the prison do the same, and the talkative one starts pleading harder. Russell feels a little awkward watching them. Elves are supposed to be proud, yet one sentence from Elo changed all of them. He looks at her and wonders if she might be a high elf. Later, he starts heating the lock to break it open. While he works, Elo calls him a guardian and asks if he has defeated the pirates' bosses. MC wonders what she means by bosses. At the same time, a man in knight-like armor enters another prison room and finds the guards sprawled on the floor. In the hidden room, Elo explains that the bosses are stronger enemies, more dangerous than the other fighters, and skilled with magic. Meanwhile, the armored man follows the trail of bodies and notices the door to the other chamber is open. A sly smile spreads across his face as he imagines what he'll do to the intruder. Up on deck, the pirates keep fighting the fire golems, while the captain works to steady the ship. Once the boat is under control, he draws his sword and rushes below, ready to join the battle. He quickly cuts the fire golems' heads off, and this time they do not come back. After they vanish, he mocks his men for struggling with such a weak attack. Meanwhile, a glow rises around him, showing he is a knight. His crew cheers at once and yells at Darius Snow White that she is finished. Darius Snow White watches them with amused surprise. Impressed they handled her fire creatures. Wanting to see what is really going on, she drops down onto the ship and joins them on deck. A moment later, the master lands before them. Every pirate stares at her in shock. The captain smiles and says she has guts for coming so close. Darius Snow White looks at him with a bright smile and guesses he is the captain. He proudly confirms it and introduces himself as Don Click. Darius Snow White studies his body and sword, then realizes he is using aura. That means he used to be a knight, so she asks why someone like that is serving on a pirate ship. Don laughs and asks if a knight's honor can buy food or pay taxes. Still laughing, he admits the Click brothers make far more money through slave trading. Once he is done talking, he raises his sword and charges the mage, crossing the gap in an instant as he swings for her, but she slips back before the blade can hit. At the same time, below deck, a huge slash tears across the prison wall. While Ilo warns that the bosses are dangerous, Russell quickly turns to see what struck the wooden wall. Then the cut bursts open with a loud blast, and the wall collapses. He backs away from the smoke trying to see through it, and throws up a shield before anything can hit him. The second Click brother jokes that the protagonist actually blocked his attack. Then the knight draws his sword and walks forward. As he gets closer, he realizes Russell must be a mage. Meanwhile, MC sees the man is using Aura 2, a power only knights have. The system gives him a new mission, warning that this will be a hard fight. Win his first battle against a swordsman. Ilo tenses up at the knight's presence and warns him to be careful. She explains that the second Click brother is this ship's vice captain, which means he is no joke. The vice captain just pulls out his strange-looking sword with a wide grin. He tells the protagonist that even if he is a mage, he is still just a kid. As the night drags on, he asks why MC only knocked the men out. He says MC should have killed them when he had the chance, then promises to show him how it is done. He activates his own aura by using mana. He knows fire magic would wreck the wooden ship, so he chooses lightning instead, especially since the man is wearing iron armor. He casts lightning and fires several bolts at the vice captain. The vice captain spots the attack right away and lifts his sword to stop it. Before the bolts reach him, he smashes the wooden floor in front of him and kicks the broken pieces into the air to intercept them. He praises Russell for quickly figuring out that his sword and armor should conduct electricity. But instead of hanging back, the vice captain pushes through the flying bolts and says the protagonist is missing something. The protagonist notices the lightning is not affecting the man's armor, yet he keeps firing. While he sends out another wave of bolts, the vice captain keeps charging and tells him those attacks will never work. When the lightning reaches him, he just smiles and blocks it with his iron sword. The energy hits the blade and fades away instead of shocking him. Still behind his shield, Russell stares in horror, unable to understand why the sword is not conducting the electricity. The vice captain closes in and swings at the shield. The blow lands hard, but the shield does not break right away. Then the knight stops and slowly pulls his sword back from the spot it hit. As the blade comes away, MC sees a huge crack there and realizes that sword is no ordinary weapon. Then the damaged part splits open in several fractures. Back on deck, Don Click rushes Darius Snow White and tries to slice her in half. He does cut through her, but it was only a decoy, and it explodes into flames. When his strike ends, he finds Darius Snow White right in front of him, surrounded by fire and Sibylla. He says she is good at running away, but she says nothing. When she finally speaks, she asks if his brother is a knight too. Don Click answers with pride that his brother is also a knight, though not as amazing as he is. While they talk, the fire around Darius Snow White turns into another flame dwarf and Don laughs at it. He asks if she is really trying the same trick again. The master says no, and adds that this time it will be a little different. Don grows uneasy and wonders what she means. Then flame dwarves rise from the floor. They start walking toward him with weapons in hand, and Don wonders what is going on. Darius Snow White finally explains, unlike the earlier ones, these multiply every time he cuts them down. Soon Don attacks the flame dwarves as they close in, and their numbers grow to nearly a dozen. These are Darius Snow White's own creation called the Hellfire Dwarves. She watches him battle them with a deadly, satisfied look. Don starts to tense up as he realizes he is badly outnumbered. Still, he is fast enough to keep fighting. He wonders how his opponent can control such strange fire magic, and after looking at her again, finally figures out who she is. She looks just like the famous Witch of the Flame Tower, and he realizes that is exactly who she is. Meanwhile, there is bloodshed below deck right after Russell's shield is broken. The knight sees him suddenly vanish from in front of him, and wonders where he went. He glances to the side, spots the protagonist, and turns at once to finish him. He cannot understand how the protagonist dodged from that close. The protagonist only stands there, clutching his bleeding chest and trying to stay upright. The knight remembers his blade hit MC's chest and he could have sworn the boy should have been cut in two already. Looking closer, he notices aura around him too and wonders if he is using magic to boost his body. He keeps the aura active to move faster and heal the wound. The vice captain tells himself it does not matter. His opponent is still just a trapped rat. Ilo, who has been watching, feels sorry for the protagonist. MC keeps gasping and tries to steady himself before he loses any more blood. He tells himself he knows one thing about knights. He remembers meeting one once in his past life. That knight was merciless and slaughtered a group of innocent mercenaries just because one of them brushed his shoulder. One of that knight's last victims was Russell himself, already badly wounded, but then another mercenary stepped in to save him. A strange man put himself in front of him at the perfect moment and chose to protect him from the ruthless knight. That man, the one who barely managed to stop the knight's rampage, was a mage. The mage created a shield between them, and the knight attacked it in a fury. In the end, the mage brought the knight down. He only won because he had a hidden trick. Russell quickly creates another shield to protect himself, just like that mage did. The vice captain charges again and slams another strike into the shield, trying to break it like before. As he does, the protagonist remembers the method the mage used in his past life and copies it. The vice captain lands another heavy blow, expecting the shield to shatter. It cracks just like he wanted, but this time something is different. MC reveals that the old mage's trick was stacking one shield over another. That is exactly what he copied, so the vice captain only cracked the outer shield. The man steps back, waiting for it to collapse, but is shocked to see he's still unharmed. He catches him off guard and casts a wind spell, two encircle wind arrows striking the knight square in the chest. The hit is strong enough to throw him across the room. The knight slams his head into the wall and groans, blood slipping from his mouth. The protagonist staggers too, still not over the cut across his chest. His body seems healed, but the pain is still there, and he wonders how much blood he lost. He quickly breaks the lock he heated up and frees the elves. When they step out, they thank him for saving them. Russell tells them to follow him out so they can escape the ship. Suddenly, the ship's vice captain calls him a brat. He gets back up, and the hit clearly didn't keep him down for long. The vice captain looks furious. Anger flashes across his face as he tells MC that he should have aimed for his head when he had the chance. He can't understand how he's still standing after taking the same kind of attack that once stopped a knight before. Still, there's no time to dwell on it, so he quickly tells Ilo to grab the other captives and get upstairs to safety. The vice captain laughs at their plan and mocks Russell for thinking he has time to save slaves in the middle of this fight. Then he bursts forward with terrifying speed. In less than a second, he's right in front of the protagonist, but the protagonist quickly brings up his shield. Like before, the sword shatters the first barrier but fails to break the second. The knight warns that this time he won't let MC strike back the way he did before. Then he starts hammering the shields one after another, smashing each barrier almost instantly. He has no choice but to keep making more, while the vice captain tears through every single one. All he can do is stall until the elves free the humans and escape. As the fight drags on, the elves manage to recover the prison key. The protagonist keeps holding out, waiting for them to free the men and the child. The moment Willow shouts that everyone is out and safe, he knows it's time to act. The vice captain keeps slashing at the shields like he's gone mad. Even after hearing Willow say the captives are free, he coldly tells MC that nothing has changed. He'll still hunt them all down. He suddenly speaks in the dragon's voice and tells him that it changes everything. Until now, he couldn't use his full plan because the room was packed with prisoners. Then the whole room erupts in flames, trapping both of them inside. The vice captain is stunned by how fast everything changes. The protagonist tells him the captives being gone changes everything, because now he can crush him. Fire fills the room, and when the vice captain looks into the protagonist's eyes, he sees they've turned reptilian, which shakes him. He quickly jumps back and resets his stance with both swords. The vice captain lets out a nervous laugh and wonders if MC has finally decided to kill. Not wanting to wait, he chooses to move first before he can make the next move. He rushes in again at top speed and says he'll pierce Russell and the shield in one blow. But as he closes in, a bright light suddenly appears, forcing him to slow down. The protagonist has dropped the shield and is now holding one of his own magical creations, the special flaming spear he used to destroy the ice golems. The knight still charges forward, trying to skewer MC with his sword. For a second, he wonders if it's just an ordinary fire spear, but the moment he senses its aura, he realizes it's far more dangerous, several levels beyond a normal weapon made of fire. Even so, he keeps charging straight in and walks right into his trap. As the vice captain gets close, Russell drives the fire spear into him, and everything blurs. Up on deck, Dom Cleek is still battling the Hell Dwarves. Soon he starts cursing as they overwhelm him. The more he kills, the more of them appear, but stopping isn't an option. Dom wonders where his idiot brother is and why he still hasn't shown up to help. The fire dwarves keep attacking and multiplying, so Dom has no choice but to keep fighting. he tells himself he just needs to hold on a little longer before he can strike back. Suddenly, bright light starts shining up through the floorboards. Dom looks down in shock as it pours out from the cabin below. He stops moving when the glow gets even stronger and begins tearing through the wood under his feet. Seconds later, a massive blast of energy erupts from below and nearly splits the ship in half. The shockwave throws Dom to the ground. He collapses and slowly loses consciousness. The Flame Tower Master watches it all and wonders what just happened. While she's still staring, she hears a sound behind her. Miss Darius Snow White sees the kidnapped people coming out. Below deck, Russell lies on the floor in the middle of the wreckage. He looks unconscious and doesn't open his eyes. A screen notification appears, showing that the protagonist has completed his mission and will receive intermediate mana stones as a reward. When the other men realize their captain has fallen, they rush into guard boats to strike back and take control of the situation. Miss Darius Snow White notices what they're planning and laughs as she grabs her staff. Using her scepter, she summons all the fire dwarves. They rise from the ground and curl into round forms, and to wipe out the pirates in the boats, she hurls the golems at their guard vessels. The Hellfire dwarves land on the smaller ships nearby and destroy them. Meanwhile, in the hold, someone approaches MC and starts healing him. After a short while, MC regains consciousness and asks what happened. When he tries to get up, IAGU tells him not to move. She keeps healing him and explains that her mana still hasn't fully recovered, so her healing isn't as fast as it used to be. When the masters realize he is awake, she tells him he did well taking down 2 knights by himself, but Russell has no idea what she means. Nearby, Dom and his brother are tied to a pillar because of their awful behavior. Then IAGU steps in and tells the protagonist she owes him a great debt. She says she can't repay him right away, but she'll find a way. She introduces herself as IAGU, Lady of the White Ash Tree Tribe, and swears on her ancestors' honor that she'll reward him one day. MC gives his name and gently says he only did what he should as a guardian. Not far away, the 2 male elves quickly return to the Flame Tower Master and report on the prisoner's condition, which Darius Snow White praises. Miss Darius Snow White seems impressed by their dedication and compliments IAGU for raising such kind subordinates. Russell watches in surprise, realizing the elves seem much friendlier than he expected. Then he asks Lady IAGU what she meant earlier in the cabin. Lady IAGU just looks at him, trying to remember, then asks if he means what she said about smelling a spirit scent on him. That catches Miss Darius Snow White's attention. Russell says that's exactly what he meant. Instead of answering directly, she asks if his blood might be mixed with a dragon's. The question hits him hard, because it's so accurate. She goes on to say that she also carries green dragon blood in her veins. For her, though, it's only like a drop in a lake, too little to matter much. Even so, she says she learned that dragon blood can attract spirits. Miss IAGU takes the protagonist's hands and says the spirit scent around him is very strong, which is why she asked. Miss Darius Snow White listens and starts wondering if that mixed dragon blood is the reason Russell is growing stronger so fast. She thinks MC may become someone who shakes the kingdom of Endymion, maybe even the whole world. Not long after, some of the good knights come to help the captives off the ship. When it's time to leave, Miss Darius Snow White tells Lady Ilo she assumes she'll stay hidden until her mana returns. Lady Ilo boldly says that's exactly the plan. The master says her mansion is nearby and invites them all to stay there. She also adds that Lady Ilo could help train him. He looks totally confused, wondering what kind of training the Flame Tower Master means. IGU sees it as a chance to repay the protagonist. Blushing a little, she says she'd be happy to come with them. Miss Darius Snow White asks MC why he's making such a big deal out of it and jokes, asking if he doesn't want her to train him. Russell quickly says that's not it at all. He'd love to. The master leads the way and tells them the carriages will arrive soon, and they thank her. As they head over and get into the carriages, he asks the Flame Tower Master if he can really do this training. When the academy term is about to start, Miss Darius simply tells him Professor Hubert will handle it. Soon after, everyone reaches the carriages. A little later, the drivers stop, and it seems they've arrived. Miss Darius says they're here, and that the mansion in front of them is the place. Noticing they may feel overwhelmed, the Flame Tower Master tells them not to feel pressured and to make themselves at home once they go inside. As they walk through the garden, everyone keeps glancing around the grand mansion. Ilo praises Miss Daria's home and says it's a beautiful place. She thanks Miss Daria for showing kindness to her and her men. As they keep walking, Russell glances back and notices something strangely familiar. He stops for a moment and looks around, feeling drawn to this place for some reason, though he can't figure out why. Then it hits him. He came here with his parents years ago. The protagonist walks up to Miss Daria and says he wants to ask something. She stops and turns to listen, and he asks if the mansion didn't originally belong to her. Miss Daria gets uneasy and jokes that people will think she stole it if they hear that, so Russell awkwardly apologizes. She then confirms he's right and says she bought the estate from a merchant association years ago. MC realizes this estate was once one of his family's properties before his father was killed and his family fell apart. He remembers hearing that after their downfall, the estate was sold off cheaply. Coming back here like this feels deeply strange to him. 1 week later, Ilo wakes up and walks into the living room. The master of the Flame Tower checks her aura and says she is glad to see Ilo has recovered much of her mana. Ilo thanks her and says it is all because of her kindness and help. Miss Darius Snow White brings up their earlier talk about helping with Russell's training. Ilo happily says she is more than ready. Then she suddenly stops and asks where he is. Darius Snow White laughs and says she sent him to do something. At the same time, Russell falls off a cliff and screams at the top of his lungs. Luckily, there is a stream below, so he crashes into the water. He quickly swims back up and gasps for air. Looking back up, he realizes he failed the exercise again. He remembers the task Darius Snow White gave him hours earlier. She asked what he needed most during that fight. The protagonist thinks about how he kept relying on a shield just to stay alive. So he answers that what he needed most was distance. She agrees and tells him distance matters most for mages in battle. Then she smiles at him and tells him to watch closely. Darius Snow White steps off the cliff, but fire forms under the legs she put into the air. Soon her whole body is wrapped in flames, and then she vanishes. In the next instant, she appears on the far side of another cliff and crosses the gap. Watching her, Russell realizes she just used distortion magic. This technique is called blink. After crossing the gap, Darius Snow White tells him that from now on, he has to cross the cliff with blink too. She tells him he will need it later. Then the screen pops up and announces his new mission, Learn Blink. The reward is intermediate mana stones. MC finally drags himself out of the water and crawls to shore. As he climbs back up the cliff, he thinks about blink and figures out that using it does not depend on being in a lower or higher circle. Once he reaches the top, he decides it is a kind of magic you learn by understanding how it works. Then he gets up and tries again. Russell takes another leap of faith. It fails, and he drops toward the water again. Hours later, he climbs back up and wonders if blink is really just practice or if this is also meant to build his endurance. After reaching the top, he decides to focus harder this time. Then, when he steps forward again, a layer of fire appears under his leg. As he prepares to take another step, his second leg is covered in fire too. He moves out past the cliff, but hears someone behind him suddenly yell for him to act now. He falls again, then looks back and sees the one who distracted him was Darius Snow White. She watches him drop with an awkward smile while the protagonist screams on the way down. That night, Darius Snow White brings the protagonist and Ilo to a private rocky spot by a fireplace. She tells him that starting today, he will learn about spirit contracts. The master of the Flame Tower tells MC that Ilo will help him. Ilo rises from her seat and says she is glad to help. Our boy thanks Ilo too. When they begin, Ilo tells Russell to slowly close his eyes. Then she asks him to picture something tied to fire. As he focuses on it, flames suddenly wrap around his whole body. She says she will enter his imagination to guide him, and then she does exactly that. Inside his mind, Ilo appears and takes his hand to lead him the right way. Ilo explains that most people do not know this. Everyone has a door to the spirits. It does not matter if you are human, an elf, or anything else. That part does not matter because every being is born from nature in the end. In his mind, she starts seeing visions of death and a massive war. Then even more flames burst from Russell's body. The fire grows so fierce that even the Flame Tower Master looks shocked. Meanwhile, Ilo, still searching his mind, wonders what the torrent in his heart is. She keeps looking and sees a disturbing image of a man being killed, and it is almost too much for her. Then she looks deeper into his mind, toward the gate to the spirit world. In front of it is a huge whirlpool of water blocking the way. She wonders what that giant whirlpool could be. Behind her, Russell is crying hard. She keeps reading his feelings and realizes he is full of hate. But when she looks closer, it may not be hate at all. Back in the real world, he winces as painful memories flood back. The mana from both him and Ilo keeps rising until the light becomes blinding. That blinding mana alarms Darius Snow White. She sees the light getting so strong, it looks like they might explode. So she decides to stop them before they go any further. As their mana keeps surging at a dangerous rate, Darius Snow White casts a spell to protect them both. Hours later, the protagonist wakes up and finds the Flame Tower Master beside him. He is shocked to see her there. His head aches as he asks what happened to him. He says it felt like his mana suddenly exploded. While he is speaking, Lady Illo walks into the room. He notices bandages on her arms and asks what happened to them. Lady Illo tries to calm him, saying she is fine. Then a terrible thought hits him, and he asks if he did that to her. Russell feels awful and keeps apologizing for hurting her. Later that night, MC goes outside to clear his head and look at the stars. Meanwhile, Daria watches from inside her office. She decides to talk with Lady Ilo and asks what exactly happened during the training. Ilo says they reached the path leading to the spirit portal. The problem was that they could not go any farther. A huge flood of emotion blocked the way. Ilo explains that the feeling seemed like hate at first, but to her it felt more like sadness. She goes on, saying it was such deep sadness that she could not understand how he managed to hide it all this time. Sometime later, Daria calls Russell over. Miss Daria tells him with a smile that his new training starts today. When he bows to accept it, she flatly says his job will be cleaning. He stares at her, confused about what she means. The master of the Flame Tower explains that for 1 week he will help the mansion servants with heavy cleaning. Russell is stunned and cannot see what deep cleaning has to do with training. Daria adds that she and Lady Ilo are leaving for the capital. Ilo says goodbye and tells him she will see him next week. He quickly nods and tells them both to stay safe. Before they leave, Daria reminds him this is not a punishment. He agrees, but secretly plans to clean the house and practice blink whenever he has time left. Before heading out, the Tower Master adds one more rule just in case. He is banned from using magic for the whole week. The protagonist is shocked. After the carriage leaves, he is completely lost but accepts it. Later, Russell grabs a mop and gets ready to scrub the hallway. Since Miss Daria banned his magic, he comes up with a different plan. He rushes through the room with the wet mop, telling himself he can still train his body even without magic. As he runs down the hall, he slips on water left on the floor. As he falls, his leg accidentally kicks a nearby vase into the air. He lands on his back, and the vase crashes and shatters beside him. Suddenly, the head maid appears behind him and asks why he was cleaning so fast. She adds that the vase he broke was one of Miss Daria's favorites. He remembers that before leaving, Miss Daria told him all he had to do was follow the head maid's orders. Now the head maid looms over Russell, clearly expecting him to clean up the mess. MC quickly gets up, starts picking up the broken pieces with his hands, and apologizes for the mess. The housekeeper puts on gloves and reminds him that he is not allowed to use magic this week. She hands him a cloth and tells him to follow her cleaning rules from now on. Later, Russell is told to dust a vase, and the head maid suddenly appears behind him to say he should hold it from the bottom so it does not fall. While he is mopping the floor, she shows up again and asks if he remembered to clean behind the door. She seems to be everywhere he goes, and it really gets to him. For the rest of the day, she keeps giving him instructions and correcting him as he works. Eventually, when he finishes, he drops down somewhere and lets out a long sigh. Our boy wonders why he was suddenly turned into a servant as part of training. He remembers how the head maid kept popping up to point things out, and starts wondering if Miss Daria is trying to train his mental strength. While he is lost in thought, the head maid announces that it is lunchtime. She heads toward the kitchen and tells him to follow. Russell, who clearly wants nothing to do with that, says he will eat later. The head maid stares him down and in a colder voice tells him to follow her. The protagonist has no choice but to obey. In the kitchen, the estate workers gather to eat and chat. Russell realizes a lot of people work in the village. As he looks around, the man beside him asks his name. MC turns and sees a plain-looking guy smiling at him, then introduces himself as MC Raymond. Raymond. The man looks surprised when he hears the name Raymond, like he knows it. He starts sweating. Sure, the man must know about him and his family. But that is not it at all. The man just calls him handsome and praises his black hair and red eyes. Another maid at the table hears that and says Russell's red eyes look cool. Then a worker behind him says he looks fit and asks if he can touch his biceps. The second he does, the protagonist nearly screams, like he is under attack. The guy smacks the back of his head, says he was joking, and everyone laughs. Moxley laughs with them, but inside he is miserable knowing he has to deal with this for a whole week. He tells himself this has to be training. Nothing else makes sense. Sometime later, he and the others go cut wood and haul it back to the village. He thinks he could finish fast with magic, but that is banned, so they keep carrying logs across a small bridge again and again. After all the chopping and hauling, everyone sits by the lake to celebrate the hard work. They raise a toast to a job well done. Russell does not hesitate and drinks his beer like a pro, which shocks the worker beside him. Then the man slaps the protagonist on the back, making him spit out the beer in his mouth. MC asks why he hit him out of nowhere. The man says he is still a student and drinking will ruin his muscles. That makes Russell remember he is in a young body, and he had mixed up the present with his old days as a mercenary drinking wine. One of the older workers says it is fine, pours him more beer, and tells him he should learn to drink with an adult. As he sits there, the man says it would be a shame not to drink with such a beautiful view in front of them. Everyone looks ahead at the sunlight, then someone nearby says there is another sin they would be committing. They all turn to see who said it and why. It is the head maid. She says the real sin would be drinking without snacks, and she brings over a basket. She hands the snacks out to the workers. Everyone enjoys them and toasts the newest member of the family, meaning the protagonist. They all laugh, and this time the protagonist truly joins in. The head maid notices how happy MC is with the workers, so she keeps watching him. She sees him laughing with the same worker who told him not to drink, and they really do feel like family. Over the next few days, she keeps supervising him, even while he cleans the roof. At night, they all gather to eat again, talking and laughing like always. On the last day before Darius Snow White returns, Russell sits by the fountain and realizes tomorrow will make a full week since Darius Snow White and Lady Ilo left. For some reason, he feels uneasy. The head maid suddenly breaks his thoughts and points out that he really likes staying near the fountain. Startled, he quickly stands to greet her. She fixes her glasses and asks how many times he plans to greet her in one day, and the protagonist laughs, saying he did it without thinking. She asks why he always comes to this spot, and he pauses before answering. At last, he says this place makes him remember certain people. The housekeeper says she heard mages can teleport, so why not just go see them? Russell explains teleportation is hard, and even if he could do it now, the people he is thinking of are somewhere he cannot reach. She dryly says she thought mages had no worries, and he jokes that her comment is ridiculous. As she walks away, she reminds him tomorrow is his last day of cleaning, and tells him to do his best until the end. MC quickly says yes. Before leaving, she says she does not know much about magic, but she thinks he is a good person. This time, she does not call him Mr. She just says his name. He is moved and can only watch her in silence. Then she jokes that even if he never becomes a great mage, she would still hire him as a fine servant. Russell plays along and says he will think about it. The next morning, the protagonist goes out to welcome Darius Snow White and Lady Ilo. They ask if he is doing well, and he says he is. Darius Snow White pulls MC aside and tells him to walk with her. As they move through the garden, she says she knows this week was hard on him, but he brushes it off. Then she adds that it took time to find medicine to restore Ilo's lost mana after the failed attempt to reach his spirit gate. She also checked the records and found something interesting. Darius Snow White tells him the village once belonged to the Raymond family. Russell lowers his gaze, silent and tense. The Flame Tower Master then says Ilo told her his heart held a huge whirlpool, which is why they could not reach the spirit door. She asks whether he feels anger or if it is sadness instead. The protagonist keeps staring at the ground and says it is all of that at once. Darius Snow White says that reminds her of when she first saw him in the library, studying like mad to grow his magic. Looking back, she realized he was fighting all by himself. Then she says she now sees him as a lonely patriarch trying to rebuild his family. Darius Snow White makes him an offer and asks him to accept the estate. Russell nearly loses his mind and asks what she means. She quickly calms him down and says it is not a gift. Instead, she wants him to become the war mage of the Blazing Tower and protect the country. If he does that, he can earn plenty of money and buy the estate from her. MC lets out a relieved sigh once he understands. She smiles and asks if he gets it. Then she adds with a warm smile that he does not have to fight alone. That night, Darius Snow White, Lady Ilo, and Russell head back to the forest to train. Lady Ilo tells him that last time she did not awaken his awareness when they neared the spirit door. She had only guided him with unconscious mana, but this time they will go together while he stays aware. He does not look thrilled about trying again, and asks what happens if she gets hurt again. Ilo tries to reassure him, saying they brought lots of medicine, but the protagonist says he would rather not hurt her at all. Ilo simply tells him to close his eyes and imagine fire like before. She says she will wake his imagination so he stays conscious when they arrive. A moment later, they reach Russell's subconscious, and this time he can clearly see and recognize Ilo. He looks at his hands and for the first time sees what his pure mana form looks like. She leads him on and says the path should stay calm, just like before, until they reach the whirlpool. When they stop at the cliff's edge, Ilo says the whirlpool is still there. She tells him it is still hard to reach the source and get to the spirit door. MC starts moving toward the whirlpool, but Ilo warns him not to go closer. The moment he does, a violent force throws him back, and he cries out in pain. Lady Ilo tells him it is dangerous enough just to see and sense that whirlpool. Trying to enter it is even worse. But that impact lets Russell understand what it is made of. He starts seeing the thoughts inside it. Graduating from the academy, choosing a tower, rebuilding his family, and avenging his father's death. The weight of it all hits him hard. These are the wishes closest to his heart, and he sadly says he cannot just throw them away. Then they hear a voice asking what it was like staying with him. Looking up, he recognizes Darius Snow White's voice. Back in the real world, the headmaid tells Darius Snow White that the protagonist is a good person. In his subconscious, MC hears her voice and realizes she must be talking with the Flame Tower Master. Darius Snow White asks if the headmaid stayed by his side like she requested, and the maid says yes. Hearing that, Russell finally understands why he went through that week of training. He remembers Professor Hubert, who always cared about what was best for him. He thinks back to the workers celebrating him as a new member of the family. He also remembers the maid's last words, when she told him he was a good person. And finally, he recalls Darius Snow White telling him not to fight alone because he has people beside him. He puts it all together, understands the lesson, and tears start to fall. Tears run down his face. He knows he can't erase the torrent, so there may be only one thing left to do. Pulling himself together, Russell says he'll jump over it. He remembers the training Daria gave him by the cliff. As he heads for the edge, Lady Ilo tries to stop him. The closer he gets, the more the torrent hurts him. But he keeps going, telling himself it's fine, even if he falls, he won't be alone. The moment he steps off the cliff, fire forms under his foot. From behind, Ilo watches in horror and prays he makes it. The protagonist keeps going. Then Russell uses blink and vanishes in a streak of fire. Ilo loses sight of him and quickly looks across the gap to see if he made it. Luckily, MC appears on the other side, standing in a pool of fire. Ilo says he actually did it. He turns back and smiles at her, though he can't hear her. The torrent still rages behind him. The point isn't to destroy your deepest fears or problems. Sometimes you have to leap past them. Then a notification appears saying he cleared the mission and earned a mid-grade mana stone. Happy to have crossed, he stands before the door, unsure what to do next. Then Ilu's voice reaches his mind, telling him to go to the door of light ahead. The voice catches him off guard, and he wonders how he can still hear her. Lady Ilu explains their mana is still linked, so they can talk. Another screen appears and gives Russell a new mission. Make a contract with a spirit. Following Ilo's instructions, he is told to summon one and form the contract. She tells him to place his hand on the door, and he does. After touching it, he asks what happens now because he doesn't feel anything. She tells him that the next step is up to the spirits. No one knows what will happen, so the protagonist keeps his hand on the door and waits. Ilo adds that no one knows what kind of spirit may come or if any spirit will choose him at all, so she tells him to keep his hand there and wait. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mistahis watches Russell while he remains in a trance. Ilo tells him again that all they can do now is wait, MC thinks of the dragon spirit he met before and tries speaking to it in his heart. He says it's okay if it can't come, if doing so is too hard. He adds that he won't be upset, but then a huge red dragon suddenly appears around him inside a magic circle. Seeing the dragon, he says he's thankful for everything that led to this moment. The dragon comes closer, touches his hands, and the contract is made. Suddenly, they are all pulled out of that world and the protagonist jerks back to reality. He opens his eyes and wonders what just happened. Once he looks clearly, he's shocked to find a tiny red dragon sitting in his lap. The little dragon lets out an adorable growl, and Russell wonders if this is what spirits look like. Ilo and Miss Dahaya laugh nearby. Ilo congratulates him, and Miss Dahaya says there's even more to celebrate. MC asks what she means, then understands when he looks at his chest. That's when he realizes he has reached the 4th circle. Meanwhile, the cute red dragon keeps growling. Then another notification appears, telling him he gained new knowledge through the spirit summoning and advanced to the 4th circle. It also says he'll receive extra unknown rewards. Russell reads it and wonders what those rewards could be. While he is thinking, the little red dragon growls again to get his attention and flies up. Then it hops onto his head and curls up in his hair. It starts nibbling at his hair while making tiny growling sounds. Ilo comes over to play with it and says she doesn't think it's a normal spirit. She asks if he's going to give it a proper name. She explains that naming the dragon will complete the contract. Miss Dahaya agrees and tells him to pick a good name. Russell looks at the little dragon and tries to think. Since it's red, he jokingly suggests calling it Bacon, and both women stare at him in shock. The protagonist realizes how dark that sounded, and laughs. Then he thinks again and asks what they think of Pepper. The little dragon lets out a cute roar, looking like it approves. Hilo pets Pepper and says it's an adorable name, while Miss Dahaya says it's not bad. Russell quietly thinks. Pepper is short for pepperoni, but keeps that to himself. Miss Dahaya suggests they celebrate and start the real special training tomorrow. MC keeps playing with Pepper and says he's looking forward to it. He goes on playing with Pepper, who keeps testing its voice with cute little growls, and he tells Pepper it's nice to meet him. 1 month later, we return to the academy. At the gate, all the teachers line up to welcome important guests on the day the towers finally choose their students. One teacher wonders how many graduates will be picked this year, and another says it already seems mostly decided. While they talk, word comes that the judge from the kingdom's White Tower has arrived. He enters with one student, and the teacher notes that each tower has been training chosen candidates all semester. Soon after, the judge from the kingdom's Yellow Tower arrives with the student they prepared during the term. A little later, the judge from the kingdom's Spear Tower shows up with the girl they trained. The teachers keep gossiping, and one says they should do something extra for these specially chosen students. The others agree. When they notice Hubert frowning at them, they quickly change their tune and say they should do something special for everyone at the school, not just a few. Hubert glares at them and asks how they can call these children their students if they only care about the talented few. As they talk, another announcement says the judge from the kingdom's Flame Tower has arrived. The nearby students tense up since the Flame Tower is one of the kingdom's top towers. But instead of what everyone expected, a different person named Vermilion Olsen steps out of the Flame Tower carriage. Hubert looks at Vermilion and wonders why he's here. Vermilion seems tough and scans the area, clearly searching for Russell. When he doesn't see him, he says the protagonist still isn't here. Hubert starts to worry. If Daria sent Vermilion as the judge, maybe she doesn't plan to choose MC after all. Meanwhile, someone suddenly teleports across the sky with fire magic. It's Russell, rushing in so he can make the ceremony on time. Vermilion notices the strange movement and looks up to see who it is. He finally lands nearby and lets out a relieved sigh. He realizes he almost missed it, but he's glad he made it at the very last second. Then the protagonist locks eyes with Vermilion and is stunned to see him there. Vermilion only gives him a distant look like they don't even know each other. He turns and walks toward the academy, passing the line of teachers. With a cruel smile, he thinks to himself that breaking Russell is going to be fun. In a flashback to when MC left Maldiva for the academy, he thanks Daria, Lady Illo, and the head maid for everything they've done. He wishes Lady Ilo a safe trip back to her hometown, and she thanks him kindly. Before leaving, he also has a message for the head maid. He tells her he'll return as the master of the estate, and asks her to take good care of it until then. She just laughs and says she hopes things turn out that way. He thanks them all for everything they did in the short time they shared. Then Daria tells him she has one favor to ask before he goes back. She gives him a sealed envelope and asks him to deliver the letter to Hubert for her. Russell accepts it and promises to do exactly that. She thanks him, but he can tell she doesn't look well. He starts wondering what's in the letter and why she seems so down. In the present, he and the professor sit in his office. He hands over the letter and Hubert says it's a relief he arrived in time. After reading it, Hubert tells him the only problem is that helping during the selection will be difficult. He covers up the letter's contents and says something urgent has come up that he needs to handle right away. Russell smiles and says that's fine. Before he leaves, Hubert offers one piece of advice. He tells the protagonist not to underestimate the Olsen brother because he's a serious threat. The professor says MC can't settle for trying to be the best. He has to be the best. Hubert adds that he's sure Russell can do it and pats him on the shoulder. He smiles back and tells him not to worry. Then a new notification appears. His next mission is tower selection. show an overwhelming gap in skill and earn recognition from all 10 selection judges. Soon after, the first round begins. Every student sits in front of a teacher to take the written test. The protagonist thinks the exam is easy. He remembers failing it in his previous life, so compared to that, this time it's no real problem. Still, he feels there's something more important to worry about. What really bothers him is the letter Hubert received from his past life. He remembers that after Hubert got that letter, he started traveling more and more, so much that he could no longer keep teaching at the academy. Soon after, Professor Hubert would die during the year he was supposed to take his sabbatical. When the test ends, Russell walks out, thinking he still doesn't know exactly what happened to Professor Hubert in his past life. He believes the professor died during a very dangerous mission. To MC, Hubert was likely sent on a high-level task meant for a top mage from the Tower of Flames. Once the scores are added up, he is announced as the top student on the written exam. Some students are stunned, some are impressed, others say he must have studied hard, and a few are just jealous. But Russell isn't thinking about the selection at all. His mind is on the teachers who are about to die, and he wonders if he can stop it. Soon, the second round is announced, the interview test. The students are told to wait quietly and enter only when their names are called. After several interviews, the protagonist Raymond is finally called in. He steps inside and sees Hubert to his left, with the 10 judges seated ahead. To him, this is proof that the future really can change. MC doesn't remember Brother Olsen serving as a judge in his previous life. The fact that he's here now means the past has already shifted, and if things can change, then maybe Russell can join the Tower of Flames and stop the teachers' deaths. To do that, he needs the judges to acknowledge him. Across the room, Vermilion Olsen watches him with open contempt. The rules are simple. The judges ask questions and he answers out loud, briefly. The judge from the White Tower tells them to begin at once and starts with a question about a formula created by the mage Oragang 3 years ago. Question after question comes, and Russell answers clearly and well. But the hardest part of the interview is a hidden second test. Soon the judges release waves of mana to see if he can stay calm and keep answering under pressure. It's a normal part of the selection, and he knows he has to endure it. In his past life, this was where he always failed, coughing so hard he nearly passed out. This time, he holds steady and keeps answering. The judge from the Yellow Tower is impressed that the protagonist's expression doesn't change even in the middle of the mana storm. Vermilion Olsen, though, isn't impressed at all. He smirks and says this level of mana is nothing. Then he raises the pressure to see whether MC can handle more. Russell feels the shift right away, and it becomes much harder to endure. Olsen just smiles as the mana storm grows so fierce that even the nearby guards start feeling it. The judge from the Yellow Tower glances at Olsen and realizes he really is a mad tiger. That judge thinks the candidate could die if this keeps going. Even though it gets tougher, Russell refuses to give in. He keeps staring at the judges, waiting for the next question. The judge from the Spear Tower is shocked that he is still enduring that torrent of mana. He notices that even the newly appointed teachers helping with the exam are struggling under the pressure. The Spear Tower judge thinks the protagonist is exactly the kind of genius anyone would want. Then the system pops up with a notice. MC has earned recognition from 9 of the 10 judges. Olsen keeps pushing harder, but he's surprised he is still holding on. So he decides to raise the intensity one more time and see if the boy can survive it. Russell grows seriously uncomfortable, but he still doesn't move. Vermilion Olsen keeps increasing the mana storm without backing down. Then the judge from the Spear Tower puts a hand on Olsen's shoulder and reminds him they still have more interviews to do, so this has to stop. Olsen clicks his tongue at the judge's remark, but he finally lets up. He mutters that it's a shame, it was just starting to get fun. Russell stays upright, though his hands shake behind his back. Meanwhile, the new teachers who were drenched in sweat are just glad they made it through the mana storm. One of the judges praises the protagonist for doing well and tells him he may leave. They call for the next candidate, and MC Raymond steps out of the room. The moment the interview is over, he drops into a waiting chair. Letting out a long breath, he admits to himself that he thought he was going to pass out. Suddenly, a warning screen appears. It tells him he earned the approval of 9 out of 10 selection judges. Russell gives an uneasy smile, realizing the system is saying that still isn't enough. He needs one more to clear the mission. He lets out a dry laugh and admits Olsen won't be easy. After the second test, the tower judges walk down the hall talking about him. The judge from the Spirit Tower says he is the student the master of the Fire Tower has been watching, which makes him off limits to the others. The master of the Yellow Tower says he's the kind of student anyone would want on their side, and Vermilion Olsen says nothing, only walking ahead of them. The White Tower judge cheerfully asks when he plans to train the protagonist as the youngest disciple of the Tower of Flames, but Olsen does not take it well. Annoyed, Olsen turns and asks who said the boy would become his apprentice. The White Tower judge realizes she hit a nerve and quickly tries to reword it. The others watch in awkward silence as Olsen storms off. They wonder why he's so tense. Then Olsen remembers the time he took several new recruits from the Flaming Tower to a battlefield. In the flashback, one of the rookies fails to keep the barrier up while enemy swordsmen attack. The enemy smashes through the barrier. The knights cut down the young mages and stab them to death. By nightfall, Olsen kills all the enemies, but the younger ones do not survive the ambush. As he stands among the bodies, tears run down his face while he mourns them. Back in the present, he remembers one harsh truth. If one weak link falls, they all fall. That's why he's so hard on Russell Raymond. Soon after, the third round of the selection begins. and everyone gathers outside. The organizers announce that the next test will be a kind of treasure hunt. They must enter Walker Hill Forest and find green mana stones. The man explains that they will earn points based on how many stones they collect and how quickly they return. Russell thinks some of the other contestants may get desperate enough to steal from each other, so he needs to stay alert. The participants are told to line up before entering the forest. As they do, another system message appears for MC, telling him the final part of the mission is earning Olsen's approval. He stares at the screen and wonders how senior disciple Olsen could ever acknowledge him. After the way Olsen has treated him through the whole selection, he isn't sure even passing the third round will be enough. While he's still thinking, the signal to begin is given. Russell Raymond runs into the forest with the others to search for the green stones, but instead of rushing around blindly, he decides to use the one thing that can help him find them faster. Moments later, the protagonist uses fire magic and summons Pepper. Pepper appears in his arms and MC apologizes for keeping him away. He explains that he couldn't use magic at school. Pepper looks thrilled to see him and gives his usual playful roar. Russell asks if Pepper can help, then opens his storage space and takes out a red mana stone. He tells Pepper he needs help finding a stone that looks like this. He holds it closer and Pepper sniffs it, catches the scent and darts off the moment he picks up a nearby trace. Seeing Pepper head off in one direction, he brightens and says, "It looks like he found one." For a while, the protagonist follows the spirit through the forest as they search for more stones. Before long, they arrive at a spot marked by what looks like a red magic circle. At the same time, elsewhere in the kingdom, several people are arguing inside a magic materials shop. A man in a cloak, seemingly a guardian of the Flaming Tower, questions the shop owner and demands to know where the mage he dealt with went. The man, clearly confused, says he has no idea. He only sold raw materials for a ritual. The interrogator changes his tone and asks if he knows the truth about that ritual. Did he realize the mage bought those items for a pagan spell? The shop owner is stunned to hear that his customer had been preparing something like that. The guardian shoves him roughly to force an answer. He warns that helping a cult is the same as betraying the kingdom, and the man realizes he's in serious trouble. Now furious, the guardian demands one more time to know where the mage went. The man stammers that he truly doesn't know. All he heard was that a cruel woman who kills people by burning them had taken in a disciple, and the mage they're hunting went to check on that. In a flashback, a dangerous mage watches Miss Datila speak with MC in Maldiva. He sees MC receive a cloak from the Flame Tower Master and the Tower Guardians. The Guardian lets the shopkeeper go and realizes the person clashing with the cult is his own teacher. When he reveals himself, it's Professor Hubert. He immediately runs out. Hubert tells himself he is in danger. Fire covers his body, and he teleports away to warn the Academy that the selection test is far more dangerous than anyone thought. Meanwhile, one student looks around in frustration because he still can't find any mana stones. He complains that he can't use light magic since it would expose him and make him a target. As the boys move deeper into the forest, he notices a strange dark figure. The moment it shifts, he stops and cries out. He fires a wind arrow at the figure, but nothing happens. The hit does no damage at all. Thinking it looks like a man, the boy says the figure scared him and wonders if it's another contestant. When he gets no answer, he assumes the man is dead and turns away. He debates checking the body but decides to leave it alone. This is a competition and everyone is looking out for themselves. As he walks off, an idea hits him. Maybe that strange guy was carrying mana stones. He turns back to search the corpse, only to find it gone. Seeing the spot empty, he asks where the figure went. Then he notices movement behind him and spins around. What he sees leaves him horrified. A loud scream echoes through the forest, making it clear the contestant is done for. Meanwhile, Russell keeps following Pepper to find the mana stones. As they move on, the protagonist wonders if they've reached the center of the forest. There, he spots a bag packed with green mana stones and walks over. He finds it suspicious that all the stones are gathered in one place when this was supposed to be a treasure hunt. MC pats Pepper on the head and praises him, but the whole area feels off. Then he notices something else inside the bag and crouches down to inspect it. It turns out to be a golem core. Russell picks it up and sees that it's broken. Looking closer, he realizes it was already damaged before any golem could have been summoned. While checking it, Pepper gives a serious growl at something behind him, and he turns at once. Suddenly, a line of spikes bursts from the ground and tries to skewer the protagonist. More spikes tear through the earth and rush toward him as he crouches there. MC notices the attack and wonders what the hell is going on. The earth stakes surge higher and faster, so Russell quickly activates his mage body aura and leaps clear. As he jumps away, another attack comes from light magic, and he wonders how his enemy is switching elements so fast. Floating orbs of light fill the air and fire deadly beams at the ground. They keep shooting at him, but he dodges every strike thanks to the speed his magic aura gives him. As the assault continues, the protagonist realizes more than one person is attacking him. Then several magic spears fly at him from a blind spot, but Pepper catches them first. He spits fire and burns the spears before they can hit. Russell looks back, sees Pepper saved him, and praises him for it. Then our boy quickly summons a fire ray. He blasts the light orbs with fire and shatters them. The impact explodes hard, sending smoke everywhere. MC tries to see through the smoke, and he wonders why he's being attacked at all. Even after the assault suddenly stops and everything goes quiet, Russell keeps his fire ray ready. When the smoke clears, he spots the 3 mages hiding in the bushes. Looking closer, he recognizes them as honor students chosen by the towers. Beside another bush, the White Tower honor student who used light magic is hiding there too. He also spots the Spear Tower honor student and asks why they're fighting like cowards. The Yellow Tower honor student snaps at him to shut up and demands to know how a bastard like him found the mana stone first. He insists they were supposed to be the only ones who knew where the stone was. Then he notices Pepper behind the protagonist and realizes the protagonist has a spirit with him. The Spear Tower honor student sees it too and says that explains how he found the mana stone so fast. The White Tower honor student also stares in shock, wondering how MC hid the fact that he could make a contract with a spirit. MC just laughs at them and asks what's so amazing about finding the stone quickly. He adds that they're acting like he was never supposed to find it. Then Russell says this setup makes one thing obvious: they made a secret deal with some teachers to keep all the mana stones in one place, only they knew about. The Yellow Tower honor student stays quiet, but inwardly admits he caught on fast. The protagonist says he has no interest in their dirty deal, he just wants them out of his way. The Yellow Tower honor student gets mad, activates his aura, and charges him. When he rushes in, MC suddenly vanishes and appears behind him. With a smile, he whispers that they'll regret it if they don't let him pass, leaving the guy stunned. The Spear Tower honor student notices too and is shocked. The White Tower honor student can only stare, realizing Russell just used blink teleportation magic. While they're still reeling, Pepper starts growling at something hidden deeper in the forest. He notices and asks what's wrong. He quickly realizes they aren't alone, so he turns toward the forest to check. Russell sees the trees shaking. He turns to the Yellow Tower student and asks if the teachers helping them also said they destroyed the golem core he found in the bag. The Yellow Tower student says no. The others step in and add that they thought the broken golem core in the bag was strange too. The protagonist suddenly lets the other guy go when he senses something is wrong. He quickly forms a fireball after hearing a noise from the forest. Then he shifts everyone's attention toward the trees and says something is coming. The birds burst out of the forest as whatever is approaching disturbs the silence. From the trees, fierce dark monsters with green eyes rush straight at the boys. When MC sees them, he shouts that they're undead. The Spear Tower honor student asks how undead got into the test area, and the rest of them look terrified. The Yellow Tower honor student freezes in fear. He tells himself he has to run, but when he turns, there's nowhere to go. He stops cold, his face full of despair. The undead have already formed a ring around them, cutting off every escape route. Suddenly, Russell throws up a huge wall of fire around the group, while Pepper rushes in to fight some of the beasts. The Yellow Tower honor student sees the fire wall and realizes he is using fourth circle magic, something none of them can do. The protagonist tells them each to take a direction and fight any monsters that break through the flames. The students just stare at him, too scared to move. Russell yells at them to answer him. They're running out of time. Everyone stammers out a reply as they realize they were the ones ambushed after thinking they had trapped him. The Yellow Tower student tells himself they were idiots for provoking someone like MC. If they had pushed things further, it would have ended badly. While he's thinking, one undead breaks through the wall and comes at him. The moment it gets through, it's met with fire arrows that punch right through it. Thanks to his quick reaction, he tells them the firewall won't hold forever, so they need to find the sorcerer controlling these undead beasts. Elsewhere in the forest, 2 sorcerers controlling the beasts talk. One says the kid from the fire tower is here, meaning Russell, and the other laughs and wonders how long he'll last. Back in the forest, more undead keep breaking through the fire barrier. A huge zombie charges in again, and ends up with a hole in its head after the protagonist blasts it with a fire ray. Standing before the headless zombie, MC thinks about where these undead came from. He remembers the heretics who chased forbidden magic. He recalls that the Flame Tower Master once slaughtered members of that cult. Russell wonders if these are survivors from that same group, still alive after its destruction. Our boy starts wondering what the heretics want, now that they've come here. While he thinks, 3 undead that got through the flames rush him. He fires another ray of flame and blows holes through their heads. He realizes digging too deep into these thoughts will distract him, so he forces himself to focus on the fight. He figures the magic being used is a kind of curse. The protagonist remembers that one trait of these curses is that they use very little mana. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for them. They're burning too much mana against a non-stop wave of undead soldiers. He quickly turns to the others and tells them to use their mana more carefully. Then he explains, they need to lower their attack power and aim for vital spots on the undead. The Yellow Tower honor student hears that and says it sounds easy, but doing it is the hard part. The White Tower student agrees and says the selection judges should arrive soon anyway, so they just need to hold out until then. But the Lance Tower honor student cuts in and says the judges are not coming. The Yellow Tower girl stares at her and asks what she means. Russell agrees with the White Tower student at first and says he has a point. There's no way the selection judges should miss something like this. They're envoys from the capital's great magic towers, and would have noticed it. They should have sensed this evil energy around them. But the Lance Tower student disagrees and says the enemy is likely using a trap to erase all mana traces. MC recalls the circle he saw before finding this place, and that makes the girl's guess seem right. The Yellow Tower student starts worrying that they may have to face all of this alone. The Lance Tower student realizes their best shot is to follow his advice, so she tells everyone to shrink their attacks and sharpen the edges. She does the same with her ice spears, reshaping them before firing 3 straight into 3 zombies' heads. The hits drop them with ease. At the same time, the White Tower student adjusts his light beam to use less mana. One of the sorcerers notices the students are conserving energy and tells his partner they're sharp. The other sorcerer, clearly the superior, says it does not matter. He is about to give them a problem that will stop them from saving mana. Right behind them, a huge undead troll appears, carrying a massive metal axe. Through the wall of fire, the students notice something different coming through the flames. This time, the giant monster walks through the fire without trouble, still wearing armor and holding its axe. Everything is about to change. The monster turns toward them, its green eyes glowing as it snarls. Every student freezes in shock when they realize a troll has entered the fight. The Lance Tower student quickly spreads ice in front of it, trying to make it slip and lose balance, while the White Tower student attacks at the same time. He throws light spheres and fires deadly rays with a spell called Crystal Laser. After the attack ends, the troll looks completely fine, not a single wound on it. All his attacks did was make it angrier. The troll raises its weapon and swings down at the White Tower honor student. The boy just stands there, frozen with fear and unable to move. Then Russell summons his signature move and calls forth the blazing spear. Before anyone can react, the protagonist leaps at the monster and slashes across its chest with full power. The spear tears into the troll and burns through its body. MC lands and watches to see how much damage he dealt. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the core the sorcerer used to control the troll suddenly shatters, catching him off guard. The junior complains to his senior that he took down a whole troll in one strike, but the senior only grows angrier. Inside the firewall, the Lance Tower honor student realizes Russell's spell is something special. She studies the burning weapon and sees that its power rivals Fifth Circle magic. Still staring at the protagonist, she wonders if he really goes to the same academy as her. MC does not notice her watching because something in the sky grabs his attention. He looks up and sees Pepper circling one exact spot. At the enemy camp, the sorcerers notice Pepper hovering above them and do not know what to do. He smiles when he catches the signal and says he has found their hiding place. He activates his mage body to boost his strength, draws back with the flaming spear and hurls it. His eyes go wide with fury as he puts all his power into the throw. Russell launches the spear with everything he has, then tells them it is their turn to be attacked. A blast of fire bursts from him and races straight toward the forest where the sorcerers are hiding. They see the attack coming, and the junior warns his superior that they have to move. Their position has been exposed. The flaming spear tears through the sky as it heads right for them. The senior sorcerer chooses not to dodge and says they need to block it. To stop it, they command several undead to jump in front of the spear and take the hit. The undead rush at the spear without hesitation. The zombies slam into it, causing a violent blast. But the senior sorcerer is stunned by what happens next. Using the undead as shields does not work at all. The spear blasts through them and keeps coming. He quickly starts forming a shield to knock it back. Soon, a huge explosion erupts in the forest. The students see it from where they stand. Russell stares at the blast and wonders if he hit them. The undead army attacking them also seems to stop once he strikes the ones controlling it. From the explosion site, the senior sorcerer curses that Darius Snow White seems to have created a monster. He is holding the junior sorcerer in front of him as a human shield and says they had been saving a secret weapon for the selection judges. Now the senior sorcerers grin and say it looks like they will have to use it on the protagonist first. In the middle of the forest, MC sees something horrifying. Some undead skeletons are moving toward them while holding students from their academy as hostages. Around a dozen skeletons appear, each with one student, making it impossible to fight without hurting their classmates. Back at the academy, some corrupt teachers try to stop Professor Hubert from entering the exam center. They politely argue that only the selection judges are allowed inside. Hubert does not listen and walks in to speak with his senior brother, Olsen. Olsen sees him and asks if the mission he went on is finished. Hubert quickly reports that the cult's followers are on the move too. Hubert says the cult members are after Russell, and that the candidates at the exam site are also in danger. That angers Olsen, who asks how the cult dared to cause trouble while he is here. Meanwhile, in the forest, the sorcerer warns the students not to move a single finger if they do not want trouble. He controls the undead and forces the captives to kneel, with swords pointed at them. The sorcerer says he will kill every hostage and turn them into soldiers if anyone tries anything funny. Russell stays quiet and notices the captives have been gagged so they cannot cast spells. He considers blinking over to the sorcerer and stabbing him with his fire spear. The problem is the man could order the undead to kill the hostages before he dies, which would make the plan worthless. And not just the captives, everyone there could die. The sorcerer tells them not to resist and orders them to come forward. He calls out him by name, mocking him as the boy from the Flame Tower. That confirms his suspicion. They came here for him. He clenches his fist and lets out an aura, but decides striking back now is too risky. So he steps forward slowly, just as ordered, to avoid getting anyone killed. The sorcerer says it is impressive that he would give up his life to save his friends. Russell scoffs and says those people are barely his friends. They are the kind who use the weak for their own gain. The Yellow Tower honor student hears that and realizes they are in deep trouble. The protagonist adds that they also cling to the strong when it benefits them, and the Lance Tower honor student feels ashamed hearing it. MC goes on, saying all he ever got from the other students was scorn, hatred, and envy. To him, they are all just people jealous of others. The sorcerer falls silent, taking in those words. Then Russell breaks the silence and says the man probably would not understand. He explains that he is doing this because a guardian's duty is to protect people. His words shock the others, who expected anger and resentment instead. The sorcerer cannot understand that way of thinking and asks how he can still talk about duty and justice in a world where the strong hunt the weak. He says words like that are too big for weak people. Russell smiles and fires back that it is funny hearing that from someone who hid all day and was too scared to kill his enemies himself. The insult clearly hits, though the sorcerer tries to stay calm. He answers that if the protagonist wants it so badly, he will grant his wish. Then one of the undead skeletons suddenly appears behind MC and grabs his arm. The sorcerer orders the undead to gag him too, so he cannot cast, then says he will kill him with his own hands since that is what he wanted. Calling him the boy from the Flame Tower, the sorcerer lets a dark aura cover his body. Once the protagonist is pinned down, the man pulls out a strange green sword and jokes that it is a shame Russell will not be able to hear his own screams as he dies. Then he steps closer. The man closes in and raises the blade to stab MC. He remembers a kind of magic that needs no chant. It can be cast with thought alone. He thinks back to when he made a spirit contract and the system told him he would get a bonus reward for reaching great insight in spirit summoning. At the time, he wondered what that reward was. In that memory, the system gave him a strange ring. Back in the present, he realizes artifact magic can be used without casting spells. The item is called the Clouded Ring, and though it looks normal, it can turn into a thundercloud when needed. A huge storm cloud suddenly forms above them. The sorcerer doesn't notice and keeps talking, saying Russell Raymond's death will be the first step in their revenge. Then thunder cracks behind him, and he freezes, wondering what just happened. Looking up, he spots the strange thundercloud overhead. At the same time, the protagonist Raymond, still bound by the undead, starts giving off lightning. When the moment is right, he commands the thundercloud with his mind to strike them all. The flash is so massive, even the honor students cover their faces. Lightning keeps crashing down, burning everything in its path. The sorcerer passes out and drops the core he was using to control the undead. It hits the ground and breaks. He stands there stiff and twitching as electricity runs through his body. At last he falls, and the undead soldiers drop too. Russell Raymond is the only one still standing, still crackling with electricity. MC tries to loosen the rope tied behind him, then someone steps up behind him. That person helps him free himself. It's the honor student from the Spear Tower. She can't believe he thought of artifact magic in a moment like this and quietly admits he's really something else. Once she's done, Russell Raymond smiles and thanks her for the help. She scratches her head and says they should be the ones thanking him. Then she quickly turns and says they need to call the judges right away. She tells him everyone looks hurt and needs treatment. Nearby, the Yellow Tower honor student unties another student and tells him not to forget to report what he did. The protagonist Raymond says the judges will be here soon. When she asks how they could know, he just smiles and says his friend will lead them here. Nearby, Pepper finds the trap the sorcerer is used to block mana and burns it with his breath. Then Pepper leaves a trail of fire through the forest so anyone searching can follow it to the students. Russell Raymond explains this, and the Spear Tower honor student is amazed by how far ahead he planned. As she walks off, MC notices something else. His ring is still sparking. He looks at the clouded ring and realizes it uses far more mana than he expected. As the Spear Tower student moves past the unconscious bodies, the sorcerer's body starts to move. With half his face burned, he begins chanting to a spirit and says he offers his devotion to it. As he dies, he declares that he gives his life, his years, and even this death. Hearing that, Russell Raymond and the Spear Tower honor student turn at once to see what's happening. The sorcerer casts a horrible spell, merging his body with all the undead corpses to summon something called the Giant Skeleton. A massive undead skeleton rises, clearly out for revenge. He tenses under its shining aura and realizes this monster is far beyond the fifth circle. The Spear Tower honor student tells everyone to run into the forest because this new enemy is on another level. The Yellow Tower honor student is the first to bolt. On his way out, he spots the bag of green mana stones and thinks about taking it. The Spear Tower honor student then notices Russell Raymond isn't running and asks why he's staying to fight. The protagonist says the monster is focused on him, so he's the only one who can hold it off until the judges arrive. Meanwhile, Olsen and Professor Hubert race toward the training ground. The girl figures the protagonist must be out of mana and wonders what he plans to do. The monster quickly raises its claws and smashes down where MC was standing. He teleports away, since no shield could block that hit. He forms a fire spear and realizes even one blow from this thing could kill him, so he attacks first. The spear tears a deep gash into the monster, but it still looks far from dead. Russell Raymond sees the hit worked, yet this fight is going to be harder than he thought. Then he sees the flesh healing and wonders if the creature can regenerate too. While he's thinking, the monster swings its tail at him and misses. A second attack comes right at his face. He dodges that one too, but the monster moves again before he can steady himself. Realizing he's in trouble, he cries out and a blast of ice slams into the tail, knocking it off course. Russell Raymond is stunned, since he was about to be skewered. Nearby, the Spear Tower honor student shouts that he saved her life, so she can't just leave him behind. The monster turns toward the new threat in surprise. The other students keep running for safety, while she remembers his words about a guardian's duty. Meanwhile, the White Tower honor student and a few others hear the monster roar and turn back. The Yellow Tower student asks why they're going back and calls them insane. He says, what happens to those two is none of their problem. At the same time, the young sorcerer wakes up, showing he survived after all. He sees the monster and wonders if his superior used a sacrifice spell. Then he laughs at Russell Raymond and says he deserves this. Meanwhile, the other students return to help fight. The White Tower honor student apologizes for being late, and the protagonist is shocked they came back. He looks at them in total confusion. Then he smiles, glad to have their support. He summons his flaming spear and says he won't stop them if they really want to fight with him. Still, he warns them to follow his lead if they want to live and win this battle. Meanwhile, the Spear Tower honor student keeps the monster busy. Russell Raymond tells the others he'll open a gap with his flaming spear, and they need to hit with everything they have. He throws his spear again, aiming straight for the monster's face. Just before it hits, he signals the others to attack. Their combined strike causes a huge explosion. Half the monster's face is blown away, but it's still standing. MC tells them to go again, though his hands are now shaking. He immediately tries to summon another flaming spear. Meanwhile, the teachers find the trail Pepper made. Russell Raymond says they all stood with him because protecting people is a guardian's duty, so now they have to push even further. He tells himself he has to protect them, then creates another flaming spear and drives it to full output. His eyes turn reptilian, showing he's entered dragon mode. He fires the spear at maximum power. The other students launch their spells too. The huge flaming spear streaks through the air and smashes into the monster's face again. Soon after, Vermilion reaches the battlefield. He's shocked to see the students fighting a giant skeleton and wonders what these weak kids think they can do together. In his eyes, they should have just run. Vermilion Olsen believes weakness only brings others down. To him, if one person falls, everyone falls with them. But then he watches Russell Raymond push out a full-power fire spear and send it straight at the monster. As he waits to see the result, he notices the spear ripping through it. In that moment, Vermilion realizes that when one weak person stands up, the rest can rise too. He watches as their teamwork triggers a huge explosion and blows the monster's head off. Then the senior sorcerer's head is revealed, making it clear he's the one controlling the creature. He screams that it isn't over, and the monster starts healing again. Vermilion instantly takes command and charges. He uses a spell called Overheat, pouring a massive amount of energy into his hand. The sorcerer is stunned when he sees Vermilion rushing straight at him. Vermilion calls it an evil thing and orders it to vanish. The blast is so bright it nearly blinds the students, and the monster is completely vaporized. Russell Raymond smiles at Vermilion and says if he was going to step in, he should have done it sooner. Then he suddenly passes out from mana exhaustion. Professor Hubert catches him and praises his hard work. Vermilion smiles back, clearly impressed. The screen shows that Russell Raymond earned the last judge's approval and received an intermediate stone. Sometime later, he wakes up somewhere else. He sits up and finds Professor Hubert beside him. His first question is whether the other candidates are safe. Hubert assures him they are, thanks to him. He says that's a relief, and Hubert agrees, adding that everyone might have died without him. He says he had help. The professor then asks if he wants to know the test result. Russell Raymond suddenly remembers the exam and urges him to tell him what happened. Hubert explains that the judges had a lot to think about, especially after the heretics attacked. Because of that attack, the third test no longer mattered, since teamwork ended up being more important than competition. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tower student ran back with all the mana stones instead of staying to fight. With that in mind, the professor says the judges reached a final decision. Russell Raymond earned the highest score in the selection test. The protagonist is stunned to hear he placed first. He thanks the professor, glad he can finally graduate from the academy. The professor adds that an investigation into the heretics has started to find who planned the attack. He assures MC that they will uncover the truth soon. Russell Raymond then tells Hubert there was another heretic on the field. The professor is surprised by that, since they had only found one. It seems the wounded sorcerer escaped during the chaos. As he fled, he swore he would pay for humiliating him. Vermilion, who was nearby, remarks that they must have lost the other sorcerer. Vermilion then steps in and asks to speak with the protagonist alone for a bit. Hubert protests, saying MC needs rest. Sensing the tension, MC calms him down and says it is fine. Later, Vermilion and he head out. Vermilion says he must have felt held back while fighting the heretics. He means fighting alongside weaker people. He says he still believes weakness is a flaw, and that has not changed. The protagonist agrees but says the weak give the strong a reason to grow stronger and protect them. Because of that, the weak keep trying to improve, inspired by those strong enough to shield them. That way, no one is left behind and everyone moves forward together. Vermilion listens without speaking. Then he smiles and says that was not a bad answer. He tosses MC a white bag and tells him to open it. MC, shocked, unwraps it and finds a cloth he quickly recognizes as a robe from the Flame Tower. Vermilion smirks and tells him not to get ahead of himself yet. He explains that if he wants to join the Flame Tower, there is still one more test. He is confused, since the selection test is already over. The senior explains that this is an old tradition they must pass before joining. Suddenly, Vermilion creates a circle around himself. He declares that Russell Raymond must force him out of it using any spell he wants. He adds that if the protagonist cannot move him, there will be a fitting price. MC warns him not to regret giving him a free chance to attack, then pulls out a mana stone from his pouch and consumes it. He grins and repeats that he can use any magic he wants. Russell Raymond smiles as he works out a plan. Soon after, Hubert notices something that catches him off guard. Vermilion braces himself, but one of his lightning strikes hits him and pushes one leg over the circle. He smiles, remembering he is protected by armor equal to at least a 5th circle spell. Yet somehow this kid's attack still drives him back. Hubert rushes over and asks Senior Olison what he is doing. He complains that he is picking on the boy before he has even recovered. Vermilion stands firm and says this is a long-standing tradition of the Flame Tower. Hubert shoots back that this is the kind of behavior he would expect from a brand new disciple. Vermilion gets mad and asks what that is supposed to mean, insisting the tradition is meant to teach Russell Raymond discipline before he joins them. Hubert angrily replies that if they pile any more discipline onto the boy, the academy pillars might collapse. Then Hubert apologizes to the protagonist for Senior Vermilion, but the protagonist just laughs and says it is fine. Ignoring Hubert, Vermilion tells MC he is the only person to pass this test since it began. It seems MC used a special spell he created by combining his magic ring's power with the burning spear at the same time. On top of that, to Vermilion's surprise, he even summoned a spirit to strengthen the attack. Vermilion admits he is honestly impressed, and Hubert is shocked to learn he summoned a spirit. Russell Raymond calls out Pepper and introduces the spirit to them. The two men look at it and think it is adorable. Sometime later, at the academy graduation, the protagonist Raymond gives the valedictorian speech. He wishes the other students well as they move on with their lives. Everyone applauds after he finishes speaking. Sometime later, Hubert praises the speech and MC thanks him. Hubert reminds him he is not a student anymore, so he should call him Senior Brother now. He agrees and calls him Big Brother. Brother Hubert smiles and asks whether he has a place to stay in the capital. Russell Raymond says he was thinking about renting a small room on the edge of the city. Hubert tells him not to do that and says he can stay at his house since he cannot go home until his contract with the academy ends. The protagonist eagerly asks if that is really okay, and Hubert says yes. Brother Hubert adds that he bought the master's house, and it is funny that he still has not really used it. Some time later, MC moves in. The system congratulates him on graduating and gives him an unknown reward along with, for the first time, a high-grade mana stone. Russell Raymond checks the unknown reward and finds the same map as before. The system tells him to go to the marked location and complete the linked mission. He smiles because he knows the place. It is a forbidden island humans cannot set foot on, called Cool Island. It is packed with magical beasts and so dangerous that you need to be at least 6th circle to survive there. Our boy thinks about how curious he is to see what this chance really wants from him. He remembers that the King's Horn power was placed inside him. He starts to wonder whether all of this is only to make him stronger, or if there is some bigger mission he is meant to prepare for. He sits down to rest and realizes he still does not know. Still, he decides he has to grow stronger no matter what, because there is already so much he wants to protect. Some time later, in a carriage, Vermilion asks the protagonist if this is his first time going to the capital. The protagonist says no, he has been there before. Vermilion remembers he is from the Raymond family, so of course he would know it. Then MC tells Senior Vermilion he wants to ask something. He asks about the task Hubert was given and whether it has to do with the heretics. Vermilion just looks at him and listens. Our guy says that otherwise Hubert would not have returned right when they were attacked. Vermilion smiles and says he is sharp. He confirms the guess and explains that Hubert's mission is to track the heretic group. He adds that he is not even sure "roop" is the right word for that cult. Russell Raymond admits that he wants to help with that mission too. Vermilion is taken aback by the sudden request and asks if he is serious. He studies the boy closely and realizes he is not bluffing. Smiling, he tells him that since he is a man, it is fine to dream big. He promises to tell the master about his interest and he thanks him. Vermilion says he will only do it if the protagonist can learn the spell he is about to teach before they reach the capital. The protagonist laughs, realizing Brother Vermilion really does love making bets. He says the spell is called Overheat. Smiling, he says it is magic meant to kill in a single blow. Vermilion activates the spell and explains that it works by focusing mana into one point for a brief moment. Then he says, you can think of it like pulling back your mana and firing it like a slingshot. He grins and asks if MC can do that. Later, the two get out of the carriage to test whether MC can use Overheat. He slows his breathing and tries to gather all his mana into one palm. Later, he fires it at a rock. When the smoke clears, the stone has a huge hole in it, so the test seems like a success. Vermilion smiles to himself and says this went beyond his expectations. He is amazed that Russell Raymond used Overheat with his own fire-based origin magic. He wonders if he has ever seen anyone this talented with it. Then the protagonist's hand starts to shake. Vermilion explains that Overheat uses instant focus, so he has to be careful, because he will not be able to attack right away after using it. MC notes that this makes it risky against a strong enemy. Vermilion smiles and says that is not always true. He explains that the best defense is the strongest attack, When they reach the capital, Vermilion reminds him of what he said about never knowing when someone stronger might appear. He says that strong people often look down on the weak, and there is always a moment when they let their guard down. Meanwhile, a man named Alan tries to help an older man down from a high place. He sees him and recognizes him. Vermilion keeps explaining that if he ever ends up in that kind of fight, the hidden trick he saves for the end will decide the winner. Later, he meets Master Daria Snow White. He thanks her for the help that brought him this far. She just smiles and congratulates him on joining the Flame Tower. She tells him his arrival lines up with a visit from the Spear Tower Master, Hemingway Melville, who came with the young Spear Tower Mage, Alan Page Melville. Melville speaks up and says he was wondering why Daria Snow White chose today of all days to meet him. Then he says he now sees it was so she could show off the disciple she gained in her later years, and Daria Snow White proudly admits he is right. She says that the protagonist Raymond is a hero who defeated a heretic at a young age. The protagonist Raymond looks at Alan Page again and remembers that in his past life, Alan earned the title of youngest 6th Circle Mage within just a few years. He recognizes him as a rare genius, and recalls that he was the mage who saved his life. Melville jokes with Daria Snow White and says it is only natural for him to brag. Then he adds that if she looks at it fairly, Alan's skills are better. Vermilion is already tired of them arguing again. Daria Snow White asks Melville if he forgot her disciple is younger than his. He says he knows, and the two keep trading jabs until Alan puts a hand on Melville's shoulder and says his master usually isn't like this. He explains that Melville only acts childish around Daria Snow White. Melville snaps and calls Alan a brat for saying nonsense, but Alan just jokes that he must miss being young. Alan starts reminding him that they still need to visit the royal palace, and Melville agrees. Then Alan walks over to Russell and apologizes for how his master acted when they first met. MC laughs and says it's fine. Then he admits he was a little disappointed because he wanted to show Alan his magic. Vermilion is stunned and assumes the boy needs to be talked down. Melville just laughs and says Russell is bold. Then he asks where that confidence comes from and lets his aura fill the room. He is shaken by the Tower Master's power and says it feels like standing in the middle of an ocean. Melville laughs at that and says he didn't expect to be surprised at his age. As he gets ready to leave, he asks Daria Snow White for a wager, and that catches her off guard. He says that if her disciple fully catches up to his in 5 years, he'll give her one of his mythical relics. Daria Snow White looks pleased and says, Russell hears this and remembers that mythical relics are artifacts from the lost age of myths. From what he knows, even the weakest ones hold mana close to the 7th circle. Daria Snow White says it should be 3 years instead, and Melville is stunned. She adds that if her disciple fails to catch up in 3 years, she'll hand over her own mythical relic. Master Melville laughs and reminds her she can't take it back now. She only smiles and tells him to get his artifact ready. At last, Melville leaves and tells Alan to come with him. Alan bows politely and tells the Master of Flame they'll be taking their leave while Melville keeps laughing. Once they're outside, Alan asks if it was really okay to bet a mythical relic. Melville says it wasn't, which shocks Alan. Then the Master turns to him and tells him to do everything he can and give it his all. Alan makes a face and says he feels like the older one in this relationship. Meanwhile, Vermilion tells the protagonist he really can't stay quiet on his first day. He asks if Alan is his friend, and the protagonist apologizes. The boy starts wondering if he really did something wrong. Later, Lady Daria speaks with MC and says Olsen told her he wants to help track down the cult members. He confirms that he does. Master Daria says his timing is good, because she just received reports from their spies. They found traces of the cultist who attacked the academy. He was seen somewhere in Sudra, a neutral city, and is trying to escape alone. He remembers that Sudra is basically a safe haven for criminals, which is probably why the man chose it. Master Daria adds that tracking him should be easier for him, since she has faced him before. She says the only issue is that the criminal will probably be ready to fight back again. She asks if he still wants to take the risk. The protagonist surprises her by saying he'll do his duty as a guardian of the kingdom. She seems pleased with that answer and tells him he'll leave the next morning. Then she says she'll prepare a teleport gate and reminds him not to forget his supplies. The boy is happy she gave him permission, and he thinks this is the first step to stopping Professor Hubert's death. The next morning, Russell heads to Sudra by carriage. Inside, he's surprised they gave him 2 high-grade potions he could never afford to use. MC figures his master is worried about him, even if she approved the mission. During the trip, he notices a building that makes him stop for a moment. It's the Louvre Museum, where his time travel began. He rushes to the room where he saw the dragon heart. He tells himself he's been wondering this whole time why such a miracle happened to him. His answer is that he was given this chance to grow stronger and save more people. Then a screen appears with a mission to obtain the dragon folk's heart, with an unknown reward. Another notice gives him a mission called Dragonization, where he can call on a dragon's power at will, with a reward of 3 intermediate stones. Russell realizes that protecting the dragon folk's heart means making a huge contribution first, enough to earn something owned by the royal family. That won't be easy, but it's possible. He checks the other mission and wonders what the heck Dragonization even is. The system notices he doesn't understand and decides to explain. To show him, the system triggers a strange burst of mana and his eyes turn dragon-like. The protagonist remembers feeling this before. When his magic surged in a crisis, he notices his reptile eyes in the mirror and wonders if that's really him. Later that day, he figures this power must have appeared during the fire test, and that's probably why he survived it. He wants to control that feeling whenever he chooses. He also thinks about combining dragonization with overheat. If he can pull that off, it could become a deadly blow close to the sixth circle. The only problem is that he has no idea how to master it, since the power only appears on its own when he's in danger. Pepper hears him complain that the mission leaves no time to train and realizes normal practice won't bring out dragonization. Pepper gets an idea and tries to drag him away. He keeps grumbling, saying that no matter how hard he focuses, he can't recreate that same sense of danger. Pepper sees he still won't move and gets angry. Suddenly, Russell feels a stream of fire brush his face. He jumps up and sees Pepper growling in the dragon tongue. MC laughs and asks if Pepper can help him. Pepper grins and growls yes. Later, he sits still while Pepper rests on his head. He tries to enter the world of mana, the way Lady Alo taught him. Soon, he reaches it in his mind and remembers being here with Alo before. The flow of time is different here from the normal world, so it might be the perfect place to train magic. The only problem is that he doesn't have a sparring partner. Then he turns when something startles him. A giant dragon appears, and of course it's Pepper. Russell is shocked to see Pepper's true form, but Pepper just nudges him playfully. The protagonist thanks Pepper for helping, but says he's not comfortable fighting him. Then he notices Pepper brought other spirit beings for him to battle, and laughs. Relieved, he worried for nothing. One of the spirits looks like a man, and Russell smiles when he sees it. He snaps his fingers and asks Pepper for one favor. Meanwhile, in a pub in Sudra, some spies report to their captain that pagans have left the city and ask if they should chase them. The captain orders everyone to get ready to move. He also tells a man named Jackson to inform Delia that the situation has changed. Jackson confirms the order and tells everyone to be careful. The captain smiles and says there's no need to worry. Then he adds that he heard a prodigy trained by Delia herself is coming to help. He says he won't let anyone steal his chance to have some fun. Right after that, he orders the men to follow him and heads out on the mission. 3 days later, at a hideout in Sudra, Jackson realizes they need the Flame Tower prodigy to get there fast. He sends a report through a crystal sphere saying the Flame Tower scouts have gone missing. Later that day, some men notice something strange in the street. They're surprised to see a kid like Russell in a rough place like Sudra. Sudra is a neutral city where criminals often come to escape the law. MC realizes it would have taken much longer to reach Sudra without the teleport gate in the royal city. Even with it, the trip still took a week. But thanks to his image training in the spirit realm, he kept training the whole way, and it felt like months had passed before he got here. He remembers his battles in the spirit realm and how he managed to learn dragonization. After that, the system tells him he can now use a dragon's power at will, and his dragon horns will appear based on his current level. He's also told that during dragonization, his flame abilities rise a lot. Even so, he knows there are still big problems to fix. He remembers fighting horrible spirits there, and how his dragonization ended after only a few seconds, letting the monsters slam him to the ground. The first problem is that the power lasts only 15 seconds. The second is the backlash after using it. Just like overheat, he's left wide open right after. Meanwhile, as Russell walks, a thick club suddenly swings in front of him. A man stops him and asks if he's lost. Smiling, the man says he can show him the way if he wants. But he says nothing, since it's obvious the guy is trying to rob him. The protagonist snatches the club from his hand and says it's quite a coincidence running into him. The men surrounding him are left confused. After getting beaten up, the cheerful thug happily leads Russell to a place called Wyvern Tavern, just like he promised. The two battered men bow respectfully and say they hope he had a... MC laughs to himself, thinking these guys are hopeless idiots, then tells them to get lost. When he walks in, he spots Jackson working as the bartender. As he sits down, Jackson asks what he wants, and the protagonist orders a red drake mixed with a 12-year Briggs. A man nearby laughs and calls him crazy for asking for a drink that strong. Russell knows that mix could kill someone, but it is really a secret code used by the Fire Tower. Jackson catches it right away and thinks it is hard to believe someone this young is a Fire Tower divine agent. As he serves the drink, he wonders if MC is too young for this job. Suddenly, a magic barrier wraps around him. Jackson explains that it blocks sound, so no one else can hear them. He introduces himself as a mage from the Red Tower sent here, and says he is working undercover as the manager of the Yellow Wyvern. Russell introduces himself too, then suggests they talk somewhere else. Once outside, he asks about the scouts who vanished 3 days ago. Jackson says it is true, and the last report they got said the scouts were heading for the desert ruins while tracking the sorcerer who attacked the boys. The protagonist asks if they walked into a trap, but Jackson says those men are too careful for that. MC asks for a map to the desert ruins. Jackson wants to know why, and MC says he is going to rescue them. But Jackson warns that this is not a place he should enter alone. The ruins are near the Empire's border and extremely dangerous. He says it sounds like Jackson doubts him, but Jackson tells him to wait for backup. Then the protagonist releases his mana aura, shocking the man. Jackson remembers hearing that MC had just reached the 4th circle, but the power coming off him feels like at least 5th level magic. Worse, he controls it with ease. Coughing under the pressure, Jackson admits he judged too fast and says he will explain the route to the ruins. Russell smiles, seeing that his plan worked. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Sudra, the sorcerer reports to high-ranking members of the heretical sect and says he left traces just as ordered. The two hidden sorcerers praise him and say they can already smell the blood of whoever comes to investigate. The next morning, he heads for the desert ruins. As he drinks from a water bottle, he wishes he had known about the heat sooner, so he could have improved his ice magic. The place is so hot that he pours some water over his head. Eventually, he reaches the building in the middle of the desert ruins where the men were last seen. He notices the place has many entrances and figures that if his only goal were finding the cultists, he could just destroy the ruins and force them out. But if the scouts are trapped inside, he cannot do that, so he has to go in. Russell guesses the building is probably full of traps, so he chooses a different route. To catch them off guard, he jumps onto the roof, climbs down through the ceiling, and uses wind magic to soften the fall. After landing, he is glad to see no trap was waiting for him. Looking ahead, he finds a huge drawing of a man fighting beside a dragon. The man next to it looks like a black-haired warrior. He checks the end of the picture to see the enemy, but part of it has been torn away. Then someone says it is surprising to see him here. Russell turns and spots the sorcerer from before. The sorcerer cannot believe the academy kid actually came after him. On both sides of him stands an army of enemies. He says he is glad Russell came in alone, since now he will not have to hunt him down again. As usual, the army is made of undead soldiers. The man says he will grant the protagonist death as thanks. Mixney laughs and asks if he is not talking a little too big for someone like him. The sorcerer gets furious, his eyes blazing. He orders him to die, and the undead rush him. The sorcerer notes that these are the bodies of elite soldiers who died in battle, so they should be much stronger than the ones the protagonist fought before. He smiles to himself, sure this place will become MC's grave. Then MC answers at once. He throws up a wall of fire around himself just like before. The sorcerer is stunned and asks if he is using the same spell again. He laughs and says no, this time it will be different. He remembers that dragonification was not the only thing he trained in the spirit realm. Trusting that training, he starts expanding the fire barrier. Then he decides to add a vector formula to make it move, turning it into a wave of fire. The undead army stays trapped around it, unable to cross. Then the wall burns even hotter and grows larger. Flames burst outward and swallow the undead. The fire burns through them and fills the whole room. The sorcerer watches in shock as his army is destroyed, and he realizes it should not have been this easy. After the flames die down, Russell walks toward him and says he can see him. The sorcerer is stunned because he was hidden under an invisibility cloak. He cannot believe the protagonist used detection magic in the middle of the flames. Cursing, he realizes he is in trouble and too late to run. MC charges him with a wild grin and says it is too late to escape. The hit is so strong that a huge blast tears through the entire ruin. The man survives, but collapses and starts coughing hard. Blood pours from his mouth, and he wonders if this is really all he has. He walks up and tells him to surrender now and make things easier for both of them. The man says he cannot, and the protagonist asks what he means. The man staggers to his feet and says his soul is no longer his own, and on top of that, he sold his family too. Then he screams that he gave up everything he had. Suddenly, two people appear above the ruins and jump through the opening while Mency is not looking. A woman named Betty uses a spell called Demonic Claw, and the man uses one called Nightmare Tail. They seem to be the people the sorcerer was reporting to. Mency quickly turns and sees the monsters rushing at him. Both attacks slam into where he is standing, and dust and smoke cover the area. When it clears, Betty laughs at the sorcerer and says he looks great. The man says he knows the sorcerer is only bait, but it is still pathetic that a kid this young beat him up so badly. Betty mocks him, saying that shriveled rat look fits him perfectly. The already broken sorcerer tells them Russell is the one they want. He says this is the target, the disciple of the Flame Tower Master. The two cultists are shocked, then become furious when they hear the name Daria Snow White. Meanwhile, he blocks the blow with a shield. He lowers it and tells them filthy people like them should keep his master's name out of their mouths. Then another screen appears with a mission. Capture at least one of the three cultists, or kill them all. The cultists turn to him, and the man says a quick death would have been much kinder. Beth agrees, laughing like a maniac. She calls Daria Snow White a bitch, and says there is no way her disciple will die easily. The woman declares that she will kill him, turn his body into a puppet, and make it dance in front of the flame tower. The male cultist orders the sorcerer, calling him Xavier, to seal the entrance while he brings out his nightmare tails. Beth blocks the entrance with bones from dead soldiers. She activates her demonic claws and grins, saying this is getting fun. Russell notices these two are attacking head-on instead of hiding in the shadows and sending undead after him like the other sorcerers. He realizes they are nothing like the enemies he faced before. Beth yells, asking if he is not going to attack because if he does not, they will. The protagonist says he wants to ask them something first. He asks what they did to the scouts who came before him. The male cultist asks what scouts he is talking about. Beth gets impatient and tells him to stop using cheap tricks to stall. She fires the demonic claw stingers at him, and the fight begins. Russell jumps away and wonders how they do not know about the scouts. Before he can land, the man targets him with whips from Nightmare Tail. The whips move fast, but MC still dodges them. He wonders if they truly do not know, or if they are pretending. He decides he will have to find out himself. Beth gets annoyed that he keeps dodging and curses at him. Then Russell stops playing around and summons his flame spear. He easily knocks aside the demonic claw with it, which shocks Xavier. The sorcerer behind them yells that this is the same spear that destroyed the giant skeleton. Beth laughs and says things are getting interesting. She raises both hands and summons 2 giant hands with demonic claw. The 2 hands lock together as she tries to crush him with more force. Then she forms her own weapon, a demonic claw spear, and grins wide. Laughing, she tells Russell to guess which spear is sharper. He says nothing and just stares at her. When Beth rushes in to attack, the man tells her not to act on her own. She ignores him, charges at the protagonist, and says it's pathetic to fear a kid like him. Meanwhile, Russell gets ready. The moment she rushes in, she thrusts her spear, and he meets it with his flame lance. The 2 weapons clash and her demonic spear shatters. Beth freezes in shock. Then she notices her arm is gone. A scream bursts out as she realizes it was sliced off. Then the man snaps his whip out and cuts off Beth's head, stunning MC. He calls her an idiot and says this is her fault. He told her not to act alone. Then he stares at Russell and calls him a disciple of the Tower of Flames. He's an enemy, sure, but the man admits he is skilled. His eyes start glowing, and he spreads a web of whips around himself as mana blows through the room. The protagonist just watches, confused, waiting for the next move. The man says he'll tear him apart with everything he's got. Russell spots the storm of whips and jumps back before they can hit. The man says talent won't save him. No one can block attacks coming from every direction. Then a huge burst of fire erupts where MC was standing. The man notices something strange, and suddenly he appears right in front of him, smiling. The man is stunned when he realizes the protagonist used Blink. The protagonist pours all his power into one hand with overheat and slams the man's stomach with his sorcerer body boost. The cultist groans from the surprise hit. Xavier sees it all and is stunned. He notices MC standing over the cultist and realizes they're losing again. He collapses in despair, cursing the cultist for bragging like they were actually special, and tells himself he won't die easily. Next to Beth's corpse, he spots a red object on the floor. He recognizes it as an artifact and gets an idea. Meanwhile, the beaten cultist trembles. The injured man tells him to stop playing around and kill him, but he tells him to shut up. He grabs the man's head and aims a blast of fire at him, demanding an answer. He asks what happened to the scouts. The man spits at the protagonist and asks why he keeps talking about scouts. He swears he has no idea what he's talking about, and the protagonist is shocked because it really seems like the man doesn't know. The cultist sees an opening and thinks MC let his guard down. He pulls a dagger to strike, but before he can, a long whip lashes across the room and wraps around his throat. Startled, MC turns and sees Xavier using another sacrifice spell with the artifact, changing into a monster. Our boy is shocked that he has to deal with another sacrifice spell again. The cultist looks at Xavier and wonders if that thing is the infernal giant's heart. Soon, the whip from Xavier drags him across the room. Meanwhile, Xavier keeps offering up his own life and death, and everyone else's to finish the spell. As the cultist is pulled toward the forming infernal giant, he thinks he can't let himself fuse with that monster. But it's too late. He's dragged in and impaled all over his body. Xavier calls the creature Abomination and orders it to descend as the sacrifice ends. In an instant, the giant mass becomes the Abomination. The mana pouring from it is so strong that Russell starts wondering what is wrong with this thing. Then the system updates the mission. All cultists are dead, and now he has to destroy the Abomination. The Abomination stares at him with glowing red, evil eyes. Xavier, now changed into the beast, looks at himself and growls. He asks the protagonist how he dared force him into this mess. The monster uses a spell called Demonic Claw Stinger and says he'll make sure MC is torn apart. MC is shocked when he realizes the Abomination is using Beth's magic. It fires several demonic claws at him, and he stares in horror. The impact is so massive it brings down the whole building. Luckily, he throws up a wall of fire to shield himself from the collapsing rubble. He curses Xavier, realizing he barely survived. Since the monster made the whole place collapse on top of itself, the protagonist calls him an idiot. He figures Xavier couldn't control that much power and dug his own grave. Then the rubble starts shaking, and it looks like the monster is still alive. Russell notices the shaking and blurts out. The Abomination bursts back out, clearly set on killing MC. It swings its triple chains and smashes them down where he stands, yelling for him to die. The Abomination swears it will devour him until nothing is left but bones. Then a blast of fire hits the monster in the back. Russell, who threw the fire lance, watches to see if it worked. The monster is swallowed by smoke and everything goes dark for a moment. Finally, it turns around completely unharmed and spits at him. It says his attacks won't work. The protagonist grimaces, realizing the monster is right. Its defense is insane. He knows he needs a way out, but the monster instantly attacks with its spiked chains. It tells him to think all he wants while slamming the chains into his position. Russell vanishes at once and tells himself he needs to buy time. The monster mocks him, telling him to run in despair before its overwhelming power. MC laughs and says there's no way he'd run from an idiot like this. Then he tells himself this is only the start and quickly summons Pepper. When Pepper appears, Russell asks for help, and Pepper eagerly agrees like always. Our boy lights fire in his hand and gets started. He throws up a wall of fire between himself and the monster, then turns it into a huge wave and sends it at the abomination. The massive wave crashes into the monster, and even though it blocks it, the attack still does some damage. The abomination calls him a fool, and asks if he really thought a spell like that could hurt it. But when it looks up, he is gone, and it wonders where he went. Hidden nearby, the protagonist grins and tells Pepper to move now. While the abomination is still looking around, Pepper rushes in. The dragon blasts the unaware monster with fire, then circles it fast, breathing more flames while trying to pin it down. Meanwhile, Russell flies above for the finishing strike. He's glad the monster's attention is off him, because now he can attack. He starts forming his flame lance, then mixes it with overheat, since it's the only spell he knows with overwhelming piercing power. Once Pepper sees the weapon is ready, he gets out of the way. At the same time, the monster yells at MC to stop hiding and show himself. Leaping toward its head, with the strange blaze lance, MC says he will. Right after that, our boy drives the blaze lance into the monster's head with huge force. Fire spreads through its head and body, but it tells him this is all useless. He laughs and says he knows it still hasn't seen his real trump card. Then he summons lightning. A huge sphere of electricity forms above the monster's head to strike it. Then he calls the lightning down onto the top of its skull. The spell is Thunder Giant's Hammer. The blazing bolt rips through the monster's whole body. The hit is so powerful that the abomination explodes on the spot. Thick smoke covers the area, making it hard to see. At last, Russell lands and wonders if he finally destroyed it. He looks closer and sees the top part of the monster has blown apart, revealing Xavier's skeleton. The system pops up and says the mission is complete, and his rewards are ready. Relieved that it's over, Russell falls onto his back. Pepper lands on his shoulder, and the protagonist praises him for doing a great job. Suddenly, the skull slips from the skeleton and drops to the floor. It bounces once and stops right in front of MC, startling him. Then the skeleton speaks his name and says, Daria Snow White trained an amazing boy in her final years. The skull wonders who would have guessed her prodigy would be a Raymond, and MC is stunned that it's talking. The skull goes on, wondering if the son will be even more interesting than the father. Our boy stays frozen in shock as he listens. Then he grabs the skull in anger and demands to know who's speaking, because it sounds like someone else is talking through it. The skull laughs and says he'll find out sooner or later. It also says he'll learn what his father looked like in his final years. Then it explodes in Russell's hands. The voice laughs and says his father had a truly fierce look. Frustrated that his enemies know his father, our boy breaks down crying in the rain. In the rain, he demands to know who the hell the voice is and starts cursing. Pepper comes to his side to comfort him. The remains of the abomination stay still in front of him. Meanwhile, someone watches the protagonist through a telescope and tells the others the battle is over. The man orders his subordinates to send a report to base. We cut to the 12th Desert at the Imperial Army's 2nd Battalion. Inside the base, Battalion Commander Viscount Montmartre reads the report from his men. He learns that the clash between a man believed to be an Endymion mage and a cultist ended with the mage winning. The report also says that, based on magical power, the mage is estimated to be above the 5th circle. This surprises him, and he calls for the intelligence officer. Viscount Montmartre demands to know how a mage that strong got so close to his territory without anyone noticing. The intelligence officer apologizes and says there were no reports of unusual movement from high-ranking Endymion mages. Another officer suggests it might be a new mage. He mentions a rumor that the Flame Tower recently gained a very young member. Trying to defend himself, the intelligence officer says the mage likely just graduated from the academy, so there is no reason to worry unless he nears the border. The commander snaps, calling him an idiot. A fresh graduate already above the 5th circle could become one of Endymion's biggest weapons. Both men fall silent. The commander lets out a tired sigh and curses under his breath. He wants nothing to do with this. Still, he says he has no choice but to call that maniac to handle the threat. Out in the desert, Russell sits on a sand dune, drinks some water, and stays lost in thought. He wonders if the cult really killed his father, then forces himself to focus on finding the scouts. With people tracking him now, he cannot afford to lose focus. Glancing to the side, MC figures they are probably scouts sent by the Empire. Since they have not attacked, he assumes they are only watching him. Then he notices a strange figure far away on the desert floor. When he looks closer, the person starts shining brightly, and Russell rushes over in his mage form to catch them. As he gets close, the figure vanishes completely. A cut suddenly appears on his cheek, and he drops to the ground. Getting back up, Russell wonders if what he saw was some kind of magic aura. A system message appears. He has encountered an enemy beyond anything he has faced before. His mission is to escape without being injured, and the reward is 5 mid-grade mana stones. Shocked, he turns to see who attacked him. The man is a swordsman, and the protagonist recognizes him as Spandon. With a grin, the swordsman says he had aimed for the protagonist's neck. He adds that the report about a master above the 5th circle must have been true. MC frowns at him. He realizes this is the Empire's superhuman, the disciple of the great swordmaster McCrae. Smiling like a madman, Spandon says it will be fun to cut Russell down. He thinks the best way to describe him is simple: Spandon the homicidal maniac. The swordsman is surprised the protagonist knows his name. Pointing his sword at him, he says that makes things easier. MC stays still and only glares back. Spandon says that since he knows who he is, he should be ready for the pain coming. He remembers why that title fits him so well. Spandon's blade glows crimson, and the memory hits him. In his past life, Spandon butchered an entire mercenary group just because they bumped into him. The protagonist nearly died too. They would have been wiped out if Alan had not stepped in. In that memory, Alan arrives just as Spandon is about to kill MC. Spandon is not scared at all. He only smiles wider. Then the knight and the mage clash in a brutal fight. Even back then, Alan Page had already broken past a mage's limit, yet he still struggled to beat Spandon and was injured. Russell tells himself this is an enemy stronger than any he has faced. Tired of waiting, Spandon says it is time to begin and unleashes a blade attack called Flying Blood. He quickly raises a shield with 5 layers. The attack smashes through all of them. The protagonist is stunned that one strike could break 5 shield layers at once. He has no choice but to jump back. Flying Blood tears through the spot where he was and blasts up the sand. Russell cannot believe the attack still had that much power after breaking 5 shields. He even wonders how Alan Page managed to fight someone like this. Spandon looks impressed that MC dodged, noting that stacking the shields was smart, but his mana density is too low. Then he sends another storm of blood attacks. Hearing that, he realizes what the answer is. As Flying Blood rushes at him, he forms his flame spear, using its stronger power to cut through the attack and scatter it. Spandon is stunned by the response. He wonders what just happened. Then he notices the flame spear and tells the protagonist he was hiding something very useful. Russell answers with sarcasm and hurls the flaming spear at him. Spandon spots it coming, but does not move. Instead, he is surprised the spear stays intact even after being thrown. He quickly creates a flying blood wave to shield himself from it. Grinning, the swordsman says fights with mages really are interesting. Then Russell teleports behind him, flame spear in hand. He moves in to strike and throws the spear at Spandon's back, but Spandon vanishes too, as if he can teleport as well. He appears behind MC and mocks him for using blink like a rat. He whips around in shock and Spandon's sword slashes him, drawing blood. Laughing, Spandon says he has not had this much fun in a long time. Before the next hit lands, Russell teleports several meters away. He ends up with a cut on his leg, and Spandon mockingly asks if he is bleeding. Still laughing, he says he will wait for the protagonist to heal. MC tries to treat the wound and realizes the truth. Spandon is using aura around his body to boost his speed, which is why it looked like teleportation. Even so, MC tears his clothes to slow the bleeding. Spandon keeps watching and asks if everyone in the flame tower is this stubborn, or if that is a requirement to join. Russell does not get the question, so he asks what Spandon means. With a smile, Spandon says the ones he met a few days ago also refused to give up until the end. The scouts. He says they came looking for one of their own who had gone missing. He realizes this is the man who killed them, and is horrified. He asks again if Spandon murdered the missing scouts. Spandon only smiles and shrugs. Russell's anger rises, and he clenches his fist. He remembers the system told him to escape after a short clash, so he could find the scouts. Instead, he unleashes a huge amount of mana, clearly ready to fight. Furious, he decides this is not the time to think about the future. Spandon smiles and says the protagonist had been hiding his real power the whole time. Gripping his sword, he says they will see if the protagonist can stay calm while his body is torn apart. Russell looks at his dim ring and realizes it still has not recharged, which means only one option is left. Spandon raises his sword for another strike. He uses an attack called Rattle Torrent, sending out a flood of blood. Watching it rush toward him, MC chooses his last option. He activates Draconification. Flames cover his whole body as he releases fire to burn through the blood torrent. Spandon is shocked that the boy pushes straight through the attack. Then Russell disappears into the pool of fire around him. A moment later, he leaps out after activating Draconification. He starts counting down and realizes the power will last only 14 seconds. Forming his flame spear again, he charges straight at Spandon. Watching him, Spandon grins and admits this might be dangerous. Even so, he does not dodge as Russell rushes in with the flaming spear. The protagonist fires a destructive burst of flame where Spandon stands. When the fire starts to clear, the protagonist scans the burning area for him, but Spandon appears behind him. His voice startles MC as he says he has no idea what trick was used. Then he attacks with his sword, but he knocks the strike aside with his hand. Spandon says he is sure the protagonist only boosted his power for a short time. MC keeps counting down, and sees he has 9 seconds left. Spandon attacks again, cutting MC's face, but MC instantly answers with a spear strike. The clash triggers a huge explosion. Spandon jumps away from the blast, while he counts only 6 seconds left. Spandon scoffs, saying that if a power-up still cannot kill him, then it is useless. Then the knight leaps up and says it is time to end this. He uses Cyclone Typhoon, creating a storm of blood blades. The protagonist looks up at him, his face tightening. Spandon dives down, trying to pierce him with the attack, but Russell blocks with his spear. Their weapons crash together. Then Spandon quickly uses a blood wave to knock the spear aside and redirect the strike. MC's spear slams into the ground and fires into it by accident. The blast is enormous, swallowing the whole battlefield. When the flames fade, MC drops to his knees, gasping, while Spandon still stands before him. As the last flames die out, Spandon looks down at him, kneeling there. The protagonist keeps counting and realizes he only has 2 seconds left. Spandon laughs and asks if he is finally done. The protagonist says he still has one last move. With 1 second left, he slams both hands on the ground for a final attack. When Spandon realizes it is sixth circle magic, he is stunned. The earth beneath them starts splitting apart and fire bursts up from the cracks. Then the fissure grows wider and Spandon is clearly shaken. The flames turn into magma, making it feel like they are standing inside a volcano. Russell changes the whole battlefield into a volcanic zone with a skill called melting. In a flashback to his time studying in the professor's library, he remembers reading about the melting method. He had figured out how it worked, but because it needed sixth circle magic, he could not use it before. The skill starts with small embers, then spreads magma across the entire area. Back in the present, Pepper rushes in, grabs MC and pulls him out of the magma. Up in the air, MC thanks Pepper for saving him. Meanwhile, Pepper struggles to keep flying because he is too heavy. From the top of a rock, he looks down to see what happened to Spandon. Then someone appears behind him. He spins around and finds out it is Spandon, coughing badly and missing an arm. The protagonist walks toward him and aims a fire beam at his head. He asks if Spandon has any last words, but Spandon just trembles in silence. Then he smiles and asks if MC finds their situation funny. Spandon talks about the Guardians. He says they are pushed into war in the name of protecting their country, yet no one tells them how to escape it. He says a Guardian has to keep killing again and again, that their path is nothing but blood. Then Spandon tells him he welcomes him to it. He pauses, but after a few seconds he carries out Spandon's execution right there. He stands over the body, silent and lost in thought. The system then pops up with a notice saying he cleared the mission and went beyond the requirements. His reward is 8 mid-grade mana stones. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, another scout reports to Jackson that people are saying Spandon, an Imperial Knight, has been moving in secret through the desert. The man also says the missing scouts may be connected to him. Jackson is shocked, thinking that if this is true, then the deity of the Flame Tower is in danger too. He knows that no matter how skilled Russell is, he should not be able to beat Spandon. While they are talking, the protagonist walks into the tavern. He heads to the counter and drops a broken sword on the table. Jackson is stunned and recognizes it as Spandon's sword. He just stares at MC, too speechless to respond. Russell smiles and says he only wants a glass of water. Jackson hurries to get it and tells him he can ask for anything. That night, Jackson goes to the orb and files his report. He reports on the Flame Tower scouts and adds that he killed the pagans and Spandon. Soon after, the news spread. It even reached Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Everyone heard about the protagonist, the last heir of the fallen House of Raymond. They also heard the rumor that he defeated Abomination, the pagan's magic beast, and that he even beat Spandon, an Imperial Knight, despite being a newcomer to the Flame Tower. The rumor was hard to believe, so people reacted in very different ways. Not long after that, Russell returned to the tower through the portal. When he arrived, the master looked happy to see him, while Brother Olsen and Hubert seemed curious. Others felt relieved, like Master Darius Snow White. She ruffles his hair and thanks him for coming back alive. Some turn competitive. Master Melville reads the report and laughs, saying this bet just got a lot harder. Alan reads it too and says this rookie is even more impressive than he expected. Others felt anger and hatred. Elsewhere, men report to Spandon's master, McCrae Hughes, that his disciple is dead. While cleaning his sword, McCrae asks if that is all they know. McCrae is the Empire's swordmaster, and the rage in his eyes is obvious. The men shrink back and say that is all the information they have. Russell thinks that even though people reacted in different ways, they all shared one thing. At the same time, McCrae declares it will be eye for an eye, disciple for disciple. He slams his sword into the ground in fury, and a dark force bursts out from the impact point and surges forward. That power races into the forest and tears through the whole area. The one thing everyone who heard the news had in common was a strong impression of MC. McCrae remembers Darius Snow White and swears he will get revenge no matter what. Later, MC gives Master Darius Snow White his mission report. She asks if what he is saying means the pagans were involved in his father's death. Russell confirms that is what he believes. She explains that many records were lost during the war, so learning what really happened is difficult. That means finding the true culprit will be even harder. He says he already knows that. To comfort him, she takes his hands and says one thing is certain. She tells him that if they keep chasing the pagans, they will reach the truth, and asks if he believes that too. The master assures him that she and the Flame Tower will always stand by him, and Russell thanks her sincerely. Soon after, the coachman announces they have arrived. Master Darius Snow White tells him she hopes he can set aside his doubts and fears today so he can widen his understanding. They get out and enter a large building. Inside, a meeting of the Magic Tower Council is underway. The Magic Tower Council is a group made up of the masters from more than 20 magic towers across Endymion. Russell says that 2 months ago, after defeating Spandon, he was allowed to attend this council as a master's assistant, even though he is still a newcomer at the tower. When they walk in, one master recognizes the protagonist as the famous prodigy they have heard about, and another says it is an honor to meet him. The protagonist laughs and thanks them for being so kind. While they are greeting each other, someone approaches and tells Master Darius Snow White, "It has been a long time. calling her a veteran. Darius Snow White turns to see who it is. She recognizes him as the Yellow Tower Master and says it really has been a long time. As he comes closer, Darius Snow White introduces him as Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. Russell quickly bows and greets the master. Niccolo laughs and tells him he does not need to be so formal. He says MC took down that bastard's disciple. MC looks up, wondering who he means. Darius Snow White explains that he is talking about McCrae Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster, and that the man he defeated was McCrae's disciple. Niccolo points to the scar near his eye and says hearing that news felt refreshing. Russell notices the wound and realizes McCrae must have done it. Master Darius Snow White steps in and tells Niccolo to stop bringing up old wounds and go get ready for his presentation. She reminds him he said he had an important schedule today. A moment later, Master Melville and Alan Page approach. Melville greets the Flame Tower Master and the Yellow Tower Master. The protagonist glances aside and spots the Lance Tower Master. Darius Snow White smiles and tells Melville he sounds jealous because her disciple is getting praised. Melville laughs and asks if she really thinks he is as petty as she is. Niccolo senses the tension rising, so he quickly excuses himself to prepare for his presentation. He leaves fast because he knows they are starting up again. The Master Melville says that since they are already talking, he hopes she has not forgotten their bet about the relic from the Age of Gods. Darius Snow White fires back that she could not forget it even if she tried. Melville starts bragging, saying his dear Alan has already accomplished something. Before he can finish, Alan puts his hands on his master's shoulders and reminds him they need to go to their seats. Alan starts dragging him away and Melville calls him a brat, saying he was still talking. He yells for Alan to let go. Russell laughs at the way the master and disciple act. Soon after, the presentation begins, and Master Niccolo announces the start of this Magic Tower Council session. He says the main topic is the ruins being excavated on Mount Calvin. According to him, the ruins seem to date back to the end of the mythological age, and there is still no proof they were looted. That means there is still a good chance a relic remains intact, and he breaks into a wide smile. Russell thinks about what a relic from the mythological age could mean, and Master Darius Snow White says they might uncover an artifact that shakes the era. Niccolo tells the masters that is exactly why he needs their help guarding the site. Then Master Niccolo calls for Sir Alan Page of the Lance Tower to assist. He also names MC from the Flame Tower and says he wants to ask both of them for a favor. The people start whispering that it makes sense since he has already proven himself. Darius Snow White proudly tells herself of course they would choose him, and wonders whose disciple they think he is. Then one of the masters objects. Darius Snow White turns at once to see who spoke. It turns out to be a man named Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower Master, who came with a boy named Nº1, a mage from the Red Tower. Master Blaine walks toward the center, and Niccolo is surprised to see him. Master Niccolo asks him to explain why he objects, if he would not mind. Master Blaine brings up Alex Raymond, Russell's father. Then he turns toward the protagonist, who is stunned to hear his father's name. Blaine says he objects because of Alex Raymond's defeat. Some people ask how a son can be blamed for his father's loss, and another points out that the war with the Empire ended long ago. Blaine refuses to back down. He says that defeat cost the kingdom its best elite soldiers, after Alex left the battlefield without permission. The whole room goes silent. Darius Snow White cuts in, calling it baseless talk since there are no records from that time. Blaine says she's wrong because he was there. Russell and Darius Snow White are both stunned by that claim. Blaine says he saw Alex run with his own eyes. MC is horrified hearing that his father supposedly fled the war. MC remembers everyone already knows his father died in battle, so he can't understand why this man is spewing nonsense. Blaine then tells the masters that the Raymond family owes a debt to the kingdom. He adds that the kingdom's youth would feel betrayed if a mission this important were trusted to the Raymond family. He makes it clear the Red Tower will not support the expedition if Russell helps guard it. Some of the men weigh the issue. He is famous as the rising divinity, but shutting out the Red Tower would be hard. Niccolo watches and realizes Blaine swayed the room with only a few words. He figures that was exactly what the Red Tower expected, and Blaine was confident because of the backing he has. Niccolo thinks of one powerful figure in high society, Archduke Bismarck. He remembers that Blaine is trusted by the king's uncle, the most powerful man in the country, the Archduke. Niccolo concludes that going against Blaine means making an enemy of the Archduke's faction. He knows only Melville and Darius Snow White speak to Blaine without holding back. Hearing Blaine's claims, Melville bluntly calls them absurd. Darius Snow White senses the protagonist's anger and tells him not to step in. She'll handle it, but the protagonist ignores her warning and tells the Red Tower Master he has a question. Blaine turns and MC asks if he can take responsibility for what he just said. Blaine asks what he means by responsibility, and Russell answers by asking if he can answer for insulting House Raymond. Darius Snow White stops him and says this isn't the time. Blaine laughs and says the honor of a fallen worthless family means nothing. He tells him to be thankful. Darius Snow White is his master. Otherwise, he says, he would have ripped out his tongue and made him an example for every arrogant young mage. Then someone walks in and remarks that the Red Tower Master acts more like royalty every time she sees him. She adds that someone might mistake him for the king himself. Everyone turns in shock to see who entered. The newcomer is Ekatat Rathmos, the kingdom's princess. The masters immediately bow. Blaine bows too, but wonders why the princess is here. Princess Ikate says she was listening outside and believes the Red Tower Master is right. If someone owes a debt, she says, they should pay it. Daria Snow White tries to cut in, but the princess says there is one condition. Princess Ikate says a person can only repay a debt if they're given the chance. Then she orders the Lance Tower and the Flame Tower to serve as guards alongside the Red Tower. Blaine hears her ruling and is caught off guard. Princess Ikate only smiles at him. Blaine pushes back and reminds her this matter should not be handled so lightly. Princess Eka calls on Niccolo and asks who the biggest sponsor of the excavation is. Master Niccolo answers that she is the main sponsor. The princess smiles and says they will proceed exactly as she decided. After making that clear, she leaves the room. Blaine watches her go with an uneasy smile. Niccolo quickly restores order and moves the meeting to the next topic, the excavation schedule. Russell Raymond is left stunned by everything that just happened, especially the princess. After the meeting, Blaine thinks this had been his chance to finish off the Raymond family, and he can't believe the princess stepped in. Suddenly, Jerome spots something near their carriage route and jumps onto the roof, drawing a crimson sword. The driver stops short when someone blocks the path. Blaine steps down and tells Daria Snow White he sees she still has no manners. She just smiles and says he isn't exactly polite either. Then Jerome puts his sword to Daria Snow White's neck. She smiles and asks if he really thinks that blade is enough. Jerome only stares at her, confused by what she means. Blaine steps forward and orders Jerome to lower his weapon. Jerome is surprised by the change in tone, so he bows and leaves. Blaine tells Daria Snow White that, knowing her, she didn't come to apologize, so he asks what she wants. She says she wants to talk about Alex Raymond, and Blaine looks surprised. She asks if he also witnessed Alex's death, and he says he didn't see it himself. Daria Snow White says that's unfortunate. She's trying to uncover the truth behind Alex's death, and thought she should ask him just in case. Blaine says he can't believe she'd go that far, and asks if she knew the late Raymond. Daria Snow White snaps back that this concerns her young disciple, and a disciple's business is the master's business. She says she's helping her disciple settle the score, and she will find whoever caused Alex's death. She slams her staff on the ground and vanishes, leaving the men startled. Blaine orders the driver to turn the carriage around and head to the Archduke's mansion. He says there's something there he needs to check. Meanwhile, at the Archduke's mansion, a skull is placed in a dark room with a heretical inscription on its forehead. Suddenly, the skeleton comes to life, its eyes glowing brightly. Sometime later, Daria Snow White asks Russell Raymond if he's still leaving tomorrow. She asks how he expects to do well on the mission when he's this distracted during training. She asks whether that old man's words are still bothering him. The protagonist keeps fighting the monsters and tells her they aren't. Daria Snow White studies him closely and remembers how people praised him as a divinity, yet now they're slandering his dead father as a coward. She wonders how he could not be shaken by that. Master Daria Snow White goes down to speak with him. She tells him the truth will come out someday, and for now he should focus on walking his own path. Russell Raymond thinks about what she said about following his own path. At last he asks Daria Snow White to guide him once more. The master laughs and looks pleased by his answer. MC Raymond realizes this road won't be easy, but it's one he has to walk. He tells himself that children have to step out of their parents' shadows. Meanwhile, Princess Reincarnated goes out in public in disguise, looking toward the palace. She thinks about how large her parents' shadow is. She leaves the estate and keeps wandering through the city. 3 days later, at Mount Calvin, a portal opens from the Flame Tower. Russell Raymond steps through onto the mountain. He looks around at the place he had only heard about. Then he notices how freezing it is and starts to shiver. He moves a finger and releases a small burst of energy to warm the air. The people nearby are surprised when the temperature suddenly rises. Meanwhile, one of the workers at the excavation site looks like the princess. A man asks him if he's of the Flame Tower, and he says yes. The man tells him they've been waiting for him, and leads the way. As the protagonist follows, he notices several banners. He sees one from the Yellow Tower of the Royal Path, another from the Yellow Tower of Everol, and another from the Yellow Tower of Ikios. He realizes the kingdom's best earth mages have all gathered here for the job. The man asks if he's impressed by the size of the operation, then he says they even built the whole structure out of magic crystals. Russell Raymond notes how reflective it is, and says it's like a giant mirror. The man confirms that, and says that's why the ruins are called the Temple of Mirrors. Soon after, they meet an old man who welcomes MC Raymond. He introduces himself as Spiegel of the Yellow Tower, the one leading the expedition. Russell Raymond greets him politely and introduces himself. He recognizes Spiegel as the talented man who rose from commoner to elder of the Yellow Tower of the Royal Path. He's also the archaeologist and adventurer who uncovered more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. He wonders if he can ask a few questions that have been on his mind. Just then, Alan arrives and notices the protagonist Raymond right away. Our boy is happy to see him and says he came early. They shake hands and MC says it's good to see him. MC jokes that calling Alan a hard-working genius is unfair, like cheating. Alan laughs and says he wants to protect the mythological relic. Alan says they still need to wait for the Red Tower Guard to arrive so they can go over shifts and duties together. Mr. Spiegel says it's definitely reassuring to have the kingdom's prodigies guarding the site. He also wonders what trouble could possibly be hiding in these smelly ruins that made them send so many people. Spiegel thinks it feels a little excessive. As he speaks, a loud explosion draws the three men's attention to another part of the site. Some workers run for their lives, and Russell Raymond asks what's happening. An ice golem rises from the site and growls at them. Spiegel recognizes it as a crystal golem, and Alan quickly tells everyone to get to safety. The crystal golem lashes out and fires several crystals at them. Spiegel throws up shields to protect the workers, but the crystals punch through and impale the men. Spiegel is stunned when his shields fail. He switches tactics and slams both hands into the ground. A wall of earth rises in front of them, blocking the crystal shots. He orders everyone to raise earth walls and hold the line. Princess Hecate finds an injured worker and helps him up, telling him to hang on. Then the golem suddenly appears behind them. It lifts a huge hand and fires crystal bullets. Hecate turns in shock and throws up her hands, trying to release mana fast enough to stop it. Before she can, Russell rushes in with his flame spear and burns the crystals away in one strike. She stares at him, too surprised to answer. When he asks if she is okay, something catches his eye. Her purple hair makes him realize who she is. Russell calls her princess, and Hecate clearly does not like being recognized. The monster growls, dragging his focus back to the fight. At the same time, Alan Page uses his own spell, Ice Bow. He shoots the creature in the back, but it barely works and only makes it angrier. Alan figures he aimed to blow apart its whole torso, but the thing is much tougher than expected. Then a massive blast hits the monster and tears it apart, forcing Alan and Russell to shield themselves as Jerome arrives. Using his original construct, Flame Sword, Jerome crushes the monster to pieces and leaves everyone stunned. After killing it, Jerome casually says he hopes he is not late. He introduces himself as Jerome from the Red Tower. The protagonist says nothing and just watches him. Jerome stares back, wondering why Russell keeps looking at him. 3 days earlier, Jerome and his master Blaine entered a hidden room in the Archduke's estate. Blaine asks the strange skull about Alex Raymond. He says Darius Snow White has started looking into Alex's death and wants to know why. After thinking a moment, the skull says the only reason it can see is that Blaine ordered Alex killed. Blaine stays silent and looks off into the distance. The skull asks what is wrong, whether he is worried about getting caught. Blaine says that is impossible. He is just disappointed. He speaks to whoever is talking through the skull and says if Russell Raymond had been properly removed during the tower screening, Darius Snow White would never have started doubting anything. The skull answers that happened because it was given bad information that MC was only a child. Blaine gets angry and demands to know if it is blaming him. Then someone walks in and asks whether Blaine called him there just to watch them argue. It is Archduke Bismarck Rathmus. Blaine quickly bows, and the Archduke asks if his little niece really interfered in the meeting. He adds that time moves fast. Blaine confirms the princess got involved, and says they had planned to keep the number of guards low. The Archduke tells him to get to the point, and asks how he plans to seize the ruins. Blaine explains that his disciple Jerome will join the guards. Once there, Jerome will open a gap in the protective barrier made by the Yellow Tower. After that rude pagan's underlings will ambush the expedition team. By pagan, he means the one speaking through the skull. The Archduke thinks it over and reminds them that if the plan is going to work, they must overpower the masters protecting the current king. He says to cut off those masters' support, they need the item from the ruins. The Archduke pulls out an object and asks if they should not have a little insurance. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate drags Russell off somewhere private and he tries to stop her. He begs her to let go, but she ignores him. The princess turns to him and tells him to be quiet. She says her visit here is top secret and must stay that way. She asks him to pretend not to notice her and keep moving, even if it seems strange. Russell says she must really love these ruins. He adds that he would be upset too if he missed seeing ruins from the mythological era in person. He smiles and tells her there is nothing to worry about. The princess tells him her father the king and his ministers are driving themselves crazy trying to keep her safe, yet he does not seem worried at all. He says he already felt a glimpse of her aura before he came to save her. He says with excitement that her power is so monstrous, most knights could not handle it, so he sees no reason to worry. Hearing her power called monstrous shocks her, so she gathers mana in her hand and taps him on the head. Russell just stands there with a bump on his head. She says she is leaving and tells them all to do their best. As she walks away, she decides he is a decent kid, but still very much a kid. Meanwhile, the protagonist remembers he was supposed to ask her for the dragon heart. The system told him to secure in exchange for keeping quiet. He cannot believe he forgot and calls himself an idiot. Meanwhile, Elder Spiegel leads the Earth Mages as they work on the barrier at the ruins entrance. MC soon arrives and apologizes to Alan for being late. He notices how hard the mages are pushing and asks why their spells are not working. Alan explains that it is a spatial disturbance, one of the strongest protective barriers in the world. No matter how much they try, it will not break. The men groan when they realize their efforts are useless. Mr. Spiegel curses in frustration, wondering why a spatial disturbance had to appear right when they finally found the ruins gate. Meanwhile, Jerome just stands there in silence. He thinks he needs to send a report to the Archduke. Later, Elder Spiegel is shocked to hear there may be a way through the barrier. Alan explains that with the relic of the Age of the Gods held by the Spear Tower, they can pierce the barrier and enter. Mr. is more witty fun when Mr. Then if you somewhere new be found so drawing did schmoinged, that ship outs have fappets kept in the thief. the facture of the Ainf, the Spiegel is Shab and Wife, the facture of the Ainf, the fear just barrier. But what if the simp, if the sermon fee fon subverim of Yif, the fear to rouse and state ditch, the fermenier to white beef, the facture of the Ainf, the fear superior, and the minuscribalent, the fear superior, the semi covetous frailenter, ad sempov, the fermenu superior, the fear superior, the fermenu superior, the fear superior. Spiegel doubts they will hand over something that valuable so easily, and Alan says he will go ask himself. Senior Spiegel grabs his hand in gratitude. He promises that if Alan solves this, the Yellow Tower will repay the favor. Alan just smiles and says he will return as soon as he can. Then Alan goes to the other mages and says that even if he hates it, he owes both of them for covering for him. He says it is nothing, and tells him everything will be fine. Jerome stays quiet, but he thinks that with Alan Page gone, only one war mage is left here, and that is the protagonist. The protagonist suddenly tells Jerome he wants to talk about tonight's guard shifts. Jerome smiles and says he will take the first watch. Then he turns and tells the others he is tired, so he will go first. Russell thinks that smile of his is really creepy. Later that night, a few Yellow Tower mages watch the sight from one side of the shield. As they warm themselves by a fire, they spot intruders outside the pagan underlings. The mages order them to stop, saying this area is under Yellow Tower control, but crimson shots suddenly pierce them and they cry out in pain. In front of them, Jerome reveals himself as the traitor and finishes them with magic. He opens a gap in the shield to let the thugs in, then says the plan has changed. A spatial disturbance has appeared around the ruins, and Alan Page is heading to the Spear Tower to get the artifact that can break it. The masked man says the smell of burning bodies is in the air, and calls it disgustingly pleasant. Jerome goes on saying they only need to take Spiegel hostage to pressure Alan. The masked man asks about the one called the Flame Tower's divinity, and says kidnapping sounds pointless. Jerome tells them to kill him. He warns them he will not forgive another failure like last time. One huge man in knight armor steps closer and says that is a lot of whining from someone just watching, mocking Jerome. Jerome gets angry and it looks like they are about to fight. The masked man stops the big guy and reminds them they are on the same side. The masked man adds that Jerome is Sir Blaine's beloved illegitimate son, so nobody can hurt him. Jerome hears that and snaps. He pulls his sword and stabs at the man, but the masked man opens a portal to block it. Jerome angrily asks what he just said, and the masked man claims it was only a joke. He tells Jerome to relax and open his heart a little. Meanwhile, the other thugs form a magic circle to cast a pagan spell. Soon after, horrible monsters crawl out once the spell is complete. The masked man steps away and tells Jerome that even though it should never happen, if things go wrong, he must not forget to use the object the Archduke gave him. Jerome only looks at him and stays silent. He remembers Blaine warning him that after this mission, he will have to live like a ghost until the day the Archduke takes the throne. Blaine also told him no one from the expedition can be left alive. Jerome asks him if he may use the Archduke's object if things go wrong. Blaine is quiet for a while, just staring at him. At last, he asks Jerome if he does not want to be acknowledged by him. He tells the boy to carry out the mission properly and make sure nothing goes wrong no matter the cost. Back in the present, Jerome chooses to follow his master's orders. When the fire monsters appear, he decides he'll become a ghost after this mission ends. He says he won't just vanish, he'll become the kind of ghost that spreads fear and despair. At the same time, Russell goes to Elder Spiegel to ask about something. Spiegel checks if he means a dragon with many horns. He asks MC why he's suddenly bringing that up. He says he saw one during the mission, and it stood out because it looks so strange. Spiegel admits that even he can't give a clear answer. The protagonist looks disappointed and asks if that's really all they know. Then Spiegel says one being does come to mind. He tells MC about something called the Divine Dragon King. MC wonders what that even is, and whether it truly exists. Spiegel says there are barely any old records, so almost nothing is known about what it did. He adds that legends say it led worthy people to fight some great evil. He remembers the image of the black-haired warrior he saw. Then Pepper suddenly drops onto his head, startling him. Elder Spiegel is shocked to learn the protagonist can summon spirits too. Pepper ignores them both and heads straight for the door. He stops in front of the tent flap and growls at something they can't see. Then something starts pushing against the tent. It turns out to be the fire beasts the thugs summoned. Russell and Elder Spiegel are stunned when they see the creature. Its body is covered in swollen blisters, and those blisters explode inside the tent. Outside, the Yellow Tower mages shout that they're under attack. The huge knight charges at them, and the mages join forces to bring him down. But the knight doesn't move at all while they hit him with earth magic. When they're done, he mocks them and calls their power pathetic. The mages are horrified that he took all of that without a scratch. Then the giant strikes back with his massive hammer. He slams it into the ground, cracking the earth. A dark purple light spreads through the soil and swallows the men as they scream in terror. Meanwhile, the masked man runs into more Yellow Tower earth mages. He just stands there with his hands behind his back while they attack. The men combine their magic and launch earth arrows at him. The masked man sighs, calls their magic annoying, and opens several portals. The portals swallow the arrows, and another portal opens behind the mages. Suddenly they notice it, but too late. Their own arrows shoot through and hit them from behind. They scream in pain as they're killed by their own attack. The masked man walks past the bodies and enters the camp. He pauses for a moment, wondering where old Spiegel might be. Meanwhile, Russell shields himself and Elder Spiegel from the blast. Furious, Spiegel demands to know what kind of madman would dare attack Endymion's dig site. MC drops the shield and recognizes the monster as undead. He tells Spiegel that anyone using the dead as weapons can only be one thing. Spiegel asks if they're cultists, and Russell apologizes, saying he has to go protect someone important. As he leaves, he tells the Elder to meet him in front of the ruins, which catches Spiegel off guard. Watching him go, he wonders if that person matters more than he does. At the same time, Princess Eckhart fights off a monster rushing her. She swings her magic axe and wonders where these things came from. The monster drops after she cuts off its head. The princess tells the workers they're safe for now and tells them to follow her. They rush over, but someone blocks their path. Princess Eckhart spots the stranger too and goes on guard. Standing before them is the huge knight who killed so many people earlier. She leaps at him, planning to end it in one hit. She jumps over him and smashes his head with her mana-coated weapon. When she lands, she expects him to drop dead. Instead, he just stares at her, and she's stunned he survived. The monster looks at her and asks who she is. She doesn't answer. She only wishes she had a proper sword for this fight. Still, she knows she can't lose momentum while people are in danger. She reminds herself that she is Hecala Hatmos, princess of the kingdom of Endymion, and she will protect her people. Then she bursts with mana and charges the monster again. The big warrior gets ready and says this fight might finally be fun. Then Russell appears and tells the giant he's about to make it even better. Wrapped in flames, he drives a fiery spear strike into the man's chest. The blow sends the knight flying back into a rock. The protagonist turns to the princess and asks if she's okay. He almost calls her princess, then quickly switches to calling her a supply worker to protect her cover. She glares at him for slipping up, and MC winces. From the smoke, the giant says this must be the famous warrior who uses the flame spear. He stands and identifies him as the Saint of the Flame Tower. He faces him and tells the princess he'll handle this. He asks her to take everyone to the ruins entrance, where they plan to regroup with the Elder. Meanwhile, Elder Spiegel gathers some workers and tries to move them somewhere safe. Hikash asks the protagonist if he's sure he can handle this alone. He turns and reminds her that she said she'd give him a chance to repay his debt. The princess smiles at that, gathers the others, and says she'll leave it to him. The giant tells MC it would have been more fun if they had both fought him together, and MC says not to worry, he isn't alone. The man stares at him, confused about what he means. Then Pepper lunges in and blasts fire from his mouth. The explosion is huge and catches the big warrior off guard. He uses that opening to form a weapon, mixing superheating with his burning spear and adding an explosive formula to it. The man steps out of the flames and reminds Russell that cheap tricks won't work on him. He raises his dark purple hammer and tries to strike back. Before he can, the protagonist asks if he really thinks this is just a trick, then smashes the man's hammer with his fire spear. Another blast erupts, shocking the giant. A wave of fire spreads everywhere. Meanwhile, some workers try to flee to the ruins and find Elder Spiegel. On the way, someone stops them. It's Karan, just standing there and staring. The men ask if he's hurt, where he's been, and warn him that enemies are attacking. Karan answers with a single sword swing that takes off all three heads. He watches their bodies fall. Right after that, he looks ahead and sees Elder Spiegel gathering workers in front of the ruins. Jaren is shocked and wonders what they're planning. Looking closer, he spots someone familiar among them, and recognizes Princess Heikode. Nearby, a huge fire blast goes off, and Jaren quickly turns to see what happened. He finds the giant warrior still standing after the explosion. Then the warrior notices something that stuns him. Pieces of his armor are falling apart, and he can't believe the refined black iron shattered. As more armor breaks away, part of the man's face is exposed. Russell says they'll finally get to see that proud face of his. He asks why the man looks so bitter. The man snaps back and calls him an arrogant fool. He shouts at MC not to underestimate him. MC sees purple streaks around the man's body and is shocked to realize he can use aura like a knight. At the same time, the man knows he'll need the transplanted knight's heart inside him to beat him. He has two hearts in his chest, his own and the knight's. The giant warrior readies his weapon and tells the protagonist he'll cut him to pieces. He jumps in with his hammer and the protagonist leaps out of the way to dodge. He's surprised the brute can move that fast. The giant turns and chases him in a rage, but MC just smiles. MC thinks back to his fight with Spandon and realizes Spandon was much faster, so this isn't a problem. Then he jumps at the giant and uses a special fire spear called Cutter. He flashes past and slices the man before he even notices. The warrior starts to attack the protagonist, but then realizes he's been cut. MC is already behind him, ready to finish it, and tells him it's over. But before he can strike, a portal opens between them. Suddenly, water bursts out of it. The surge sweeps him away and knocks him back. He lands again and wonders what just happened. He looks at his clothes and sees they're soaked. When he looks up, he sees the masked man and wonders if he's the one behind it. The masked man starts talking about how useful deep-sea pressure can be, but the big man just tells him to shut up. Russell says he won't miss this time and gets ready to attack again. He forms another fire spear called Cyclonic. As the protagonist charges them with the spinning attack, he figures there's no way they can dodge it. Then the masked man gets an idea and opens another portal between them. It leads straight to where Elder Spiegel and the others are gathered in front of the ruins. Russell, as MC charges in, he spots the portal, but he's moving too fast to stop. The cyclone fires straight into it. It shoots through and bursts out the other side. The workers by the ruins see the firelight and panic. Princess Hecate looks up too, confused by the sudden glow. Then a wave of fire blasts out of the portal and races towards Spiegel's group. Spiegel and everyone with him stare up in horror as the attack comes right at them. Russell is stunned. He can't believe he just sent his own attack toward them. The blast keeps pouring through the portal, heading straight for the gathered men. Its range is so huge that it triggers a massive explosion. A moment later, smoke still hangs over the wreckage as he rushes in. He looks for survivors, and what he finds horrifies him. In panic, he calls for the princess, then for Spiegel, but no one answers. Suddenly, a hand reaches out through the smoke. It's Spiegel, signaling to him. Russell finds him buried in rubble and runs over, asking if he's okay, but Spiegel only asks about the others. The protagonist turns and sees bodies nearby. He apologizes, then both of them hear something in turn. Darren is walking toward them carrying the unconscious princess. Russell shouts her name, terrified something happened to her. Spiegel is shocked to see Princess Hecate brought there. Once MC realizes she's still alive, he thanks God she made it. He thanks Garen for saving her, and Garen answers by stabbing him. He looks down and sees the blade buried in his stomach. The sight leaves him frozen. Then he starts coughing up blood. Spiegel cries out for Russell in shock. Pepper lunges at Garen, catching him off guard. But before the dragon can hit him, the masked man opens a portal and Pepper is sucked in. He mocks Pepper as a pest that's bothered him for too long. At the same time, more henchmen step out of another portal behind them. The protagonist starts getting dizzy. As his strength fades, he worries about Pepper. Garen turns to the masked man and reminds him the plan was to take Spiegel hostage. The masked man says they could take MC too, since Alan still doesn't know he betrayed them. Suddenly, Spiegel attacks Garen and demands to know how he could betray them. The giant tells him to shut up and slams him into the ground with his weapon. Spiegel blacks out under the blow. The masked man asks who the woman Garen is carrying is, and Garen says she's Princess Hecate. With her, they can control Endymion. Garen snaps that the masked man's foolish move nearly ruined the mission, but the reply is calm: as long as the princess is alive, it's fine. While they keep talking, he forces himself up and says he won't let this happen. They turn toward him as he struggles to stop the bleeding and vows they won't escape. The big warrior tells the others he'll handle him, then walks over with his hammer. The protagonist activates his cloudy ring and spreads mist across the area. The giant says this is payback for earlier and swings at him. Mist floods the battlefield, and the masked man notices. Just as the giant is about to crush MC's head, he gleefully says it's time for him to die. Russell only stares back and triggers his draconification. The man notices a sudden burst of fire from him, but too late. A huge eruption engulfs both the protagonist and the giant, and it looks like the brute is finished. The masked man realizes the mist was meant to block their sight. A few moments later, Garen and the masked man hear screams from their henchmen inside the fog. When they look closer, the bodies are already on the ground. The masked man quickly opens several portals around himself and realizes this must be how the earlier attackers were beaten. Then he feels a surge of mana far beyond anything normal. Through the mist, a pair of glowing eyes appears, and before he can react, Russell erupts from below and drives a fire spear through him. The masked man stares into MC's dragon-like eyes, coughing blood. He calls him a monster. He ignores him, throws the wounded man aside, and turns to his next enemy. Jaren sets the princess down and joins the fight. He can't leave any survivors if the mission is going to succeed. He uses double casting and summons two bloody flame swords. With both blades ready, he tells the protagonist to come at him. The protagonist sees him, but also realizes his draconification is almost over. He raises his fire spear and gets ready for the clash. Jaren leaps in with a two-sword strike, and MC knows he has to bet everything on one attack. In an instant, he unleashes a massive blast at Garen. A huge explosion follows, and Garen drops to his knees. He keeps coughing blood from the damage to his organs. Garen looks down and sees a huge hole where his heart used to be. Soon after, he collapses and dies. Then Russell hears something nearby and turns. The masked man is still standing, and somehow his wounds are gone. He asks if the protagonist really thought only the giant had two hearts, then calls him a fool. Pointing at Garen, the masked man says they're the same. Russell watches in horror as a green light suddenly bursts from where Garen fell. The masked man explains that Garen holds a power that rivals a dragon's. To MC's shock, Garen transforms into a monster. The masked man tells him the creature is called Chimera Heart, likely because of the item the Archduke gave him. Garen lands again, and he is stunned. He realizes Garen's mana is now so huge it's almost impossible to measure. Garen reaches out and uses his power to grab the masked man. He lifts him by the throat. Garen asks if he hid his real strength on purpose just to make him use his heart. The man laughs and says he knows Garen wanted to use it. He reminds Garen that the heart lets him skip ahead through several circles. He also says none of this is his fault. He never forced Garen to lose to Russell. Garen slams him to the ground. Then he says the man is right, and that there's someone else he needs to deal with first. Jaren walks toward the protagonist and warns that he'll kill him first. A ghostly hand grabs MC and drags him closer. Jaren wraps a hand around Russell's throat and mocks the impression he made just moments ago. In the end, he says he couldn't protect anything. Then he declares it's over and strikes the spatial disruption barrier with his new power. The barrier cracks open, revealing a small tier leading into the ruins. The masked man is shocked that Jaren managed to rip open the spatial block and figures he must be enjoying himself. The protagonist tells Jaren it's not over and fires an overheated blast into his face. The attack barely scratches him. Jaren just smiles, says he changed his mind, and hurls Russell away. He says he'll give MC the death he deserves. He slams into the broken barrier and groans from the impact. Jaren says he'll feel his soul being torn apart inside the rift. The barrier slowly swallows the protagonist until he disappears completely. Jaren tells him to die and curses the wasted time. The protagonist screams as he's pulled in. He keeps screaming until he wakes up in a hospital, where a nurse asks if he can hear her. MC bolts upright, gasping, and asks where he is. The nurse tells him he's in Camelot Hospital. He is shocked and immediately asks about the battle at the ruins, but the nurse says she has no idea what he means. He grabs her and asks about the princess and Spiegel, frightening her. Another nurse rushes over and tells him to calm down. Then a man explains that Russell was admitted after suddenly showing seizure symptoms while cleaning the Louvre Museum. The protagonist stares at him in confusion and asks what he's talking about. Then the protagonist starts shouting for Pepper and asking where he is. The nurses quickly restrain him, thinking he's lost his mind. MC wonders if he somehow returned to the time before his regression. He remembers falling into the barrier and tells himself that part was definitely real. Then a doctor appears behind them and restrains Russell with a magic chain. The doctor tells him to calm down so they can talk somewhere else. Later, in the doctor's office, the doctor says he collapsed at the museum and showed extreme signs of hallucination. The protagonist insists he was never hallucinating, and the doctor says she understands. She asks if he has ever heard of something called the nightmare tree, and MC looks confused. She explains that it's an evil tree that traps people in pleasant hallucinations until they starve beneath it, using their bodies as food. Russell asks what that has to do with him, so she explains that pollen from a nightmare tree on display at the museum apparently leaked that day. She adds that many others, not just him, showed signs of hallucination. He is surprised, and she says the good news is the museum will cover all treatment costs and also pay compensation. The protagonist wonders if everything that happened to him was really just a hallucination. The doctor hands him a written diagnosis to give the museum representative so he can collect his compensation. Then the doctor leans in and says it's time to wake up from his dream. Russell Raymond is still shaken, wondering if it was all a dream. But he knows his time with Daria couldn't have been fake. Later, he heads to Daria Snow White's mansion. He tells himself those memories felt too real to be a dream, but the guards at the gate stop him. MC says he's here to see Miss Daria Snow White, sure his master will know him. The guards look at each other, confused about who he is. Praying none of it was fake, Russell Raymond tells the guards his name is his Raymond in that he was Miss Daria Snow White's disciple. They look surprised, but one says he's never heard that name. One of the guards calls him a crazy man and tells the other to throw him out. The protagonist gets angry and tries to run inside. He begs them to let him in just once so he can see her. One of the guards gets annoyed and shoves him to the ground. Then a carriage carrying Miss Daria Snow White stops and Russell Raymond sees her. She asks what's going on and the guard bows to his master. He says this man keeps claiming to be her disciple. Miss Daria Snow White is caught off guard and turns to look at him. She stares at him for a moment, but there's no sign she knows him. After a short pause, she asks if she knows him. Russell Raymond stares at her in horror. He can't say a word and she only looks back at him. Then she tells the driver to move on, leaving MC Raymond standing there in the rain. Later, he breaks into the Louvre Museum. He goes to the place where he saw the dragon heart and wonders if everything really was just a nightmare tree hallucination. In anger, he punches the dragon heart's display case and calls it all garbage. He begs someone to wake him up if this is a dream, because there's no way his old normal life can be real. Then an alarm goes off in the museum, and the guards find Russell Raymond. The guards take him down and demand to know who he is. The head of security tells the others to drag him out, but the protagonist Raymond keeps screaming that this can't be happening. After that, Russell Raymond keeps trying to prove his old life wasn't a dream, but nothing works. Years pass, and even though he fights this impossible reality, time slowly numbs him. One day, while sitting with other mercenaries, a man starts reading a newspaper. He spots Ellen Page on the front page, called the youngest master of Spear Tower. Seeing that, MC thinks there was no way someone like him ever deserved a golden chance from a dragon god. Meanwhile, at Walker Hill Academy, he works a small cleaning job and thinks he never imagined ending up here. He remembers how he emptied his mind. He gave up his ambition, and in the end, he gave up on himself. Russell Raymond thinks it over and says this life isn't so bad. Maybe this really is the right job for who he is now. While cleaning, he hears a noise and goes to check. A group of bullies is picking on a boy named Spiegel, asking what makes him act like this and telling him to know his place. They warn him not to think they're on the same level. The protagonist Raymond keeps cleaning and decides it has nothing to do with him, so he ignores them. The boy tells the bullies that no matter what they say, he'll become a mage. The lead bully mocks him, asking how someone with mana vein narrowing can talk so big. Hearing that, Russell Raymond is stunned. The bully reminds the boy of his family's crimes and says he'll leave him with a scar he'll never forget. Just as he's about to hurt Spiegel, Spiegel shuts his eyes and hears a loud crash. When he opens them, the bullies are out cold on the ground. Nearby, Russell Raymond keeps cleaning and asks why the place he's cleaning is so filthy. Spiegel realizes MC was the one who saved him. Later, he sits on a bench to eat lunch. He notices Spiegel beside him and asks why he's following him. Spiegel smiles at him and says he's just reading a book, and that the bench is a good place to focus. Russell Raymond notices something nearby, and the same bullies spying on them quickly hide. Our guy decides to ask the boy about his mana vein narrowing. He tells Spiegel he once knew someone like him at this academy, and Spiegel asks what happened to that person. Russell Raymond says the boy was expelled because he couldn't get past his limits, and was trash-fated to be useless. He says for a mage, mana vein narrowing is basically a death sentence. The protagonist Raymond adds that sometimes giving up takes courage, but Spiegel quickly says he can't do that. Spiegel stands to leave and repeats that he can't give up. MC watches him go, then his boss calls him over. MC walks up, and the man warns him to be careful around that boy. His boss says he could get dragged into trouble if things go bad, and Russell Raymond says he doesn't get it. Then the boss explains that Spiegel is the son of the merchant the Red Tower Master cast out, shocking him. So Spiegel is tied to the fallen family. Meanwhile, the pagans gather before the skeleton Master Blaine spoke to earlier. The skull declares that the world of the Guardians is nearing its end. It orders them to go to Walker Hill Academy and announce its return. Sometime later, Spiegel goes to a river to train magic with crystals. The mana he releases is tiny, so he pushes for more. Instead, the crystal shatters and cuts his hand. Russell Raymond walks over and asks why he still can't give up becoming a mage. Spiegel turns in shock, and the protagonist asks again why he won't quit. Spiegel says he made a promise to his mother. MC watches him in silence. Then school bullies jump them. Spiegel's tormentors brought weapons and are glad they found them. They say they slipped up last time, but not today. Russell Raymond activates his aura and tells Spiegel to watch closely. He says this is the only way to become a mage. Spiegel is shocked by the aura, and the fight begins. He channels energy into his hands and blasts them with a crushing attack. Later in winter, the protagonist trains Spiegel in Overload and the mage body, just like he learned from the scrolls. The protagonist tells him to run fast because his life depends on the distance from his enemy. This magic replaces mana veins with a trained, powerful body. Unlike an adult whose body is already finished growing, a child gets the best results while still developing. Much later, Russell Raymond teaches Spiegel martial arts and decides his progress is awful. He asks if this is really all he's got after making a promise to his mother, and Spiegel struggles to steady his breathing. Spiegel gets back up and begs to train one more time. Later, in spring, he faces his bully in the Academy's practical magic combat test. The boy fires an ice arrow at his opponent and takes him down. The teacher announces Spiegel as the winner, and the crowd erupts. One student can't believe a boy with mana vein narrowing won, while another says the gap in skill was huge. The bully curses them and says they'll regret it when he comes back. Spiegel looks thrilled and turns to Russell Raymond. He thinks that thanks to his new uncle, he reached the second circle. MC watches from the shadows, smiling at how well he did. Then someone calls his name, and he turns around. The man says it's been a while, and calls him an insect. The protagonist looks closer and realizes it's his old-school bully, Frederick. Later, Russell Raymond gets beaten by Frederick's guards and struggles to breathe. The head cleaner reminds him of the warning not to get involved with Spiegel, and tells MC that his actions got Frederick's son humiliated again and again. MC smiles when he realizes the bully Spiegel beat is Frederick's son. He says that explains why the kid acts just as stupid as his father. Frederick crouches down and warns him he clearly doesn't understand the mess he's in. He says he can use his connections to kick him out of the academy, along with the boy he cares about so much. He looks at him, then suddenly starts laughing, which surprises Frederick. Our guy asks if he really thinks he cares about the boy. He tells Frederick he only pushed Spiegel because messing with him was fun, leaving Frederick speechless. Later, Russell Raymond goes to pack his things. He remembers Frederick ordering him to leave the academy at once to avoid more trouble. As he walks out, he thinks about Spiegel. Later that night, as Russell Raymond nears the gate, Spiegel suddenly stops him and asks where he's going. The protagonist Raymond says he's leaving this place, but Spiegel asks why. Our guy tightens his grip on his bag and tries to hurry past. Spiegel steps in front of him and tells him to stop right there. Spiegel sees MC Raymond's face and is shocked. He asks what happened to him, and Russell Raymond snaps back, asking what he expected from someone like him. Then he asks Spiegel if he really thought he was his teacher. He pushes past him and forces his way through. He tells Spiegel not to be delusional and walks away. The boy starts to cry. Meanwhile, Frederick watches everything from a nearby carriage. He says this is why he loves money and power. They can make anything disappear. He decides to leave the academy, but his carriage suddenly stops. Coma spots several cultists blocking his carriage and demands to know how they dare stand in Frederick's way. The cultists unleash a huge green blast that spreads across the area. Russell Raymond notices it and turns back. When he gets back to the academy, he finds it burning and can only stare in shock. At the same time, the leader of the attack declares that this strike will announce their cult's return to the world. He orders the others to spread out, spread terror, and turn the fight with the students into a bloodbath. Elsewhere, another cultist uses demonic claw power to fight several students. Spiegel fires an ice arrow at one of the cultists and pins him to a wall. The man with the demonic claw notices him and laughs. He steps up to fight, mocking Spiegel as a tiny bug that somehow survived. Russell Raymond arrives soon after, but he stays hidden by a wall and watches. He sees the slaughter and spots Spiegel on his knees after getting overwhelmed. The attacker throws out another demonic claw to finish him off, amused the whole time. The protagonist keeps watching, confused why Spiegel still is not running. The man asks if Spiegel fears death, and Spiegel says he bought enough time for the others to escape, so that is enough for him. MC tells himself he can feel the man's massive magic power. He is so strong that even the teachers could not stop him. He remembers he could only face someone like that after becoming a guardian. He thinks about his life now, how powerless he is, and what he can even do. Russell Raymond turns away and says he has to run. There is no reason to die here. The man calls Spiegel weak and tells him to know his place. Spiegel laughs and says he knows better than anyone that he cannot win. But protecting people is what a guardian does. Those words stop the protagonist Raymond in his tracks because he once said the same thing. The attacker says that kind of naive thinking will get Spiegel killed, then moves to finish him. Before he can strike, MC stabs him with a sword. The man blocks it and fires back with a demonic claw. He calls him an insect and asks how he dared attack him. Using that opening, Spiegel casts a third circle ice beam and fires it into the man, pinning him to the wall. Russell Raymond grabs a nearby spear and rushes in to skewer him there. He drives the weapon into the man's neck, then drops to a crouch, worn out from blood loss after the slash across his torso. Spiegel runs to the protagonist and notices the wound. He tries to stop the bleeding, but the blood will not slow down. MC tells him to leave now because more enemies will be coming soon. Spiegel says he cannot leave alone, but Russell Raymond places a hand on his shoulder. He asks Spiegel if he is trying to make him into a master who cannot even protect one student. Spiegel freezes when he calls him his student, and the protagonist tells him to go and stay alive so he can become a guardian. Smiling, he says keeping one more promise is fine. Spiegel starts crying, promises he will become a guardian, and calls Russell Raymond his master. After Spiegel runs off, MC thinks Spiegel is just like the dream he once lost, the courage he had thrown away. That is why he hated him. Soon more cultists head this way, and MC tells them to stop. He then reminds himself that this is also why he liked Spiegel. One cultist calls him trash, and says even second circle magic would be wasted on him. The protagonist smiles and tells Spiegel in his mind that thanks to him he was able to truly live. Then he leaps toward the two men and decides to use a spell based on a principle that ignores circle level. He casts Blink and appears right in front of one of them with his spear. The cultist is stunned and Russell Raymond drives the spear into him. The man reacts at once with a burst of energy. A huge explosion erupts, and MC tells himself that Spiegel has to survive. Then he suddenly appears in another dimension and hears a voice saying it is finally time for him to go. He looks at his body and wonders where he is. A strange man walks up and asks if he is finally awake. The man asks what the world he came from was like, and Russell Raymond says he lost the dream he had held onto for so long, then found it again and protected it. Suddenly someone appears in front of him, and that shocks him. He sees Spiegel in this place and asks if he failed to escape. He runs to reach him, but he is stopped by a transparent wall. The protagonist Raymond pounds on the barrier in despair, thinking that in the end he protected nothing. The man behind him says he is wrong, calls him by name, and names him the heir to the dragon's power. Russell Raymond turns and asks who he is. The man says he is the master of this twisted world. He adds that those people know him by another name. He tells MC he is called the Temple of Mirrors. MC stares in shock and wonders why he has that name. The man says this place reflects the deepest fears in a person's heart. In Russell Raymond's case, his deepest fear is whether he is truly worthy. The man reminds him of when he called himself nothing more than a third-rate mage, and says he has always wondered why power like this was given to him. He also brings up the time Blaine said he saw his father run from the war zone. Ever since then, he has kept asking if he deserves to wield power. But he found his answer when he chose to grow stronger, become a guardian, and protect more people. He drops to his knees and asks if all this time was a test. The entity says yes, and he passed by, proving that even without power, he could still be a guardian by choosing to protect a boy. Russell Raymond returns to his younger self and sees a vision of Spiegel promising he will never forget. The Temple of Mirrors tells him the boy before him is not an illusion, but the purest courage he protected and must keep protecting. The entity calls him its successor and says he will finally fulfill his long-held oath. The man removes his mask and says a new light will rise. As the mask comes off, he takes Spiegel's form and tells Russell Raymond it is time to move forward. Then another screen appears informing the protagonist Raymond that dragon blood is being absorbed to rebuild his body. He is also told he has gained the first golden mask. Meanwhile, Garandes tells Alan that his performance was impressive. He asks Alan for his name again, and the badly wounded Alan apologizes to the princess for failing to save her. The masked man says he has heard a lot about Alan being a genius, but Alan's ability to read the situation right after returning and act on limited information was the right move. He adds that he was surprised Alan even used the artifact as bait in an attempt to save the princess. Grandes says none of that matters because nothing has changed. The masked man gets annoyed and tells him to stop playing around and get to the point. Grandes flies toward the barrier with the artifact Alan brought to break it. With the artifact in hand, a magical device appears in the sky, ready to shatter the barrier. Lord Spiegel recognizes it as the artifact of the divines. The princess wonders if it can even be blocked. Grandes says that once he gets the item, he will not hand it over to any of those bastards, meaning the Archduke or the cultists. He says he will prove to the world that he stands above them all. Grandes commands the artifact to break the barrier. The device fires at it, but the strike is suddenly stopped when a hand reaches out from the crack. The power pouring out instantly tears the machine apart, leaving Grandes staring in confusion. Everyone else is stunned too. The artifact of the divines was stopped with ease. Alan notices it as well and sees someone standing there. Then Russell Raymond steps out of the barrier holding a flaming spear. The masked man and Daria notice the mask on him and wonder if it is the very thing they have been searching for. MC flies straight at the masked man and attacks. The man quickly opens a portal to block it. He swings his weapon and the portal should stop it, but something impossible happens. He cuts through the portal itself and takes the man down. After that, he jumps back. Even Grandes is stunned that someone could slice through a portal. Russell Raymond goes to free Lord Spiegel and the princess, trying to speak to them. Once the ropes are off, Lord Spiegel asks what he said because they could not hear him through the mask. The protagonist removes it and says he is relieved they are safe. Lord Spiegel and the princess are shocked to see it as MC Raymond and ask how he did this. Alan smiles and realizes the bet his master made may not be so easy after all. The princess reaches out her hand and says she is glad he came back alive. Russell Raymond takes her hand, then stops when he sees Grandes charging toward them. He says they can talk later because he has to deal with this first. Grandes steps closer and calls Russell Raymond beneath him, saying he is becoming a problem. He tells him that his return changes nothing. He will kill him and take the artifact for himself. A moment later, a huge blast erupts in the air as the protagonist takes the fight to Grandes. Grandes insists the mask belongs to him. MC asks if Blaine planned all of this, but Grandes tells him to shut up. He flies into the sky and teleports behind him. He tells Grandes to stop lying and admit he is Blaine's shadow, then slams him with the flaming spear and sends him crashing down. The blow is so strong that Grandes gets thrown through the air. Russell goes after him. Grandes says the answer is simple. He is not Blaine's shadow. Then he summons one of his original magic constructs, Grammar. He slams his sword into the ground, sending an explosive wave tearing toward the protagonist. Smoke blankets the area for a moment. When it clears, Russell is unharmed, holding two flaming spears in his dragon form. Grandes says that if he had the mask, Blaine would be the one serving him. He shouts that power can make anything happen. MC reaches into his storage and pulls something out, telling Grandes he is obsessed with power. He raises the mask and says power is not what matters most. A screen appears in front of him, saying the mask helps with thinking and draws out dragon blood. The system adds that second dragonification is now possible and asks if he wants to use it. Russell says yes, and his second dragonification begins. Fire spreads around him in a huge ring. He tells Grandes that courage comes before power. Then the mask merges with his face, and his dragon eyes sharpen. Grandes mocks him, saying those are empty words from someone who has never fallen into darkness. Russell stays silent for a moment. At last, he says that is not true. He summons about 5 fire spears and says he has been in the dark too. The only difference, he says, is that he chose the light. Then he fuses all the spears into an original magic construct he calls Magic Spear. Grandes calls him a liar and says he has never known real darkness. He rushes in with his strongest attack and demands proof of that light. He meets him head-on with the magic spear. Their clash sets off a massive explosion over the whole area. When the smoke finally starts to clear, both are still alive, but Grandes drops to his knees. A sharp pain hits, and he realizes the spear tore off his right arm. Shocked, he stares at the severed hand on the ground and wonders how this could happen when he has a chimera heart. Still standing, the protagonist walks toward him to finish the fight. Grandes cannot understand why even the chimera heart's power is not enough to reach the protagonist. The protagonist tells him to give up. It is obvious he cannot win. That only angers Grandes more, and he tells MC to shut up. Suddenly, several new arms grow from the spot where the old one was cut off. He declares that he cannot lose. A huge wave of mana bursts out, but he starts coughing blood from internal damage. At the same time, the system warns him that he has 10 seconds left in second dragonification. Looking at the screen, he answers that he cannot lose either. He readies the magic spear for one final attack and waits for Grandes to make the next move. Grandes charges and tells Russell it is time to die. The protagonist does not move. He waits until Grandes gets close enough for a killing blow. Then he boosts the spear's power and compresses all its energy into one point, with overheating. In one strike, he drives it into Grandes, who had expected to crush him. Grandes is stunned when the spear pierces him. The blast tears through Grandes' body and stretches for nearly a mile behind him. Even the rocks behind him are destroyed. Smoke fills the area again. When it clears, Grandes, torn apart, coughs hard and insists it is not his time to die. He keeps spitting blood as his body breaks down further. Soon after, he gives in and collapses. Lying there, he thinks about the chimera's power. He wanted to become a dragon, but never saw that dream through. As the light fades from his eyes, he wonders if this was always his fate. Then a nearby volcano is triggered by the earlier blast. Russell watches magma erupt and pour down the mountain. While he looks on, he hears people calling his name. It is Alan, Spiegel, and the princess. They survived. MC smiles at them, and the scene shifts back. Out of nowhere, Pepper jumps onto him from behind. Russell is relieved Pepper is safe, and Pepper lets out a loud roar. They hug, and the protagonist thanks God that Pepper is okay, while Pepper cries with joy. The princess watches their reunion, and MC says they should head back to Endymion. Later, after they leave, a mysterious person appears and takes Jaren's severed hand. The man, who seems tied to the pagan cult, steps into a portal with it. Sometime later, at the Supreme Court of Endymion, the judges read the charges against Jaren, a Red Tower mage who worked with the pagans and threatened the kingdom's safety. The judge states that his master, the head of the Red Tower, also bears responsibility. The court calls for the accused, Master Blaine, to step forward. The judge asks if he objects to the charges. Blaine says no and admits he failed to notice Jaren's actions because of his own neglect. He says the sins of a disciple must be carried by the master, and as head of the tower he must accept that burden. As he speaks, Archduke Bismarck rises and signals to the judge. He asks to say a few words, then glares at the other tower masters to intimidate them. Finally, he tells the judge that while the charges are fair, the Red Tower Master has also done much for the nation. The Archduke suggests ending the matter with about 6 months of probation. The judge nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Blaine smiles. Seated nearby, Master Darius Snow White realizes they are all involved, but says nothing. She looks up at the king watching the trial from above. She thinks the Archduke will keep challenging the royal family's authority and wonders what in the name of God His Majesty is planning. Back at the palace, Russell changes clothes while Spiegel praises his new look, with Alan nearby. The princess walks in to find them there and says she did not know they were inside. The three men bow and greet her. Princess Heike tells them to rise and says she should be the one greeting them. She bows to them and sincerely thanks them for saving her life. She gives special thanks to Russell, and he is caught off guard. On her way out, she winks at him and says she will see him again. As the door closes, he looks like he might explode, and the others try to snap him out of it. He quickly comes back to his senses and reminds himself to stay focused. He thinks this is a chance to plant the Raymond family firmly in people's minds. After the trial, the three men go to meet the king in open court. His Majesty says today's gathering is meant to honor the knights for what they did. He says they will go over each person's reward after recognizing the group's success. The king announces that Spiegel stood against the pagans who threatened the kingdom, and orders that he receive 200 gold coins and 2 pills that boost mana, which Spiegel happily accepts. The king tells Ellen Page, second son of Count Page, that he bravely fought the evil pagans who targeted the relics. He grants him the Morgenroth Dawn Medal and the title of Baron, which Ellen accepts. At last, the king turns to Russell and tells him to raise his head. The king says that in the past, the protagonist's father deserted the battlefield and became a serious threat to the kingdom's safety. Because of that, it was only natural for the ministers to doubt the Raymond family's loyalty. MC is hurt by those words and anger rises inside him. His Majesty tells him to prove himself here today, and Russell asks what he means. The king explains that the Flame Tower Master told him he has reached the 5th circle. Meanwhile, Master Darius Snow White watches and thinks that the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. His Majesty tells the protagonist that with an achievement like that, no one will doubt his words. Blaine is stunned by the turn of events. He realizes the king plans to make MC a hero in front of everyone and weaken the Archduke's faction. MC stands and projects his circles for all to see. Blaine figures it is a first circle spell that reveals someone's attribute, but for people who know nothing about magic, there is no better show. The crowd watches in surprise, and Master Melvillo notices that Russell has projected all 5 circles. Master Melvillo remarks that it is truly explosive growth, and even Alan looks impressed. As everyone watches, even Master Niccolo is amazed. When he finishes, he kneels again. The king says he thought his father was a withered flower, but no one could have guessed he had hidden such a beautiful seed. Russell replies that His Majesty is too kind. The king announces that because of the Raymond family's special case, their title is raised to Count. He also grants a 3rd-class military merit award and gives the protagonist the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in the neighboring city. The protagonist accepts the order. After the king finishes his decree, he places a hand on MC's shoulder and warmly asks him to stand. When he rises, the king thanks him for saving his daughter. He says this is not from a king, but from a father. His Majesty says he wants to reward the protagonist and asks if there is anything he wants. The protagonist thinks it over and tells the king his request. Later back home, MC thinks about the thing he asked for. He had worried it would be hard to get, but it worked out. Then he looks at the dragon heart. The dragon heart looks shriveled and ugly, but he knows that once magic flows into it, its real form should appear. He hopes he can control it. He starts pouring mana into the heart. Then something shocking happens, and Russell Raymond cries out. The heart bursts apart in a flash of bright blue light. Lightning surges out and the broken pieces turn into a horn wrapped in thunder. The protagonist stares at it in shock. Then a screen appears, It says the dragon heart has awakened, and he has obtained the Forgotten King's horn filled with lightning essence. After reading that, MC Raymond realizes the horn's power is supposed to enter him last. He shuts his eyes and braces for pain, but instead of piercing him, the horn simply pours its essence into his body. Remembering what happened before, he mutters that this is much easier to handle. He lets out a breath as lightning begins to crackle across his whole body. The power around him is so strong that even before fully absorbing it, a third of his fifth circle is already filled. That leaves him stunned. Another screen appears and says he has absorbed the Forgotten King's horn up to his limit. Any extra mana will stay inside him as dormant power. The screen also says his mid-level understanding of the lightning attribute has reached its cap and advanced into high-level lightning understanding. Suddenly, Pepper appears out of nowhere with a roar. This time he is much bigger, and Russell Raymond is stunned by how different he looks. He asks if the lightning power changed him, and Pepper nods. Then Pepper turns and leaps away. He jumps through the window and flies into the night sky. The protagonist rushes over and calls for him, and Pepper soon returns to the window. MC wonders if Pepper wants him to climb onto his back. Instead, Pepper grabs him by the shoulders and flies out with him. He is terrified. He yells at Pepper to wait, then he suddenly stops shouting when he notices how high they are. Pepper did not just get bigger. His flying has become far better too. The protagonist Raymond points out that being bigger will make Pepper easier to spot, but Pepper signals for him not to worry. A second later, Pepper lets go and turns into a flame. That fire becomes wings that attach to MC and let him fly. Russell Raymond says he now has hidden wings made of spiritual flames. He asks Pepper if he should call them spirit wings, and Pepper roars happily. He thinks about everything he gained: lightning essence from the Kinghorn, progress in the fifth circle, and now spirit wings. With power like this, he feels ready to face anyone without fear. Meanwhile, Hubert goes to see the Master after hearing she has a mission for him. Master Daria tells him he must escort Count Kimberly, the special envoy from the Kingdom of Kyle. She explains that Kyle is not a strong nation, but it stays neutral because it produces a huge amount of mana stones. She adds that Marquis Yoro Quimonti from the pro-Empire faction has apparently tried to pull the Empire into Kyle. Rather than let the Empire take control, Count Kimberly likely decided it was better to work with them. Later, as Hubert leaves, he thinks about Kyle and realizes this mission will not be easy. Before he can go, Russell Raymond calls out to him. Hubert says it has been a while, and the protagonist tells him he is glad he is doing well. Then the protagonist asks if he is heading to the Kingdom of Kyle now, and Hubert wonders how he knows that. MC asks to come along and says Master Daria already approved it. He remembers that if things follow the path he knows, Hubert will die on this mission. Hubert looks surprised by the offer, and a screen appears before Russell Raymond, with a mission bring Hubert back alive from an unknown danger. He tells himself there is no point trying to stop Hubert from going, so the only choice is to go with him. Soon after, the two head for the Kingdom of Kyle, with the protagonist using his new wings. Hubert says they are almost there. He admits it is reassuring to have MC beside him, but he asks why he really came. He casually says he wants new achievements, and finishing a mission with Hubert would count as one. Then he flies ahead, saying he will scout the area first. As he moves, he remembers that this mission's failure leads to Hubert's death, and then the Empire meddles in Cowell's affairs. That means the Empire is very likely tied to what happens to him. While he is flying, the screen appears again and gives him another mission. Escort the special envoy of the Kingdom of Cowell safely into the kingdom's territory. The reward is 5 mid-grade magic stones. Right away, Russell Raymond spots several men fighting Count Kimberly's group. He closes in and decides to wipe out the Empire's threat. Using a spell called Fire Cannon, he attacks the enemies while reminding himself that Hubert must not die. Count Kimberly notices the fifth circle magic and wonders who cast it. The protagonist lands after helping drive the attackers back. He walks up to the Count and introduces himself as a mage from the Flame Tower sent to escort him. Count Kimberly brightens at once and says, "So this is the famous Sir MC." He thanks him for coming and explains that people started following him as soon as he left the castle. MC then notices something suspicious nearby and turns to check it out. He asks the Count for a moment and heads that way. From far off, someone senses his presence. The man decides that the protagonist Raymond is at least on Spandam's level, maybe even stronger. Some of the Count's guards struggle to hold the man back, and the captain orders them to keep fighting because the Count cannot have gone far. Surrounded by the others, he tells them they just need to buy more time. The man only laughs at their resolve. Then the fight resumes, and he kills 2 guards in a single strike. Russell Raymond looks farther ahead and spots the one attacking the Count. A massive blast suddenly erupts where the battle is happening. The explosion tears through the area, and the mysterious man stands there unharmed. MC realizes this is the same man who killed Hubert in his previous life. He recognizes him as McCrae Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster, and Spanda's late master. A little later, Hubert arrives and finds Russell Raymond with the Count. He says he is glad they are safe and introduces himself to Count Kimberly. The Count introduces himself as well and thanks him for coming. Hubert then looks at the dead guard and tells them the men who were chasing the Count are part of the Imperial Army. Based on the scent he picked up, Russell Raymond says they were either not trying to hide who they were or things were too urgent for them to care. The Count is shocked by that and he turns to confirm it with him. Suddenly, the princess of the Kingdom of Kiel steps out of the carriage. She removes her cloak and tells the protagonist he is every bit as sharp as the rumors say, since he figured out the situation so quickly. Then she formally introduces herself as Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Kiel. As they move away from the area, the Count explains that Marquise Comanche is trying to gather power by marrying his son to the princess. Count Kimberly adds that with the Empire backing him, Comanche's cruelty could become unbearable. Kimberly suddenly asks why they are rushing so much when they already left the pursuers behind. Hubert answers that the enemy started chasing them the moment they left the fortress, so he is sure another group is still coming. Russell Raymond, carrying the princess, says they have opened up enough distance and he cannot sense anyone following them. Even so, he still feels something bad coming and cannot shake the feeling. Then he senses danger and shouts for everyone to duck. They drop just in time as a powerful attack tears over their heads. The strike is so strong it slices through the trees ahead, setting them ablaze. Fire spreads at once. Hubert tells their allies from the Kingdom of Kiel to run, and promises they will handle the rest. As they flee, Hubert spots the attacker and recognizes him. He remembers that this man is a walking disaster, the Empire's great sword tiger. He notes the man's clear features and identifies him as McCrae. Hubert then looks at Russell Raymond and says this must be that famous disciple. A red screen suddenly appears, updating MC's mission. Survive the danger with Hubert. The reward is 5 advanced mana stones and 7 mid-grade mana stones. MC feels that the pressure this man gives off just by staring at them is insane. Hubert, meanwhile, swears he will make him pay for killing his disciple. Then Hubert unleashes a Crimson Wave attack, called Crimson Sword. Master Hubert quickly triggers an earthquake, and Russell Raymond throws up double shields to protect both of them from the incoming attacks. The force tears up the ground beneath Hubert, and he slashes through some of the rocks with his sword before jumping clear of the quake. The moment Hubert sees the first move was avoided, he counters at once. Hands burst from the ground and grab all of Hubert's limbs, and Hubert orders he to attack. In an instant, the protagonist Raymond rushes in with his blazing spear. The impact explodes so hard that rocks fly everywhere, blocking Hubert's view. Russell Raymond jumps back to make space and see what happened. From inside the smoke, Hubert tells MC it looks like he only learned cheap tricks from his cursed master, referring to the higher. He realizes Hughes has covered his body in aura. Hughes lowers his sword and says he'll show them something interesting. He pulls out a small crimson blade called the Fuchsia Sword. A burst of power shoots from the sword and pierces Hubert's chest. Hughes says the weapon was made from dragon bones and tainted with the blood of 10 mages. Then he rushes in to finish them off, calling it the perfect weapon for killing mages. Russell grabs the wounded Hubert and takes off into the air as Hubert strikes the ground they just left. As the protagonist flies higher, Hughes admits his skills are impressive. He scans the area and spots rocks that look like firebomb stones. Hughes sends several crimson waves at him and dares him to dodge. The attacks come from every direction, but Russell slips past them. At the same time, he figures those firebomb stones might be enough to throw Hughes off. MC sets Hubert down beside a tree, then lands again. Hughes asks if he's stalling so the friend who escaped earlier can get away, since he clearly can't win. He ignores him and turns to Hubert. He tells him to run to the princess and the count. When he gives the signal, he'll buy time. Hubert asks if the protagonist is telling him to leave him behind and run. MC begs him to trust him and promises he'll come back with him. Growing impatient, Hughes asks if they're done talking. Russell suddenly gathers lightning in both palms. Using his new lightning form, he fires a chain of electricity at Hughes. That's the signal. Hubert teleports away and runs into the forest. He tells himself the firebomb stone should buy Hubert enough time, but he knows better than to take Hughes lightly, so he adds a storm from his cloud ring to the attack. He also activates the second stage of his draconification and decides to go all out. Then he creates multiple embracing spears and magic spears at once for one massive strike. With all that power, Russell unleashes an explosive attack on the already shocked Hughes. Far away, Hubert, the Count, and the princess notice the blast. The impact leaves a crater-sized hole. The protagonist pulls back, thinking that did the job. But before he can finish, Hughes speaks. He says MC has really done it now, and warns him not to expect a peaceful death. MC is stunned that he survived, and Hughes charges straight at him. Then Hughes suddenly struggles with his sword and wonders what's wrong with it. Out of nowhere, a voice asks how he dared try to harm the Lord of Dragons with dragon bones. Russell knows that voice. It's the same one he heard near the dragon heart. The voice calls Hughes a foolish human, and the face of a huge dragon appears behind him. He wonders if the Dragon King is speaking through him. The Dragon King scolds Hughes for using dragon bones against the Lord of Dragons. A moment later, the Dragon King tells the protagonist he will lend him his power for a short time and begs him to destroy the pest who insulted dragonkind. He also tells MC to find the dragons because their existence will lead him back to him, and MC will become the master and the hope of the dragons still left in this world. Suddenly, the Dragon King's power surges through his body, even though he has no idea what's happening. Still, he knows this power can help him beat Hughes. Soon after, Hughes is screaming as one of his hands is cut off by Russell. The protagonist rushes in for the finishing blow with overheat and his flaming spear, but Hughes suddenly grows a ghostly hand and catches it. He says MC must have underestimated him if he thought losing one hand would matter. Then he says he has the same arrogant eyes as his father. He is shocked that Hughes knew him. Worse, Hughes admits he wanted to rip those eyes out himself, but someone else did it first. He is left completely confused. Then Hughes asks why Russell is so sure the Empire killed his father. He suddenly appears behind the protagonist to strike, but the protagonist notices in time and swings back, only for Hughes to dodge. Hughes counters with a fast attack of his own, and MC jumps back to avoid it. But the moment he lands, sharp pain hits his side. Hughes stabbed him before he could get away. Hughes mocks him for failing to dodge such a simple attack. Then the knight swings again with his ghost hand and Russell barely gets out of the way. Even while he is still dodging, Hughes presses in saying his movements are too easy to read. Luckily, the protagonist throws up a shield just before Hughes lands another brutal hit. Even with the shield, the blow is overwhelming, and Hughes taunts him for his pathetic talent, calling him clumsy trash. While Russell is still reeling from the impact, Hughes says no one reaches a higher level without giving something up, and it's far too soon for a boy like him. As Hughes goes in for the finishing strike and slams down where MC fell, MC quickly uses his wings to escape into the air. While flying, he's forced to admit Hughes is far beyond normal human limits, but Hughes chases after him, so Russell fires back with a wave of wind. The blast swallows Hughes, yet he tears right through it, shocking him, and making him wonder if winning is even possible. Still, he refuses to give up. Instead, he changes the direction of gravity, forcing Hughes to stop and fight against being lifted away. To show Hughes how a mage fights, Russell uses another spell and triggers an explosion around him. Right after that, the protagonist drops to the ground from the strain and watches to see what happens next. Then he's shocked to see a burned Hughes step out of the blast and come straight at him. Using his new ghost hand, since he's basically lost both real arms, Hughes attacks and asks if MC really thought he could fool him with such cheap tricks. He says the MC is finished. MC realizes he's in real danger, so he uses the cloud ring to summon the lightning giant. After all, Hughes himself said reaching higher means sacrificing everything, so he decides to risk his own body to destroy him. Then a sudden bolt of electricity crashes into Russell's body and blasts Hughes away. The protagonist has boosted his muscles with electricity, giving himself an explosive speed increase. The trump card he had saved until now, he instantly uses a new creation called Rapid Charge Spear, and lunges for a killing blow while the burned Hughes watches in despair. Russell shows no mercy and drives the attack through him, but Hughes still manages to hit back as MC passes, making him cough up blood. It turns out the strike did not damage Hughes much at all. Laughing at the wounded him, Hughes knocks him down with a punch. As the protagonist crashes to the ground, he quietly prays for one more chance. Then someone suddenly appears and blasts Hughes away. The impact is so strong it burns off parts of his body, and the man asks what it feels like to crawl like an insect. As Hughes struggles to say his name, the man tells him it's time to die and unleashes another blast that leaves nothing but a pool of blood. The man is also amazed that Russell managed to push Hughes that far alone. As the man realizes MC's desperate fight just changed the fate of Endymion and Q, Hubert and the others help him back to his feet. Now no one can doubt his talent, and this is truly the birth of a hero. 10 days after that battle, Russell still hasn't fully recovered, even with overheat in his magic body. The wall to becoming superhuman is clearly no joke. If Mr. Niccolo hadn't arrived in time, he would have died. He thought he had grown stronger, but he can see he still has a long way to go. Even so, he can't stop thinking about the Dragon King's words, that he must find the dragons and that their existence will connect him to him. That makes no sense to the protagonist, since dragons are believed to be extinct, so are any still alive? Later, while talking with Hubert, Russell tells him Hughes claimed the Empire might not be the one that killed his father. Hubert thinks Hughes may have said it just to shake him, but says they should still be careful and quietly investigate through the Flame Tower. After that, Hubert tells MC their master was deeply worried and is glad to see he's safe. Before leaving, he gives him an invitation to the royal banquet. Sometime later at the banquet, Russell realizes he's not used to formal clothes, probably because he always wears robes. While lost in thought, Master Doria walks over and says she's so happy to see him healthy. She praises what he did and says, as his teacher and the master of the Flame Tower, nothing could make her prouder. While they talk, a man named Gillian approaches Master Doria Snow White, and she is surprised to see him at the banquet. Gillian says he couldn't resist coming to see the prodigy everyone keeps talking about, but the protagonist recognizes him right away and confirms that he is Mr. Gillian Pearson. Gillian Pearson is a weapon master, a superhuman aura user who can handle 18 kinds of weapons, so MC is shocked someone that strong came to see him. Gillian jokes that he heard MC gave Hughes a real fight, but MC says he just got lucky. Gillian, though, says luck only comes to the skilled. He praises him for doing such a good job killing that bastard, since Hughes and his disciples were trash. Then Gillian grabs his muscles and says they're well trained. He asks the protagonist if he also practices with a spear, and the protagonist admits he's still just repeating the basic forms. Gillian replies that that's exactly where true skill begins. Gillian says the basics matter, but to break past his limits, Russell needs real training. He hands MC a ring and tells him to come find him if he ever wants guidance. Caught off guard by that kindness, he asks why he's being so generous. Gillian laughs and says it is not generosity. He is just giving extra care to a tree with great potential. Those words really hit the protagonist, and he promises to visit him. Soon after, an announcement rings out that Endymion's ruler, His Majesty the King, has entered the hall. Everyone bows as the king walks in beside Princess Ekatnecht. As they pass the guests, she spots Russell and smiles at him, making the tough guy blush like a grade school kid. When the king reaches the stage, Hubert and MC kneel before him. He praises MC for helping with the alliance with Kill and for his recent victory. Then the king awards Hubert 500 gold coins, 100 fine horses, and the right to collect taxes from 1,000 homes in the south of the kingdom. Russell receives 3,000 gold coins, and the king names 3 cities in the west as the county of Raymond, putting them under his rule. The news shocks him. Soon a document is brought over listing the names and locations of the 3 cities, and the protagonist accepts it proudly, glad to finally have land of his own. It brings him one step closer to restoring his family. After the awards are given out, the banquet starts up again to celebrate the victory. While everyone enjoys themselves, Princess Ekate's attendant notices she does not look pleased, and Ekate points to Russell, who is surrounded by women. Her attendant suggests calling him over for a dance, but Ekate says she will wait a little longer. She says people always claim older women should not chase younger men, and should wait quietly instead. Her assistant can only wonder where she learned that. Then Russell excuses himself from the women around him and heads toward the princess. He then asks her for a dance. When that happens, Ekate turns to her assistant, as if to say she was right after all. As they dance, Princess Ekate tells him he seems to have something he wants to ask. MC brings up what she said before about looking after him and asks why she told him that. She answers that he is unusually talented for his age, and there are many reasons, but the biggest one is simple. She really likes his face. Her answer stuns Russell, and he asks what exactly she means. Instead, she holds his waist and keeps dancing, saying a woman does not say things like that to a man she has no interest in, especially not someone like her. She is not asking for an answer right now, but she hopes it will be yes. Later that night, Russell steps outside to think. He knew what kind of person she was, but he never expected her to be that direct. Anclat Rathmos is the king's only child and the one closest to the throne. Accepting her feelings would clearly help his family, but he still does not know how he feels. While he is thinking, Sir Alan suddenly approaches him and apologizes for interrupting. He says he came to suggest they settle their bet. When Russell returns to the tower, he learns that Master Melville already sent a letter to Master Darius Snow White, suggesting the same thing after Alan agreed to end the wager. He expected Alan to reach out, just not this fast. When Master Darius Snow White asks what he thinks, he says they do not need to wait the full 3 years from the original deal, so they decide to go ahead. Sometime later, everyone gathers in the Colosseum's duel arena, protected by a magic barrier strong enough to withstand 6th circle spells, and even an expert swordsman's aura. Russell thinks about how, in his past life, he was only a 2nd circle mage and never imagined he would stand here one day. Master Daria, Snow White, says there is no reason to drag this out, and tells them to begin at once. Master Melville jokes and asks how long she can keep talking so boldly. The barrier was made by both tower masters, so they do not have to worry about wrecking the area and can fight at full power. In the arena, Russell and Alan face each other. Alan is called a genius among mages, but right now the gap between them is small. The protagonist knows that when 2 fighters are this close in skill, the key is to close the distance. He quickly rushes in, forcing Alan to back away and try to open space. To Alan, Russell's style feels more like a knight or swordsman than a mage. He fights with confidence in his offense and endurance, and the Flame Tower's instant firepower is stronger than the other towers. But Alan quickly fires back with a rain of ice stalactites. As they race toward MC, he admits that is exactly what he would expect from Sir Alan, whose casting speed is famous. Even so, he answers with a burst of fire rain and cancels the attack. Watching from the side, Melville is impressed that Russell copied Alan's formula almost instantly. When the smoke clears, the protagonist moves first again, this time using another strong spell called Lightning Fire. The blast nearly hits Alan, but he uses Blink at once and teleports clear of it, ruining Russell's attempt to get close. Realizing he has to stop Alan's legs if he wants to reach him, MC quickly casts an earthquake before Alan can react and catches him off guard. His plan is to trap Alan in a corner by using those explosive quakes to keep him from making more distance. Then Sir Alan casts a spell called Age of Ice, freezing the entire arena floor and stopping the shaking ground. That only makes Russell grin, but Alan realizes he is dealing with a complete monster. Soon he tells him it is time to stop testing each other, then calls down another storm of ice on him. He quickly raises a wall of fire to defend himself, but then the protagonist's hands freeze, making it hard for him to move and cast properly. Alan had used Ice Stop, a secret blue tower spell that Master Melville taught him because he is meant to be his successor. Alan praises Russell's amazing growth and says he would like to see more, but his master is waiting, so that will have to wait. Using a spell called Waterfield, Alan floods the entire arena, and waves surge toward MC to swallow him. Seeing the flood coming, MC decides to use a trump card he had not planned to reveal. Suddenly, he unleashes an explosive burst of violent crimson energy that keeps Alan from moving. Master Darius Snow White recognizes it at once as Dragon Fear, and Master Melville finally understands why Russell is so talented for his age. He inherited dragon blood. In that instant, his body shifts into a mix of human and dragon. Darius Snow White is stunned, She knows his parents were ordinary humans, which can only mean one thing. Master Melville guesses it means a high-ranking dragon must exist somewhere in the Raymond bloodline. In the arena, Alan admits the power Russell just released is enough to make his whole body shake, but the protagonist is not the only one hiding something. Alan has his own trump card, and suddenly casts a wide-area spell strong enough at this level to freeze an entire army. MC quickly throws the overlap spear Dan Bolg, combining 6 of them for even more power. His goal is to break through Alan's spell and win. At the same time, Alan decides to end it now and releases a sea of freezing energy. It shocks him because it is so cold it feels like it could freeze. Not just mana, but time itself. Even so, he cuts through it with his weapon and realizes he could not have done this without the battle experience he got from fighting McCrae Hughes. The fact that he breaks through leaves Alan stunned, and Russell leaps straight at him to strike. He is moving so fast that Alan realizes there is no time to use blink. He has to block. Before he can react, he is hit by the protagonist's spear and knocked to the ground, while the protagonist stands over him with the spear aimed at his face. In that moment, Alan smiles and accepts that he lost. Then the system announces the mission is complete, and Russell will receive a high-grade mana stone along with a relic from the Age of Gods. Master Darius Snow White walks over to Melville and asks if the old man really prepared the Age of Gods relic, and the old man admits defeat. As Master of the Blue Tower, he cannot break his promise, so he opens his storage to hand over the relic. That shocks Darius Snow White because he is actually giving it up. On the way home, Russell looks over the relic he received. Arachne's sewing tools, an Age of Gods relic that copies the goddess Arachne's power to cut and connect space. The dagger can slice space itself, and if you pour mana into the chain linking the dagger to the needle used to sew space, you can join visible space to the space the dagger cut. Cutting space alone is incredible, but being able to reconnect it too makes the relic extremely useful for ambushes or defense. Soon a knight tells him they have arrived at Autumn Moon Castle. As soon as he goes in, he meets Sir Gillian and thanks him for the invitation. Word of his win over Sir Alan has already reached the weapon master, though MC says it was just luck. MC soon realizes they are in Gillian's office, though he was not fully sure because it is packed with weapons and looks more like a training room. Gillian admits the room did not start out like this, but as he kept training, more and more weapons piled up. After hearing that Russell uses a spear, Gillian hands him one. He says he wants to measure his skill exactly so he can train him the right way. For the protagonist, getting taught by a weapon master is a huge chance. If he can sharpen his spear skills here, it will help him a lot in future fights. Once the spar begins, Sir Gillian lets MC strike first. MC gladly takes the chance and charges at Sir Gillian, but in the next instant, he is flat on his back. Russell is shocked he went down that easily, even without magic involved. That alone shows what a weapon master can do. When he asks how he did, Gillian says he has sharp eyes and thinks well on the fly, but he does not seem naturally gifted with the spear. Even so, Gillian is impressed since the protagonist taught himself. Watching him is still entertaining, while Russell wonders if he should use magic next time. Then Gillian makes one thing clear. He will not teach him for free. Instead, he offers training once a week if MC spars with his knights in return. That is not a bad deal, but simple matches alone would not make things equal. So he asks for one more condition. Soon after, Gillian calls all the knights to meet the protagonist. Hearing he is here, one knight guesses this is the mage who blew off McCrae Hughes' arm, then jokes that he must have horns and breathe fire. Another calls that nonsense since it makes him sound like a circus act. A moment later, Lord Gillian arrives with MC, and everyone greets them together. Right away, Gillian tells the knights they will start doing 2 training matches with Russell from now on. In the first round, magic and aura are allowed. In the second, neither can be used. The knights are surprised by that rule, since fighting without aura or magic seems worse for him, a mage, but the point is to build skill, not lean on power, so training without magic makes more sense. With that settled, he introduces himself and says he looks forward to learning from them before the sparring starts. Then the system pops up with a new mission. Fight the Knights of Autumn Moon Castle, beat them, and stack wins in a row for low-grade mana stone rewards. Soon after, Russell is matched with a knight named Rohakin, a 4th-grade knight. Rohakin says it is an honor to cross weapons with someone as famous as the protagonist. They begin, and Rohakin rushes in with textbook perfect form, something MC did not expect from a 4th-grade knight. Still, that level makes sense for someone trained by Sir Gillian. Even so, Russell slips past the attack and puts him on his back. With his spear pointed down, he asks if he wants to keep going, but Rohakin concedes. The other knights are impressed by how the protagonist moved and realize he has real skill beyond magic. That only makes them tense, since losing to a mage in pure martial skill naturally stings their pride. The favor Russell had asked of Gillian in private was to train without using magic, and Gillian accepted mostly because he thought it would be amusing. But now it turns into a strong push for everyone. Before long, another knight named Sir Vincent, a 2nd-grade knight, asks to spar with MC. Some of the others wonder if he is saying 3rd-grade knights cannot handle Sir MC. Sir Vincent is strong enough to be compared to a vice-captain of the Knight Order, and Russell thanks him for the match, knowing it will be a great chance to improve. Later that night, Gillian admits he underestimated him after seeing him fight Vincent to a draw, but he insists it was just luck again. Gillian does not buy that for a second and asks whether Vincent would have had any chance at all if the protagonist had used magic. The protagonist stays quiet, which tells Gillian everything. Vincent still would not have stood a chance, even if he were first class. And Gillian is right, because MC is a 5th circle mage, putting him on the level of a specialist grade knight. Gillian warns him not to belittle himself. Too much humility can turn into arrogance. Soon after, he opens a safe and shows Russell a gift. Inside are books Gillian collected while traveling the continent in his youth, including spear manuals he can study. Since going through the whole collection would take too long, the protagonist chooses to focus on spear techniques. A little later, Gillian finds MC stuck between 2 spear books, the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts and La Mancha, and tells him both are excellent choices. Apparently, the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts is hard to master, but if completed, it becomes one of the strongest spear styles around. La Mancha, on the other hand, is a polished style, and being able to use it cleanly without wasted movement is a major strength. Gillian personally recommends the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts, but Russell chooses La Mancha instead. His reason is simple. A refined spear style he can adapt to any situation suits him better as a mage than a style built only on power. Gillian notes that he picked the smart option over the flashy one, which proves he really thinks like a mage. He decides to respect that choice and tells him to go all in on mastering La Mancha. Russell is struck by how freely Gillian hands over books like these, and it reminds him just how generous Sir Gillian is. Then Gillian tells him not to forget his part of the deal with the knights, and the protagonist remembers this gift was not exactly free after all. Sometime later, while riding in a carriage, MC practices the La Mancha sequence in his head. The simple motions connect into one flow, but he keeps getting stuck at one point. It has already been a year and a half since Sir Gillian gave him La Mancha. Memorizing the forms alone is impressive, but truly mastering the spear means understanding what the style really means. Full focus would help, but too many other things keep pulling at him. One item on his mind is the system mission, telling him to break through his new wall and become a full 6th circle mage, with rewards ranging from advanced, mid, and low high-grade mana stones to an unknown prize. Reaching the 6th circle takes training and insight, so there is no quick fix. The Dragon King's words keep echoing in his head. He was told to find the dragons because their existence will connect him to him and help him become the master and hope of the dragons still left in this world. The problem is that he has no idea how to trace them. He searched old books and found 4 places where dragon traces might remain. So far, he has checked 2 of them and found nothing. That leaves the Red Mountain Belt Canyon and Kuril Island. Kuril Island seems more likely, but it is far too dangerous at his current level. So he puts that trip off until he reaches the 6th circle and decides to head to the Red Mountain Belt Gorge for now to explore the underworld deep below. In a private talk with Master Darius Snow White, she learns that he plans to go to the underworld this time. The underworld is a land of dwarves, and humans cannot get in easily. Russell agrees, so she tells him to visit the White Magic Tower Master if he needs to go there, since she is half fairy-blooded and may know something useful. Later that night, the protagonist heads to the White Tower. It turns out dwarves are part of the fairy race, so Master Darius Snow White was right. As he nears the tower, he is suddenly ambushed by someone she forgot to mention would be there. Brother Olsen. Olsen throws his arms around Russell's neck and says it has been a long time. Apparently, Olsen also signed up for the underworld research trip. He thought it would be lonely since few people choose that place, but with MC around, he figures it will not be boring. When MC asks if he has met the White Tower Master before, Olsen says yes, and describes her as cute but a little odd. Not long after, they are allowed into the tower, and Russell is taken aback by how adorable the room feels. When they reach the main hall, they are greeted by a young woman hugging a teddy bear. Olsen quickly bows while he just stares in disbelief as the White Tower Master recognizes them. Her name is Amelia Merwin, and she leads the White Tower. The White Tower Master can control wind and spirits. Maybe because she is half human and half elf, she also gives off the pure mana only elves usually have. Brother Olsen is surprised she remembers their names and assumes it is because Russell is famous, but Amelia says it is because of the protagonist's unusual mana. She floats over to him and takes a sniff, then says he has made a contract with a spirit. Russell quickly confirms it, especially since no one else had noticed before. The master asks if he can summon that spirit, because normal methods will not get him into the underworld. He would need the luck to find a hidden portal, a map marking one, or an artifact that can detect one. Since he has none of those, they will need a spirit to get there. Then MC summons Pepper, and Amelia instantly gushes over how cute he is. She also notices he is a mid-grade mutant spirit. Meanwhile, Archduke Bismarck is contacted by someone speaking through the enchanted skull named Kareem. He says he came because it is contract day. Kareem had to show up since Hypnos, the one tied to the Archduke, is busy. The Archduke is shocked that the 5-year deal is already over, and then he receives an apple he must eat when the term ends. The moment he bites into it, magic suddenly wraps around him. He realizes renewing this deal might help him reach immortality, but that will not be possible because of the side effects. After eating, he tells Kareem that Darius Snow White's disciple went to Red Canyon, but Kareem says he already knows. What he wants is news about that hateful woman. Kareem can tell the Archduke is worried about the border between Red Canyon and the Amazon forest, where he thinks Russell will get involved, especially because of the problem with Blaine. Still, Kareem makes it clear their secret operation is deep inside the forest, far from the canyon. Unless someone is searching for it on purpose, there is no way they will find it. Then Kareem abruptly leaves, saying other people are waiting, besides the Archduke. That disrespect from a mere cultist angers the Archduke, and he decides he will deal with him once he takes the throne. Then he suddenly notices his precious plant has withered, and realizes he needs to hurry. The next morning, inside a carriage, Amelia thanks Russell for making it easier to find the underworld. With Pepper's help, they should be able to track Noam, the Earth Spirit, and locate the way in. Soon after, they reach Red Canyon. Even from far away, he can feel a strange power coming from the rocks, and he hopes to find clues about dragons there. Olsen suggests they skip the city and head straight into the canyon, and Russell agrees. Soon after, they get off and let Pepper track Noam's scent. When Pepper flies higher, he is suddenly attacked by one-horned eagles. As Olsen moves to deal with them, Russell stops him because Pepper told them not to interfere. Pepper suddenly breathes fire, burning the eagles, then happily celebrates. Right after that, he senses Noam and leads them onward. The place looks like it has more than 300 caves. They could waste all their time checking them and still never reach the underworld. But Pepper leads them to one specific cave. When they step inside, they realize it is not a normal cave. It has no dampness or stalactites, which are typical of real caves, so it feels man-made. It is almost like an artificial cave was built to hide the entrance, which could also mean traps are waiting. Even so, they decide to go in and see what the dwarves prepared. Before long, they lose count of how many traps they have avoided. They seem to be on the 15th one already. Russell thought he could break the traps easily with magic, but he did not expect mana control devices to cover the cave, blocking his mana and forcing him to rely on draconification. Just as he is about to use it, he faintly senses mana while Olsen urges him to run. Our boy realizes the mana control devices were not placed in that one spot, so he quickly summons his flaming spear and uses it. The only reason they would leave one place without mana control devices is because that is where the teleport gate to the underworld is hidden. Russell tears open the wall with his flaming spear and reveals the concealed teleport gate. No matter how advanced dwarf technology is, space travel cannot work without mana. That is why there are no mana control devices where the warp gate stands. His discovery impresses Olsen, and the two of them step through the gate. After entering, they arrive in the underworld. The protagonist expected a small underground city, but it is just as large as Endymion's royal capital. After they go down some stairs, a group of dwarves approaches them. The dwarves say it has been a long time since humans came here, since the warp gate is not easy to find. One asks if they got the tribe's map or if they are spirit contractors, but says they will be treated as guests either way. The dwarves motion for them to follow if they are entering the city, so they can show them around, because the underworld is far more impressive from the inside. Russell stares at the dwarves in disbelief, since he has never seen them before. During the tour, they explain that the glowing stones set in the ceiling were placed there over 100 years ago and still shine like stars. As they keep showing off one amazing thing after another, MC feels they are bragging more than guiding them. Then Olsen steps over to him and reminds him that, even though they came together, their research goals are different. Once Russell agrees, Olsen runs after the dark-skinned dwarf and suggests they meet back here in 3 weeks. He ignores the protagonist's protest and heads off, while the protagonist is pulled away by another dwarf named Miggy, who says there is still a lot left to show him. During the tour, MC spots a statue of a red dragon. He remembers the legend that says the underworld was blessed by 2 dragons, and Miggy confirms it. Apparently the silver dragon, ruler of iron and wind, gave the blessing of steel to those who live in the underworld, while the fire dragon, ruler of flame, gave them the blessing of fire. The place with the statue was built when the fire dragon granted that blessing, and the story says the dragon even stayed there from time to time thousands of years ago. Hearing that, Russell thinks there may still be traces left behind if a dragon once rested there. He quickly asks Miggy if outsiders are allowed into the altar, and Miggy decides to take him inside. On the way, Miggy explains that weapons sold in the underworld are far better than anything from normal smithies, so other races live or visit there too, especially people from the fairy race of the Amazon forest, who come to trade or buy equipment. While they are walking, Russell is surprised when Lady Elo happily greets him, glad to see him again. Soon after, an elder from the White Ash Tree tribe, Ilu's tribe, introduces himself as Scan. He recognizes him as the one who helped Alu, and they exchange greetings. Scan says he had been curious about the person who helped Alu. He senses an aura like a living volcano from the protagonist, and is shocked that a human could have such pure mana. The protagonist soon learns that Alu came to the underworld to buy weapons. It sounds strange that a peace-loving elf would need weapons, so Russell asks if something happened to her tribe. His suspicion is right. The monsters in the Amazon forest have gone wild. Ilu sadly says it would not have happened if her blood had awakened, but Scan comforts her and says it is not her fault. In the past, Ilu told Russell she carried the blood of the green dragon, and that makes him wonder if the White Ash tribe has any records or legends about dragons. However, she says she knows nothing beyond inheriting a dragon's blood, but promises to check her tribe's records if she can, while he is still in the underworld. Soon they reach the fire dragon altar, but MC does not notice anything special. He thinks about visiting the silver dragon altar, only to learn that both altars share the same place and structure. As he wonders if there is really nothing here, Miggy steps out to wait while Russell looks around. Then he puts his hand on the statue, and a green light appears, slowly lighting up the eyes of the silver statue. Then the silver dragon says he has waited a very long time and is glad Russell arrived before the end of his remaining life. As the green light grows stronger, the dragon tells him to follow the path and come find him, so he can show him their master, the origin of all dragons. A green compass with an arrow suddenly appears above his hands, and the dragon's voice urges him to hurry. Our boy quickly runs in that direction, especially because the voice sounds like someone close to death. While running, he notices the arrow getting shorter, which means he is closing in on the dragon guiding him. Soon after, he flies into the air and spots the place the compass is leading him to. As he gets closer, the house looks far too small to hold a dragon, so it seems like a cover hiding the real passage. When he goes inside, he finds a gate, confirming his guess. As he approaches it, a voice greets him as the future master of all dragons. Then the huge gate opens, revealing the true silver dragon, Salvador, who welcomes him. Salvador says he wants to talk as much as he can, but he does not have much time left. Russell asks what he means, and Salvador explains that both his body and spirit have grown old, and his eternal rest is near. While the protagonist wonders if Salvatore faces death so calmly because dragons live for 10,000 years, Salvatore returns the power he had entrusted to him and gives MC a silver horn. The power is being passed from the old master Salvatore to the new one. When MC receives the horn, the system notifies him that he has inherited a new power from the silver dragon through the horn of the divine dragon king, Wind Essence. He first received fire and lightning, and now he gains a horn with the power of wind. Strangely, this one is labeled as the horn of the divine dragon king, not the forgotten king. When Salvador asks why the young master is delaying the succession of power, Russell explains that the horn's power has been increasing his understanding of each element in his mana. Because of that, it would be more efficient to become a sixth circle mage first and then use the power. This surprises Salvador, who laughs and says he is a master worthy of waiting 10,000 years for. After praying that all of his wishes come true, Salvador suddenly begins to fade away but says his mission does not end here even if his body and spirit vanish. Apparently, Salvador will leave his power to the child who carries his blood. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the underworld, Lady Hilo is suddenly struck by a huge wave of power left behind by the late Salvador. Back in the cave, Russell steps out, feeling down because he still had so many questions, and his first real lead was gone right in front of him. As he steps out, he suddenly runs into Hilo, who reveals two horns on her head, glowing with bright light. When the protagonist asks what is going on with her head, she drops to her knees and calls him the Lord of Dragons, but passes out before she can finish. MC rushes over to help, then carries her away for treatment. Staying by her side, he is shocked to learn that Ilo is the Silver Dragon's successor, but it looks like her dragon powers still have not fully awakened yet. A little later, she wakes up and calls him the way she always does. Then the system tells Russell that Ilo has started awakening as a second-generation dragon, but she still does not understand her mission. Once she does, she will have to choose for herself whether to awaken as a divine dragon or remain an elf. That message puts him at ease because if she were forced to become a divine dragon, she would be bound to him as the Lord of Dragons. Still dazed, Obo asks why she is in his room, so he explains that she collapsed in front of the gate and he had to bring her there fast. After hearing that, she is glad he was the one who found her, and wonders if this happened because of the horns. It seems a silver light flew into her right before she blacked out, and it looks like the dragon essence inside her has awakened. When she realizes her companions must be worried, she decides to go see them and prays that the blessings of the forest stay with him on his journey before she leaves. The next day, Russell finds out he has more time than expected, since he thought it would take 20 days to find any trace of the dragon. He decides to use that time to visit Miggy and his friend at their forge. As soon as he gets there, he shows them an item from his storage and asks them to inspect it. They notice that it holds incredibly pure mana, like condensed mana made solid, almost like a dragon heart. Still, the mana is far too pure to come from a lesser dragon, and too small to be from a higher one. So they ask to keep it for a while and study it properly, and Russell agrees. The dwarves are thrilled and rush off to check their dragon encyclopedia. The protagonist thinks they look like excited scholars who just got research funding. Soon after, he heads to the great library Miggy told him about. The underground library is unusual and packed with valuable knowledge. Normally, MC would not be allowed in, but he gets access because he was recommended by masters. A master is one of the greatest craftsmen among the dwarves, and only 1 in 1,000 earns that title. The two dwarves he met are both among them, which surprises him. The underground library is huge and full of ideas very different from the surface world. At this point, he has 19 days left before returning to the Flame Tower, so he tries to break through to the 6th circle in that time. But after 19 days, Russell realizes the goal is not that simple, and maybe it is still too soon. He goes back to the forge to pick up the item, since he has to leave that day and say goodbye. They are shocked that he has to go so soon and try to convince him to stay a few more days, because they still have not learned anything amazing about the item, even though they made some progress. So far, they discovered the mana stone was not formed naturally. It is an artificial object made by someone for a specific purpose. When Russell asks what led them to that idea, they explain that its alchemical reactions match something they had seen before. They show him a book suggesting the item is a kind of magnum opus, made by breaking off and thinning down part of something. Magnum opus is an alchemy term that means masterpiece. They believe this mana stone may be as valuable as the Philosopher's Stone. But their biggest problem is that they still do not know what it was made from. Even so, Russell thanks them, since that information is more than enough, and says their help showed him how incredible the underworld really is. They tell him to come back whenever he can. As he leaves, he figures the material for the mana stone is probably a dragon heart, which would be a shocking truth. When he reaches the place where Olsen asked to meet, he does not see him, but apparently this oil is the secret behind dwarf strength, and Olsen plans to adjust it for humans once they return, which was his original research goal. Seeing that Russell looks troubled, Olsen asks if his research is going badly, but the protagonist admits he actually found what he came here for. So Olsen realizes the real issue is MC's struggle to become a sixth circle mage. He can see the barrier, but he cannot break through it, and that frustrates him. Olsen remembers a saying, 100 mages will have 100 different enlightenments. That shows how delicate this kind of insight is. Even advice meant to help can do harm, so people usually do not interfere. But shows how delicate this kind of insight is. Even advice meant to help can do harm, so people usually do not interfere. Some simple advice should be fine. Out of nowhere, Olsen asks the protagonist if he knows he can lift 1,500 pounds, about 680 kilograms. But the protagonist is hearing that for the first time. Olsen says he could not lift that much at first, but after pushing himself again and again, one day he simply could. He says insight in magic works the same way. If you keep working hard every day, it suddenly comes to you. Those words stay with Russell, and he realizes he needs patience, because he has already grown a lot compared to a month ago. As they walk, Olsen points out the sunset over Red Canyon and how amazing it is. That fading light blurs the line between sky and earth, and everything MC has learned, along with the walls he built step by step, starts to feel like something greater is waiting just beyond them. Suddenly, he experiences a mental projection, and realizes everything he has learned and lived through can be expressed as formulas. Looking at the burning red sunset, he chooses to add the formulas he knows to that image, and suddenly he creates an original construct called the falling sun. The energy that erupts is so strong, Olsen has to stop him, because it looks like he is about to set the canyon on fire. When Russell seems lost in a trance, Olsen casts a sleep spell on him, and he collapses onto his shoulders. Olsen gave him advice about enlightenment, but he never expected it to happen so suddenly, and this is going to cause a huge stir in the academic world. At this point, the protagonist is the youngest sixth circle mage. The system soon announces that he reached the sixth circle and rewards him with higher grade mana stones, advanced grade mana stones, intermediate grade mana stones, lower grade mana stones, and an unknown reward. Sometime later, back at the Flame Tower, Russell thinks back on the original construct Fallen Sun that let him become a sixth circle mage. There is a strong flow of mana through his veins, unlike anything he felt as a fifth circle mage. On top of that, he received the second golden mask as a reward for reaching the sixth circle. Unlike the first one, which helped with attack calculations, this artifact blocks debuffs and is specially made to defend against curses, and it will help him resist pagan sorcery. Master Daria is happy to see him back and asks how the underworld was. Before she can finish, she notices he already broke through, so he admits the trip and research helped. It has only been a year since he fully mastered fifth circle magic, and Daria clearly underestimated his talent, since she thought it would take at least a few more years. Either way, she is very proud of him and says this is what she expects from her disciple, and he promises to keep working hard. Another thought that makes Daria laugh is how furious Master Melvin will be when he finds out. Then she suggests testing the young prodigy's skills, so she teleports them to an open training area. It reminds Russell of the day before the Ruins expedition, when fighting a giant was hard for him. Meanwhile, Daria figures those giants would be far too easy for him now. So she decides to raise the difficulty to match his level by using one of her original constructs, known as the Firewood Dwarves. The area is quickly filled with hundreds of fire golems, but Master Daria reminds him it is too early to be shocked. Before he can react to that, she casts another of her original transformations and summons a blazing giant wood king in the middle of them. At that point, Russell wonders if she is going too far, but realizes she just wants to get straight to the point. So he decides he has to answer with his own construct, Falling Sun, a huge war spell that excites Daria. Fired up himself, he pours in more power to show his new insight to his master and burns every golem to ash with the power of the Falling Sun. After wiping them out, he realizes the spell is too destructive and would have hit allies in a real battle, so he needs to be careful. Master Daria quickly approaches and realizes the reason he advanced so fast is that he reached mental projection. She asks what image he used to shape that power, and he tells her it was a burning sunset. That fascinates her, because mental projection is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a mage, and what Russell showed her is still an unfinished spell that needs work. The thought that he might complete it excites her. Watching a disciple she took in during her later years grow like this is deeply fun for her. Sometime later, while MC is alone at home, he remembers how his master said she would officially request a circle achievement record with the association because he stood out in casting speed, power, and rarity as an original mage. Her recognition means a lot to him, so the next thing on his list is absorbing the mana from the wind essence horn Sylvator gave him, along with the mana stones he got as rewards. There's so much mana that finishing it all will take a long time, so he starts by stabbing himself with the horn. After absorbing mana from morning to night, the system tells him he has fully absorbed the Divine Dragon King's horn with wind essence. Any mana beyond the limit will be stored as latent power, which will awaken later and grant him great strength. His understanding of the wind attribute has also improved a lot. Even so, his rank hasn't changed. On top of that, his body feels a little lighter, likely because of the wind attribute. Out of nowhere, he throws a light punch and releases a huge burst of force. If he boosts his body with Overload and Mage Body too, he might be able to fight second-class knights even without magic. While he's thinking about that, he gets word that someone has come to see him, and he tenses up, wondering if it's the princess. He was right. Russell goes out to meet her, and she asks about his trip to the underworld. Then she explains that she was so curious about what happened there that she rushed over, even though she knows it might be rude. He gladly tells her she can ask anything about what he saw below, but she says there's something else she wants to ask first. As the protagonist braces for the question he already expects, the system gives him a new mission: answer the princess's heart. Princess Hecate Ratmos has waited a long time for his reply, and now it's his turn. The rewards include a mid-grade mana stone and a pair of Eros and Psyche rings. Her question is simple: did he think about her while he was away? Russell feels cornered the moment he realizes this is now a mission. He turns red and awkwardly says her teasing is too much. That reaction actually relaxes her, because she enjoys flustering him since he's always so serious. At last, she says it seems her efforts weren't wasted. Anyway, she makes it clear she doesn't need an answer right now, she only wants him to truly consider her. By efforts, she means how she has kept getting closer to Russell ever since the last ball, while he kept pushing her away by saying he was too busy chasing revenge. That now makes him feel like a coward. When she notices how much time has passed, she says time doesn't seem to pass when she's with him, it just disappears. Still, it's a shame she won't get the answer she hoped for today. Before she can finish speaking, Russell drops to one knee, takes out the rings and confesses that he really is stiff and awkward, just like she said. Even so, the one thing he can honestly say is that he looks forward to the future with her. Startled, Hecate stands up and jokes that he has no sense of mood at all. Even so, she admits it's strange. His plain awkward words still sound sweet to her. She accepts his ring and says she's looking forward to that future too. Then she warns him to be ready, because she plans to tease him for the rest of his life as punishment for making her wait. Not long after, the day of the princess's engagement party arrives, and the whole city is busy preparing wine, food, and entertainment. A delegation from Kiel arrives, and the Crown Prince Saren of the Golden Sand Dunes thinks the celebration is pointless showiness. But the great shaman with him says this level of grandeur is needed to honor a young man who reached the 6th circle at only 20 years old. Even so, Saren believes it's really a move to gather allies against the Empire, especially with so many nations invited. He adds that he's tired of the boring talk and just wants the ceremony to start, so he can see what Russell is really like. Meanwhile, MC is stunned that he has to wear 4 tuxedos for the banquet, plus formal court clothes, and asks Sir Alan if engagements are always this troublesome. Alan, however, reminds him this is no ordinary engagement. Too many envoys from neighboring nations, even ones that aren't allies, are attending. The king likely doesn't want this to be just a joyful event. He also wants political gains. It may not be only about strengthening royal power. It could also be a stage to show off Endymion's strength. Russell then realizes the strongest card Endymion can display is him, so his role will be vital. Alan assures him he'll do fine, and gets him started on studying etiquette. Sometime later, once the tables are ready, the announcer presents Hecate Ratmos as the first heir to the throne of the Endymion royal family. After she appears, her fiancé is announced as Count Russell Raymond, and our guy steps out with calm elegance. As he enters, one guest doubts this young man could really match a tower master, since he doesn't look that impressive, so Prince Saren tells him to test him instead of grumbling from behind. When the annoyed man asks how, Saren snaps his fingers and a group of magical snakes rushes at Russell, making Hecate cry out. The protagonist, on the other hand, tells her not to worry, especially since he had just been wondering what to do. Now the stage is set perfectly. He uses a circle projection to reveal all 6 rings and burns the snakes away at once. The guest is left stunned that MC really is a 6th circle mage. After showing his rings, he sends a bit of fire into the sky and turns it into a string of fireworks to lift the mood. The display makes the celebration even grander. Saren is impressed to learn Russell had been hiding this level of magical power, which goes beyond what the rumors claimed. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, one of the pagans speaks to Archduke Bismarck through a skull and learns that Darius Snow White's disciple is now engaged into the Endymion royal family. Bismarck notes that someone nearly equal to a tower master has become part of the royal house. During the talk, the pagan is attacked by a monster in the forest, but he quickly puts it down and assures Bismarck it was only a rat foolish enough to bare its teeth. Even so, the pagan mockingly congratulates the Archduke for adding someone so skilled to his royal family. But Bismarck coldly says he has never seen any of them as family, only filthy usurpers who stole his place. When Bismarck asks about the excavation in the forest, the pagan admits that it will still take a few more years, so they can't promise how many keystones will remain intact. He does confirm the stones are Tartanos keystones, once used to seal the giants who fought for control of this continent. Even a few of them are enough to restrain an 8th circle mage. The problem is that tampering with the Tartana seal has already driven the forest monsters mad. Still, that is good news for the Archduke, who thinks those raging creatures can draw attention and weaken Endymion's forces so the plan can move faster. The pagan finds it amusing that the Archduke can be happy about the deaths of his own people, making him a true tyrant. They only got this far because the records of the Age of the Gods were erased or damaged, including the stories of the Otherworld Savior and the Giants. That black-haired hero from another world joined forces with dragons to seal the Giants, but that story must never reach future generations, or it could ruin their plans. More interestingly, the pagan notices that Darius Snow White's disciple also has black hair, and is growing at an unnatural speed, which may mean he carries the bloodline of that Otherworld Savior. Even if that's true, he figures it happened thousands of years ago, so Russell couldn't have inherited the bloodline perfectly. Still, he decides to raise the level of threats against him, just to be safe. After the ceremony, Count Raymond is swarmed by people all trying to speak with him at once. Nobles from the countryside, local lords, and even foreigners crowd around him, which means he's going to be stuck there for a while. While dealing with them, he's suddenly approached by Saren, the Prince of the Golden Dunes, who comes to congratulate him on the engagement of the century. Russell remembers that this is the guy who sent the snakes, so he thanks him for the gift with a joke and asks for something different next time. The protagonist then asks whether his reaction was good enough, and that impresses Saren. Senshi didn't get angry about being tested, so the prince offers him an alliance. The Golden Dunes are one of the richest nations on the continent, and becoming allies would be a huge help in a war against the Empire. However, Saren explains he doesn't mean an alliance between nations. He wants one specifically with Russell. In the end, the two shake hands, both eager for this partnership. 3 days later, our guy is finally relieved. The ceremony is over. While he's alone, the princess comes to see him and says she understands why he's exhausted, since he isn't used to events like that. She also brought some trade documents that piled up because of the engagement ceremony. But she finished her work quickly because she wanted to see her fiancé. That makes Russell blush again, and he accuses her of teasing him again. Then he notices a letter among the papers, which Heichi says is for him. When he opens it, he sees it's a research request letter she filed in his name, so he won't have to be so careful whenever he wants to go out alone. She asks if it was unnecessary, but he hugs her from behind and thanks her for thinking of him. She finds it funny that something so natural made him this happy, then suddenly says she's tired. Finally, she turns to him with a seductive look and suggests they put out the lights. Russell agrees. They soon head to bed and make love passionately. Sometime later, in the City-State Alliance, in a place called Nashel, an official who handles freelance mages tells a man they don't have what he wants. Only 3rd circle mages are available. The man argues that only a 4th circle mage can drive off a pirate ship. Right then, a mage steps in after hearing that. When asked who he is, he shows his ID. He introduces himself as Ridman Lewis, a 38-year-old freelance 4th circle mage. After a formal greeting, he says he is looking for work headed to Khalil Island. In truth, it is Russell Raymond in disguise, using magic to change his identity. Soon they set sail, and the trip seems calm so far. The protagonist hopes nothing goes wrong before they reach Khalil Island. Meanwhile, another 4th circle mage, Carl Neiman, grabs his friend Aiden Owl, a 3rd circle mage, and urges him to drink with them. Aiden objects, saying they should not drink during a guard job, but Carl says they will not get drunk, especially since it is beer he cooled himself with magic. Aiden finally gives in, and Carl offers some to Ridman too. He accepts, though not happily. Ridman did not expect to meet Aiden Owl here. In the future, Aiden will shake the academic world by improving a potion's effect by about 20%, but because Archduke Bismarck backed him, he had no choice but to hand that discovery to the Empire. This time, Russell plans to make sure Endymion gets it instead. As they keep drinking, Ridman notices mana flowing from Carl's bracelet and asks if it is an artifact. Carl says it is a mind-clearing artifact. While they are still celebrating, pirates suddenly appear with around 5 ships. The man who hired them rushes off to gather the mages, but Carl just smiles. He drugged the beer he gave the mages, making them pass out. When the ship owner arrives, he finds Aiden and Ridman on the floor and realizes Carl is working with the pirates. Carl confirms it and tells him to choose people more carefully next time. Then he orders him onto the pirate ship if he wants to live. Suddenly, Ridman's ring starts to spark, unleashing a lightning storm and activating the signature power of the Giant of Thunder's hammer ring, sending a flood of lightning into the pirates. Carl is stunned by the sudden strike and has no idea who caused it until Ridman gets up and jokingly asks if that scared him. Carl is shocked that Ridman can still use magic and realizes he is using an artifact. Since Ridman still wants to keep up the act of being a 4th circle mage, he decides to use the artifact as his excuse for everything he does. When Ridman unleashes fire to swallow Carl, the man begs for mercy, but Russell ignores his pleas until he is burned to a crisp. After Carl is reduced to an unrecognizable body, the ship owner can hardly believe he was a pirate and asks Ridman how he knew. Ridman says he noticed the artifact Carl was using. It was a tool that leaked the user's mana, and was likely used to signal the other pirates hiding nearby. Then the pirates surround the ship and hook onto it with their anchors. The owner starts panicking, especially since a 4th circle mage should not be able to handle that many pirates. He even thinks about paying them off to leave. But Ridman tells him to look after Aiden, while he goes feed the fish. Then Ridman rises above the ship and ends it fast by raining fire down on the pirate vessels. Sometime later, after the pirate ships are destroyed at sea, Aiden wakes up and asks what happened to the pirates. Ridman does not answer. He just tells him to rest and says he sent a little fire energy through his mana path to remove the drug's effects. Aiden lies back down and apologizes for not being more careful. Ridman tells him it is fine, then asks if he wrote the research paper found with him. Aiden is surprised to see it, and Ridman explains that he picked it up after Aiden dropped it while being carried to his room. He says the study on improving potion effects is really interesting, which excites Aiden. Because of that, Ridman offers to help with the research. Aiden says he is grateful, but gathering enough potions will cost too much. Ridman makes it clear money is not the issue and gives him an ID token he can show at the Flame Tower. It will support him until he gets the funds he needs, and Russell is sure Master Daria Snow White will see how valuable the research is. When Aiden reads the token, he realizes it belongs to MC, the War Mage of the Flame Tower, and he almost loses his mind because he is meeting the famous him. He quickly tells him to stay quiet and explains that he is disguised for reasons he cannot reveal. In the end, Aiden admits that Russell is the first person to see the worth of his research, and he promises to follow whatever he says. Sometime later, they get close to Kolo Island, but the protagonist notices that the marks on his map have suddenly vanished, leaving only a few words. Above the place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames overlap, go to the end of the River of Flames and climb from there. The map seems meant to lead him to that spot, but he still does not understand it. A little later, the crew drops anchor, and the ship's owner thanks both mages for getting the merchant group there safely. Aiden humbly says he did nothing, and almost blurts out that Sir Russell Raymond was the one who helped, but he suddenly remembers the name is currently Ridman. The merchant hands them some money as a reward and says he added more than the contract promised, wishing them luck on all their travels. After he leaves, Aiden feels disappointed because he wanted to learn more from MC before they had to part ways. Then Russell returns to his real face, tells Aiden he will see him at the Flame Tower, and leaves. As he moves around the area, there do not seem to be many humans nearby, which makes sense in a beastman land. As he walks, he notices a monkey beastman, but eventually heads to a bar, figuring it is the best place to gather information in a foreign land. When he goes inside, the bartender greets him, and he orders an ice-cold beer. When he pays extra, the bartender says it is too much for one drink, so Russell tells her to treat the change as payment for answering his questions. She smiles and eagerly asks what he wants to know. The protagonist asks if there is a river of flames on the island. The bartender does not recognize that name, but says there are places where lava flows. Apparently, Kolil Island was formed by a volcanic eruption, though it has not erupted in centuries. He also asks if there is any place where a river of ice and a river of flames overlap, but she clearly does not know what he means, so he tells her not to worry about it. In the end, Russell decides he will need to look around himself, so he heads toward the center of the island. On the way, he runs into the same monkey beastman from earlier, who asks if he needs a guide, saying the price is 2 silver an hour. When the beastman promises he will not regret hiring him, MC thinks the guy is an obvious fool trying to scam him like usual. Still, MC follows him. The monkey explains there is no race more connected than the monkey beastmen among those living near the coast. He says they know the area best, and he agrees but asks where exactly he is being taken. The monkey cheerfully insists he is leading him where he wants to go, but the protagonist points out that he never said where that was. Once the monkey realizes MC is suspicious, he asks when he figured it out and why he kept following. He says he came along because he needed someone to work for him. Realizing he got played, the monkey complains and says he had planned to spare Russell if he handed over his things quietly. Now he has changed his mind and wants to skin him. As the group of monkey beastmen charges at the protagonist, he casts a lightning spell and asks if they really think he would walk into a trap without a backup plan. The monkey instantly recognizes it as a wide-range spell and yells for everyone to get back because this is going to hurt. Before they can react, the chain of lightning hits them all and drops them. Russell spares the one who led him there and says he has a few questions that had better be answered right, while holding the lightning spell in front of his eyes. Mebsa asks about a place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames overlap, but the monkey apologizes and says he has never heard of such a place. When he asks if he lied about knowing Kolil Island better than anyone, the monkey nervously explains that no such place exists on the island's outer ring. When Russell asks if it might be in the inner ring, the monkey admits he does not know what is inside the inner ring, which means the protagonist will have to go there alone. When MC decides to head for the inner ring, the monkey protests, warning that the ones living there are not ordinary. They are naturally hostile and will attack at once if they learn an outside human entered their territory. Shortly after that, Russell heads toward the inner ring and is stopped by some locals who ask if he is the outsider causing trouble on the island. Their leader says he is smaller than they expected, and he realizes they do not want to kill him, they just want to fight. He wonders if beastmen are driven by strength above all else, so he gladly asks if they came to battle him. The leader says yes and apologizes, saying it is simply their nature. He tells the protagonist to say when he is ready, and the protagonist happily answers that they can begin. The leader likes his attitude and leaps at him to see if his skills match his words. As the beastman charges in, Russell realizes a sloppy spell won't stop that charge, so he compresses his mana as much as he can. Putting more power into it, he He unleashes a shockwave that the Beastman praises, but says it still is not enough to push him back, because that level of magic means nothing to him. As the Beastman keeps forcing his way forward with raw strength, he suddenly gets blown backward and sent flying several meters away. The others stare in shock as their leader gets launched by a single hit. Realizing this mage must be strong, the rest rush to beg Russell to fight them next, but their chief quickly stops them. He orders them back, saying this mage is not someone just two of them can handle. The way he recovers so fast makes it seem like he took no damage, even though that much force should have broken bones. But it looks like a Beastman's body is built for battle. MC figures he could become far beyond superhuman if he learned to use aura. He asks if the Beastman wants to keep going, and the man agrees but admits he cannot, because his body is spent and he does not think he can fight anymore. In the end, the chief accepts his loss and praises him for a good fight. Then he asks what brought him to the inner ring, since humans only trade in the outer one. Russell says he is searching for the place where the river of ice and the river of flames overlap, but the Beastman says he has never heard of a place like that. He suggests trying the divine region where he might find a clue. The divine region is sacred land where a god lives. The Beastman says he has never been there, but it is the only place he can imagine holding what the protagonist is looking for. The protagonist remembers records saying the first Beast King, Fenrir, was a mixed dragon, and he has no choice but to look into it, especially after the clue from the altar in the underworld. Days later, MC beats another Beastman in the inner circle, and it seems to be his 17th fight that day alone. The chief he fought before told him he would need a sword and the approval of the great warriors and great elders to enter the divine region, but first he had to prove his strength. He has been fighting for 15 straight days, yet no one has come to recognize him. A little later, another Beastman from the Jaguar tribe shows up and asks if he is the human outsider everyone is talking about. When he says yes, the Beastman tells him to come along because someone is looking for him. He notices the knot around his waist and recognizes it as the mark of a great warrior, so he asks whether a great warrior or a great elder wants to see him. The Beastman tells him it is Muja, the Beast King. The protagonist thought maybe a great warrior or elder would call for him, but he never expected the Beast King herself. That is far more than he hoped for. Some time ago, Muja had called Jaguar tribe beastmen to ask about the outsiders stirring up the island. They said they knew all about it, especially since guardians from several tribes had been beaten. The Beast King seems surprised that fighters close to great warrior level were defeated, and asks the beastmen to help bring that person to her. They promise to drag him in to kneel before the king, but Muja tells them to bring him quietly instead, as the king's guest. Back in the present, as the Jaguar beastmen pass this along, Russell is eager to leave at once. But one of them looks at him with contempt because he seems weaker than the rumors made him sound. The beastman assumes the ones who lost just let their guard down and cannot believe the king is treating someone like him as a guest. Another beastman notices his companion's hostility and warns him not to give in to his instincts. Hearing that, the Jaguar man says he is not stupid enough to provoke the king's guest, then angrily walks up to MC and tells him they need to move faster because they are busy. When MC agrees, the guy leaps into the sky and tells him to keep up. As the beastman starts flying toward the Beast King's location, he secretly plans to show Russell how far above humans his people are. But he quickly appears behind him, praising his speed. The beastman is stunned that the protagonist caught up to him at full speed, but he is even more shocked when MC tells him not to slow down for his sake, since he can go even faster. When they arrive, the beastman praises Russell's speed, saying he never thought a human could keep up with him. He finally asks if he is the fastest runner among humans, but he admits at least 30 people in his kingdom can do what he can, and maybe around 100 across the whole continent. That crushes the beastman's pride. Looking around, the protagonist is surprised to find such a huge city in the forest, though it makes sense for the Beast King's home. As they move on, he spots Khalil's great warriors, all at least 4th circle or higher. There is a thick fighting spirit here, and to Russell it feels like walking into a swamp. That proves he was right to wait until becoming a 6th circle mage before coming here. One warrior is shocked that MC can push back the battle aura of 100 great warriors, but the Beast King soon appears and asks why they are causing trouble after she told them not to. Muja takes her throne and says it is good to see him, calling him human boy as she introduces herself. He senses her strength and guesses she is probably on the same master level as Rhea. Still, he did not expect the Beast King to be a woman. She asks why he is staring, and Russell greets her respectfully, introducing himself as a sorcerer of the Flame Tower, and asking forgiveness for not knowing beastman etiquette. Hearing that, Muja looks away and says there is no need to be so formal, though she clearly likes it. She soon asks what brought him from such a distant continent to Khalil. The protagonist explains that he is searching for the place where the river of ice and the river of flames overlap. When the warriors hear that, they think it is absurd that a mere outsider who is not even a warrior wants to enter the divine region. The king quickly silences them, and MC asks whether no outsider has ever entered the divine region, or if there is some rule that makes it impossible. Muja notices that he sees things clearly. With strength at least equal to the great warriors and sharp insight that could help the beastman grow again, he catches her interest. She tells him to go on, and he asks again whether anyone recognized as a warrior can enter the divine region. Muja asks if he is saying a human wants to attempt the warrior trial. The protagonist admits he is willing to take the test if that is the only proper way into the divine region. Soon after, he is told the rules are simple. Survive in a canyon for 10 days. He will get no food, so he must find his own. And he must fight 5 great warriors each day, winning every battle. Russell realizes the test measures mental strength, survival skill, and combat ability. He also senses a strange dark energy flowing from the canyon, so he understands that he has to be careful and keep his mind steady. Not long after, Muja says it is time to enter the canyon, and the warrior trial begins as soon as he jumps down. When he lands in the canyon, he realizes the dark energy is stronger than he expected, and remembers hearing that this is where Jormungandr's body lies, the serpent that killed Fenrir, the first Beast King. Suddenly, several snakes rush toward him, but Mage calmly summons Pepper, who drives them back with fire breath. After that, Mage says snake meat is on the menu for dinner. On the last day of the trial, Muja is impressed by his amazing willpower and skill. The fire he made with magic has been burning for 5 straight days, and even after facing 20 great warriors, he is still unhurt. Muja realizes she cannot hold herself back after seeing such a tempting challenge in front of her. Against her warrior's wishes, she jumps into the canyon, and Russell complains that it is a little unfair for her to join the fight too. But she says her blood started boiling after seeing someone this strong. Since she is also technically a beastman warrior, she offers him a deal. If he endures 5 of her attacks, he passes the warrior test, since she has no intention of cheating him. The protagonist likes the idea of not having anything else to deal with today if he can survive 5 attacks, but the Beast King is clearly far tougher than the great warriors. Since this is what she wants, he agrees and quickly activates his draconification. The warriors are shocked by the sudden burst of power and wonder if Russell is really human. Meanwhile, the Beast King is intrigued to see his full strength, because it means she can enjoy this, even if it does not last long. Her words make MC tense up as she charges at him. She swings her weapon with excitement, trying to pierce him, but Russell quickly blocks with a shield. As expected from one monster among monsters, his hands soon are full just trying to fend off her attacks. He eventually tries to stop her movement with ice energy to buy time, attacking her with it, but she just pushes through and laughs in excitement. Even though Muja already finds him interesting, she tears up a stone from the ground to block his next strike. When the blast of ice reaches her, she admits the attack was interesting and counts it as 2 exchanges survived. Russell, he realizes he only has to endure this 3 more times, but Muja is already charging in. She rushes him barehanded and throws a punch, but he blocks it with his spear. He quickly calls Pepper, who blasts her with fire. Even so, Muja pushes through the flames and kicks Russell hard, sending him flying into a rock. The protagonist jumps back up and uses his lightning ring to summon his electric hammer. The moment Muja sees it, she knocks the hammer aside with one punch, forcing him back. Then she grabs the hammer and slams Russell into the ground with it. He hurriedly casts Falling Sun, making her stop her charge. Hidden inside Falling Sun is the Gaibog spear, meant to finish her if the first strike fails, and MC sends both attacks at once. When the smoke clears, he's left breathing hard. Then the Beast King decides to stop there, since he can't keep going, even if she wanted more. She admits the fight was fun and gives him a passing grade right before he blacks out. Sometime later, Russell wakes up with his whole body wrapped in bandages and Pepper is beside him. The Beast King tells him Pepper never left his side, but he panics when he sees her taking off her clothes. He quickly uses Pepper to cover his eyes and asks what she's doing. Confused, Muja says she only wanted to show the passionate marks he left on her body, and the protagonist turns red, asking when that even happened. Then she suddenly tosses Pepper aside and shows the mark on her shoulder. Apparently, she never expected him to make Falling Sun explode through a spear, and the burn would have been much worse if she had dodged even a second later. It seems his final attack did work, but the wound is too small for him to really count it. When Muja notices how red his face is, she checks him and confirms he doesn't have a fever. Realizing it's something else, she asks if he looks like that because he wants to mate with her. She says if that's the reason, she might start calling him a man instead of an outsider. While Russell tries to calm her down so she'll listen, Muja moves closer in a teasing way and says she wouldn't mind taking his seed. MC feels her intense energy, but stops her and says he already has a lover he promised his future to. Then she backs off after realizing he truly doesn't want this. At last, Russell asks if he can enter the Divine Region, and Muja says nobody would be foolish enough to object after seeing what he did yesterday. They'd probably just envy his strength. Excited, he asks when he can go, and she says after his body recovers, which the doctor claims will take at least 2 months. 3 weeks later, he flies with the Beast King toward the Divine Region. Muja can't believe he recovered in only 3 weeks. Not knowing overload and his mage body made it possible. He thanks her for guiding him there herself, but wonders if she doesn't have queen duties to handle. Muja explains their idea of a king isn't like a human one. As they near the Divine Region, she tells him to go down into the chasm and hover just above the water. Soon he spots a hole, and she tells him to enter it. Russell is surprised a space like this exists inside the cave. Once inside, she points to a stream and explains it feeds the lakes inside and outside the region. The water comes from the Divine Region, and to enter it, he has to go upstream. She chooses to stay behind and let him try alone. As he climbs the river, he finally reaches the Divine Region, the sacred land where the Beastman's god lives. Crossing the huge river, everything seems normal until he reaches a place where the water splits into 2 colors. His mission was to reach the end of the River of Flames, so he keeps moving toward its source. He finds out the river begins at a volcano, but the map said there was something important here. When he notices bubbles rising from the water, he realizes finding what he wants may be easy, and the bubbles mean it connects to another place, probably the source of the true river. He dives into the river and finds another cave below the water. This has to be it, so Russell calls Pepper to track any magic inside, since it's so dark. Pepper quickly follows a trail until they find Nº1, the fire dragon. He is dead, but his essence greets the young master, and apologizes for not being able to wait for his arrival. The dragon reveals the divine weapon Brahmastra and says he remained here to pass down this great magic. Russell can feel its power without even touching it, and wonders if he can handle something this strong at his current level. Suddenly the system tells him the corrupted will of Fenrir, the first Beast King, is reacting to the divine weapon Brahmastra. It says Fenrir's will is taking form and orders him to purify it. A moment later, Fenrir appears in front of him. The protagonist is stunned by how overwhelming Fenrir's manifestation is. It looks less like a normal monster and more like a divine beast, but Ngår begs him to take the weapon. Reluctantly, Russell grabs it. Then he sees a vision of warriors and giants coming to fight a woman. She vows to wipe them all out, but the giants leap at her. MC expects her to dodge, but she only looks back and smiles at him, as he wonders if she can actually see him. He notices the scales and horns on her head, forming something like a crown. Then he realizes she is the divine Dragon King. While battling the giants, she creates Brahmastra, a new divine weapon powerful enough to kill even a god, and says it will guide him in the future to become a torch. Joined with the divine Dragon King's spirit, present-day Russell throws Brahmastra at Fenrir's will, and is shocked when one hit destroys it. The weapon's power feels like 8 or 9 circles. Then as Fenrir's will is purified, a man appears and introduces himself as one who inherited dragon blood, asking a favor of the great dragon master, him. The man hands him something and asks him to pass it to his children, and Russell recognizes it as the treasure of the Beastmen, the thing that unites them. The man hopes the protagonist will break the chains binding them. Right after that, the system tells him that Fenrir's corrupted will has been purified, and that Brahmastra will be his reward. As the weapon moves toward him, MC can't withstand the fierce fire energy, and it feels like the mana veins across his body are burning. With his current understanding of fire, he shouldn't be in this much pain. But what's hitting his mana veins is high-level magic and formulas close to the 9th circle. As it races through him, he realizes his brain will burst if he can't understand or control it. Soon after, the system tells him Brahmastra has expanded his brain and increased his understanding of it. Then Brahmastra starts rebuilding his brain, and he finally passes out when it ends. Pepper rushes to his side in tears, afraid he died. But the divine dragon tells Pepper not to worry. Russell only fainted from exhaustion, and will wake up soon. She says her son Ngår was meant to serve him but couldn't because of fate, then asks Pepper if he will inherit that power. When Pepper looks uneasy, the divine dragon explains there's no need to be shocked. Being part dragon and part spirit makes him more than worthy. Then that power is released in the form of an egg, and the divine dragon says she hopes Pepper becomes the new fire dragon and travels with him. She also hopes he will carry on the dragon bloodline. Soon after, Russell wakes up and sees Pepper eating something. He has no idea what's happening, but the system soon tells him Pepper has inherited the fire dragon's spirit. Before long, Pepper is wrapped up, and the system explains it will take a long time for him to digest that power and become a second-generation dragon. Soon after, Pepper falls into a deep sleep and collapses to the ground. Worried, the protagonist quickly carries him outside, regretting that he didn't spend more time playing with Pepper before this happened, not knowing what will become of him. When he comes out, he finds Muja, who can tell from his face that he found something incredible. He hands her the item Fenrir gave him, and in shock, she asks him to explain exactly where and how he got it. Soon after, Muja says the object is called the Moon Crystal, and asks if he knows why the Beastmen are trapped on Kulil Island. Russell guesses it's because they need to stay together for protection since their numbers are small, but Muja says that's nonsense because even the long-eared archers, the elves, and the earth trunks, meaning the dwarves, live on the continent, and they're stronger than the Beastmen. It turns out they stayed on this island to find the very item he's holding, which once belonged to the first Beast King Fenrir. Russell wonders if this is what the dragon meant by chains, so he asks Muja why they care so much about it. Muja brings up something called beastification. It's a skill that boosts combat power by releasing the beast carved into a person's blood. On nights with a full moon, they can use lunar beastification, which is 3 times stronger than normal beastification, but this moon crystal lets them use it without a full moon. After the talk, MC asks her for one favor, to train with him once a day before he leaves. Soon after, they start sparring, and Russell gets launched into a rock somewhere. As Muja teases him for already losing his breath when they've barely started, then tells him to pull himself together. If he stays this weak, he'll never be good enough for the one he plans to share his future with. Fired up, he jumps back into action. He casts one of his own spells and declares that he's still got plenty left, then fires 5 gay bulg spears at her with his death magic spear attack. Muja loves that spirit as she blocks all 5 spears, which explode right after. When the smoke clears, Russell realizes Muja is an absolute monster, and wonders if he can beat her at all without draconification. A moment later, Muja walks up and asks if he's done already. She tells him to transform like before, but the protagonist says he's training his basics, so using draconification would defeat the point. Muja doesn't care. She says this is no fun for her. Then she tells Russell she wants him to be their link to the outside world. Now that they found the crystal moon, she plans to leave the island with the beast folk within the next few years. MC doesn't fully get what she wants, since he has no power to hand over any of Endymion's land. Annoyed, she clears it up. She only wants a small area, just enough for her people to live. That makes him light up. He asks the Queen of Beasts if she wants to join Endymion, and she says yes. She's even willing to bow before his king and offer help in wars and border fights. It's surprising that she'd go that far, and the protagonist is thrilled to hear it. Later at Endymion's palace, the king meets with top officials to talk about allowing the beast folk of Koliel Island to migrate. The finance minister objects at once. There are over 200,000 of them, and finding enough food and shelter would be a huge problem. But the military minister pushes back, saying even if only half join their wars, that still means a massive boost in soldiers they can't ignore. So the room quickly splits into opposing sides. The king shuts the argument down. He says they're debating without enough facts. So he asks Russell, the princess's future husband, to speak since he met them and spent time with them. MC explains that the beast folk are rough by nature, and their culture really isn't that different from Endymion's. Even if they'll need new land, he believes accepting them will build a much stronger army and make the deal worth it. Then Gillian asks how strong Muja really is. Russell says that from training with her, he'd place her 3 levels above McCrae Hughes. When Princess Hecate hears the Beast King is a woman, she stiffens. Amelia, the White Tower Master, cuts in and asks him if Muja only seemed that strong because he's weak. Gillian quickly tells the White Tower Master to calm down, but Amelia calls him a fool, obsessed with a child, and demands to know why he keeps calling the protagonist a child. Even then, Gillian just laughs and says the Beast King is a warrior, not a mage, so it makes sense for him to judge the matter since he trains in aura. Amelia finally backs off, still irritated, and Gillian launches a storm of weapons at MC to test him. MC is shocked that Gillian can form hundreds of weapons with aura alone. Blocking them would turn him into Swiss cheese, so he chooses to deflect them instead. That stuns Gillian. He can now knock aside his aura attacks. Gillian sees he's grown stronger and wonders if his fights with the Beast King gave him some kind of breakthrough. After the protagonist passes the test, Sir Gillian apologizes to the king for the disruption and says the protagonist's judgment can be trusted, especially given his skill. Based on that, the king says the only thing left is learning the Beast King's true intent, whether she's sincere or planning something. Russell quickly says she's probably telling the truth and shows the necklace she gave him, made from one of her fangs, as proof of her sincerity. After hearing more, the king says they'll discuss it further later. Still, if nothing unexpected happens, Endymion will accept 200,000 beast folk. He also calls it a great achievement by Count MC Raymond. Russell protests, saying he only stumbled into this and wasn't trying to earn praise, but the king insists it still counts as a major contribution, so he grants him the title Count Morning Star and gives him the right to choose one item from the Imperial Vault. He ends by saying he hopes he keeps shining for Endymion, just like his title says. Just one item from the Imperial Vault is worth at least billions in gold, and the protagonist feels the reward is way too generous. Even so, he starts wondering if the king has another reason for giving him so much. While he's still thinking, Master Darius Snow White tells him to come to the reception room after the meeting because His Majesty has something urgent to discuss with both of them. Some time later, Russell shows Hecate a jade hairpin he heard women use to hold their hair in place. Hecate says she's heard of it too, but asks why he bought it. Our boy admits he thought it would look pretty on her. She shyly says hearing that makes her happier than the gift itself, so he helps her put it on. While he does, Hecate reminds him that he said the Beast King is female and asks what kind of relationship he has with her. Russell stammers and drops the hairpin. Then he says they only dueled, just like he told her before. Hecate picks up the pin and points out that doesn't explain why Muja gave him a necklace made from her fang. MC panics as Hecate corners him with the hairpin, and he knows he's in trouble. Sometime later, after he finally gets away, he realizes he never expected Hecate to get jealous. Part of him feels that's unfair, but he's happy too. Luckily for him, the king showed up at just the right moment. The king then reveals something shocking. He's been reviewing old reports about House Raymond for a while, and found out the report claiming their territory was returned to the National Treasury was fake. In truth, it was seized, and that's what drove Russell from his land. The king apologizes for his failure and even bows to the protagonist and his family. But the protagonist begs His Majesty to raise his head. Then MC remembers Hughes calling him a fool for thinking the Empire killed his father. If the report given to the king was forged, that means someone inside Endymion caused his father's death. Hecate places her hand over his to comfort him, and that helps Russell calm down. Even though he knows it can't make up for everything, the king gives him a permit to enter the 6th basement level of the Louvre Museum. The protagonist heads there right away, planning to visit the Imperial Vault afterward. Soon he reaches the 5th basement, which most people think is the deepest floor, but there's a hidden one below it. The 6th basement holds the Magic Tower Master's views on magic, plus records of original spells, and only those with direct permission from the king can enter. When he opens the permit, teleportation magic activates and sends him to the 6th basement, which is packed with thousands of books. He only gets 48 hours here, so there's no way he can read everything. On top of that, this place blocks magic, so he can't use image magic and has to choose carefully what to read. Soon he finds a book called Dragon's Roar by Nº1, who was the Yellow Tower master in the capital 400 years ago, and that immediately grabs his attention. He starts reading and learns Nº1 turned 5th circle earthquake magic into a 7th circle spell. He did it by gathering scattered mana deep underground, pulling it up to the surface, and then releasing it in a fan-shaped shockwave. As he studies, the system says his understanding of advanced earth magic has increased slightly and reached its limit. Another screen appears with a mission: push his advanced earth magic past that limit and reach mastery rank. The reward is advanced mana stones and 2 earth dragon footprints. He is stunned to see a dragon trace as a reward, since after finding the silver dragon and fire dragon, he had no clue how to locate the others. The only problem is that he still doesn't know how to raise his earth understanding to mastery, so he decides to memorize as much as he can from the books. But after going through several of them, he realizes memorizing alone isn't helping, and then he remembers he was told he could take one book out with him after the 48 hours end. After thinking about which one to choose, he notices a book being held by a nearby statue, and wonders why it isn't on the shelves. He goes over to check and finds a book titled Transcendent Dream, written by the founding mage. The founding mage is none other than Luther the 1100th Raymond, the founding father of MC's family, and Transcendent Dream is the spell most tied to Luther, while the stone statue is clearly modeled after him. He wonders if Luther meant for him to find it. Then Master Daria Snow White suddenly teleports into the room. She immediately starts scolding him for not sleeping for 48 hours, especially after always warning him how important rest is for his body. Once she finishes, she notices the book in his hands. She explains that Transcendent Dream goes past human form and recreates magic in its purest state. It breaks the world's limits. Stories say the founding mage became a giant tsunami during a massive storm at sea, and even turned into lightning itself in the middle of heavy rain. Just imagining something like that and making it real is exactly why Transcendent Dream is so respected. Russell is amazed by how highly she speaks of it, and Daria makes it clear she will not stop him from trying to learn it. Still, she warns him to be careful. Transcendent Dream is an 8th circle spell, and it goes even beyond that. If anything goes wrong, it could consume him. So the protagonist decides to be cautious. Soon after, the two head for the Imperial Vault outside the city. On the way, Daria says they will start with the first treasure vault. The first holds accessories, the second stores weapons, and the third keeps every other kind of treasure. When they arrive, she tells him to watch as she opens the place with encrypted magic circles layered with dozens, maybe hundreds of traps, something he never could have unlocked alone. A river splits apart and reveals stairs leading down. As they descend, Daria reminds him he can take only one item, just like at the museum. While he confirms that, his ring suddenly starts sparking with lightning. The cloud ring begins discharging on its own, nothing like when Russell uses it in battle. It feels more like it just sensed an old friend it has missed for a long time. Daria says the ring's other half must be inside the vault, which means it is a 2-part artifact. Most artifacts work alone, but some need their missing half to reveal their full power, just like his golden mask. On top of that, most of the dragon-related artifact rewards he has gotten seem to come in pairs. Then the ring flashes a beam of light, pointing toward the other half, and Russell wonders what kind of artifact could make it react this strongly. Following the light, they find an artifact called the Jade of Clouds, which can control the weather. Apparently fewer than 10 mages on the continent can do that, since weather magic is extremely hard to learn and control. Daria says it is incredibly powerful but also risky because it burns a lot of mana and takes a long time to cast. Even so, because he feels the same pull he felt when he held Brahmastra, Russell picks the Jade of Clouds, even if another item might be more practical. The moment he takes it, it suddenly breaks apart and is absorbed by the ring. Right after that, the system says he has obtained a wing fragment of the Cloud Dragon. This dragon rules weather and clouds, and it is a mutant lightning dragon born with extremely rare powers. MC is stunned to hear about a mutant lightning dragon because lightning is considered a branch of the fire element in academic theory, since it falls outside the usual 5 elements. Because of that, lightning mages are rare and highly valued, making this reward priceless. In fact, the Jade of Clouds does far more than control the weather. Before long, Daria gets impatient and wants to see him try the powers of the artifact now that it has found its other half, so they leave. Once outside, Russell activates the Cloud Ring's somersault form and launches himself into the sky. He jumps far higher than a normal leap should allow. It is more than simple flight magic, faster, and he does not need to slow down when changing direction. Still, it eats through mana, so he starts tiring out fast. The next thing he tests is the Cloud Ring's weather form, summoning a thundercloud. Watching him, Daria says that much power could easily wipe out a small castle. But when he suddenly passes out mid-air and drops into the water, she realizes he does not have enough mana to handle it. Sometime later, Russell finally wakes up and heads to the Magic Academy Society. Everything hurts, so for now he decides to use the Cloud Ring only when he really needs it, as he gets ready to continue his mission of raising his advanced Earth magic to mastery level. Since the Yellow Tower knows Earth magic better than anyone in Endymion, he starts by looking for 6th circle mages and above there. Soon he finds the perfect person and goes to meet him. He arrives at Elder Spiegel's office and apologizes for not visiting often, but the Elder says it is fine. He notices Russell has reached the 6th circle, when he was only a 5th circle mage during the mission at the Temple of Mirrors. Soon he explains that he wants advice about the earth magic he studied in the underground library, and Spiegel is glad to help him. Later that night, at home, the Archduke writes a letter telling an ally that they have won over many people, and that weapon production is going well. It seems they will not need to worry about military supplies, and all that remains is to wait for the right moment. Then the throne of Endymion will be his. Not long after, he gets a late-night visitor who apologizes for coming so late. Seeing the visitor's green eyes, the Archduke suspects it is Chiron, and soon confirms it, since this is their first meeting in person. Chiron says he came to show him the sample he wanted so badly, the magic sealing keystone. The magic sealing keystone is part of the seal that kept the gates of Tartarus shut for a very long time. But the Archduke is not impressed by the size of the stone Chiron brought, because something that small will not stop Endymion's masters. Purple energy rises around the Archduke as he complains that this tiny stone is not what he was promised, and Chiron notices that he still carries the royal family's purple power even after being sent to the frontier. Chiron then explains that in the ancient war between the gods and the giants, the Gigantomachy, the gods won after a long battle and sealed hundreds of giants and monsters in Tartarus. It took hundreds of stakes to bind beings with such overwhelming power. If they can dig up even 2 of those stakes, they can pin down the masters of the Blue Tower and the Flame Tower. Chiron assures him the excavation is going well and moving fast, so they should find a real stake soon. Then it hits the Archduke that Chiron only brought a sample to show their progress, not the final result. He promises to help them kill Daria once he takes the throne, but warns that if they fail him, they will face his wrath instead. Chiron accepts the deal and leaves, and the Archduke thinks it is a lie that these pagans joined him just to kill Daria. He is sure they are planning something, but it does not matter to him. A hunting dog is thrown away once the hunt is done. Meanwhile, Spiegel is overwhelmed that Russell has come back with another pile of questions, only 2 days after getting answers to 40 of them. Every one of those questions is sharp, proving the protagonist is not just talented, he works hard too. After getting the answers he needed, MC returns home to sort through everything. He realizes the Earth Dragon's roar is not just about releasing mana, its real base is using the Earth's heat. When he tries to understand it, he keeps it tied to the Earth element while leaving room for branches into flame, wind, and lightning, opening up more possibilities. Then a mental image of a huge glowing tree appears, startling Russell, and the system says part of his understanding of Earth magic has grown and is turning into mastery-level Earth magic through his own effort. He soon gets a notice that he completed the mission and received 2 advanced mana stones and the Earth Dragon's footprints, which look like a small tube. The shape confuses him, and he has no idea how to use it, especially since he expected a map like last time. When it does not work like a weapon, he spots a strange pattern and quickly rubs some ink over it, realizing it is not just an ordinary stick. Marks on the paper line up like a constellation, so it is probably a star map. Once he figures that out, the system gives him a new mission. Find the place marked on the star map and enter the Earth Dragon's dwelling. It says a light will guide him when he gets close. The rewards are the Horn of the Divine Dragon King, Earth Essence, 5 advanced mana stones, and 7 low-grade mana stones. Happy to have a new mission, Russell wonders why he was not given a proper star chart, but it looks like he will only learn the reason when he reaches the dragon's home. His next job is finding the location, so he uses the North Star as a guide, and identifies the place as the Nadia Desert. Soon after, Heathcote learns from Daria that Russell has once again asked for permission to do research outside the country. When he apologizes for having to leave, she says she is not some narrow-minded woman who cannot understand why her man has to go, but she is worried about him. Still, she asks him to send updates from time to time. He promises he will and kisses her on the cheek. As he starts to leave, she protests that that is not enough. Sometime later, the protagonist is in the desert under the blazing sun. Glad he joined the merchants like Hecate suggested. He finally understands why the clue came as a star map instead of a land map. Every time the wind blows, the sand shifts and changes the location and height of the dunes. While they travel, one of the merchants offers him a robe, saying it helps cool the body even though it is long. But Russell politely turns it down. Then he suddenly feels a tremor that did not come from the sand's surface, making it seem like something huge is swimming underground. A giant monster suddenly appears. A giant monster called Torko bursts out of the sand, and the merchants scatter at once. They know fighting it means certain death. Russell just watches. One merchant woman yells for him to run, but he tells her to stay close so she'll be safe. To MC, this is the perfect chance to test the new magic he learned from an old book written 200 years ago by Gail Glowman, which he found in the 6th floor basement. He quickly casts a blazing whirlwind called Desert Flower. The spell wraps around Torko and burns it down until it dies, leaving the merchants stunned. They can only wonder who the mage was that saved them. Then blood poison from the dead Torko splashes onto Russell's camel, so he sinks the animal into quicksand before the poison can spread. Once that is handled, the woman from before walks up and introduces herself as Anne Mashling from the Kurtberg Merchant Association, thanking him for saving them. Russell introduces himself as Richard and asks her for a camel after she offers him any reward he wants. Since he is heading in another direction, they will part ways here, and he needs the camel for the trip. Later that night, he spots a constellation, and his star map suddenly gives off a bright line of light that points him toward a certain place. He quickly gets off the camel and follows the light to where it stops, but all he sees is sand. Then he realizes it might be underground, so he dives into the ground and digs his way through with magic. After digging past the sand, he reaches a chamber with a marble floor. Since it is dark, he tries to call Pepper to make some fire, but then remembers Pepper is still asleep and starts wondering when he will see his friend again. Either way, he seems to have found the right place, though he soon runs into scorpion-like monsters. Even so, he is more worried about the ruins collapsing than about them. The ruin is huge and packed with monsters, despite being deep underground. Soon after, he starts wiping out every monster until he reaches what seems to be the deepest area, since there is no path ahead. There he finds a teleport gate, but he cannot figure out how to activate it. When he checks the top of the door, he suddenly spots a small hole, and realizes that is why the star map was not shaped like a map this time. The moment he inserts it into the hole, bright light bursts out and the door opens, taking him to another desert-like area that makes it seem like he left the ruins. Still, this place feels different from the desert he crossed before. Then a compass with only one needle appears, and a screen tells him this space is a dream made to test someone. His mission is to reach the end using the compass. He cannot use movement magic in the air, but the rewards are the Divine Dragon King's horn, Earth Essence, and several mana stones. Russell realizes he is inside someone's dream, though something feels off. Even so, he follows the compass until it leads him to a volcanic area overflowing with magma. Since the needle does not change, the protagonist decides to cross it anyway. Nothing this valuable comes easy. Sometime later, still inside the dream, Russell gets trapped in a sea of fire after making it through a sandstorm and a blizzard. Even then, he is amazed that everything here was made with magic, so he decides to read the mana, understand it, reverse how it was built, and break it apart. The earlier tests seem to have checked whether he was worthy, and this one looks like a test of his skill as a mage. Soon after, the system notifies him that he completed the mission, and is now entering the Earth Dragon's dwelling to recover the Divine Dragon King's horn. Once inside, he notices it is the same place where he found the door, except the door and the distortion are both gone. Then the Earth Horn appears, and Russell wonders how much mana he will gain by absorbing it. When he touches it, something goes wrong. It seems the absorbed mana is blocking his mana vein. If it closes completely, he will not be able to do anything, so he has to guide the mana into the circle fast. After fully absorbing the mana, his body shines with a deep yellow light. The system tells him he absorbed the maximum amount of mana from the Earth Horn, and any extra beyond his limit will remain as dormant potential. It also says that once awakened, that dormant power will help him greatly, and his mastery level knowledge of the earth element has increased slightly. As some shell-like flakes fall from his body, he wonders if his body is shedding waste like dead skin cells, and somehow his muscles and bones feel stronger. His grip seems stronger too, and he wonders if he might end up like Spandon. Still, he quickly leaves and heads for a teleport gate at the Yellow Tower nearby. When he reaches the Yellow Tower, he receives an order from the Kingdom and the Fire Tower Master to subdue the Hydra in the swamp of Raquel County. From memories of the past, he remembers a Hydra showing up around this time in the western part of the kingdom. Vermilion was supposed to get this mission, but now he has it because the story changed. He really did travel 8 years back, and 7 years have already passed, so now he knows less than a year of the future. While reading the order, he notices Sir Alan is listed as a support mage, but he also sees Alan is still only in the 5th circle. He thought Alan would already be in the 6th, since he had reached the 5th circle earlier. Meanwhile, Alan and the other mages ordered by the king to subdue the Hydra go to pay their respects to Count Raquel, who is thrilled that the genius mage recognized by the Blue Tower came to help them. Alan explains that he is only supporting Count Russell Raymond, who is leading the subjugation and whom the Count has already heard a lot about. Alan soon asks if the Count knows where the Hydra's nest is, and the Count says it built its nest in the swamp past the plains and has not attacked Raquel County. Alan realizes they should wait for MC to arrive first, but that could delay the Hydra subjugation, so he decides the best move is to scout the area ahead of time. While they are still talking, a commotion breaks out as the Hydra starts attacking the county, shocking the Count because the monster has never attacked first before. Alan rushes out to drive the Hydra back and tells the Count to focus on evacuating the citizens. As the mages move in, the Hydra does not seem to notice them, so Alan has them pour everything into one attack before that changes. He knows he cannot beat the Hydra alone at his current level, but with the other mages, he might have a chance. When the mages hit it with a combined attack, the monster is not hurt at all, and they quickly retreat. With a creature this destructive, everyone inside the castle could die if anything goes wrong, so they have to make sure there are no casualties. Sometime later, Russell stands on a cliff near the county and senses Alan is in trouble. Meanwhile, the Count asks what happened to the Hydra, since it stopped moving after returning to the swamp. He is told that Sir Alan took heavy damage from the attack and inhaled the Hydra's poison while defending the castle wall, leaving him in terrible condition. Count Raquel orders everyone to do whatever it takes to save him, and soon he is told that Count Morningstar has arrived. Before he can even react, Russell climbs the wall and jumps down to the men, greeting them and introducing himself. When he enters Alan's room, he learns this is already the second day Alan has been like this. He was put in that condition just by breathing in the poison, and a normal person would have died. He asks whether the Hydra had 8 or 9 heads, but they tell him it only had 5. A 5-headed Hydra is newly born, so it makes no sense for its poison to be this strong. Russell reaches out to examine Alan. The men try to stop him, but they cannot reach him when fire suddenly wraps around him. To figure out the poison, Russell has to trace it to the source while the heat burns it away. When he finally finds it, he realizes the poison belongs to a dragon. The system then gives him a new mission tied to the Hydra's secret. Drive the Hydra back and solve the mystery around it by uncovering its secret. The rewards are a master-grade mana stone and the Hydra's secret. The protagonist does not understand what the system means by that, and when Count Raquel asks if something is wrong, he says it is nothing, and explains that he found a way to cure Sir Alan, but everyone must leave the room so they are not poisoned in the process. To cure poison, you usually need an antidote or healing magic with divine power, but what he can do is burn the poison away and drive it out of the body. It will resist hard, and even if he succeeds, Alan could be poisoned again because it is so potent. Still, no matter how long it takes, he has to remove every last bit. After pulling out the impure substance, he helps Alan's mana circulate and repeats the process until the poison is drained. Russell suddenly feels a different kind of energy from Alan than before, and wonders if he reached enlightenment while the poison was being removed. Soon after, Alan gets up, and MC congratulates him for becoming a 6th circle mage. Alan thanks him for saving his life again, but as usual, Russell brushes it off and says the people of Raquel County are safe only because of Alan. Soon after, Alan and he go out to speak with the men, and Alan apologizes for worrying them, though the Count is just glad he is alive. Still, the protagonist asks about the number and skill of the knights joining the subjugation, along with details about the monsters in the swamp area. He is told there are 30 knights and around 500 soldiers, but none of them are at specialist level. The swamp covers about 1,500 hectares, but they do not know exactly what kinds of monsters are there or how many. Ever since the Hydra made its nest, the whole swamp has turned into a monster den. With an area that large, there must be thousands of them, and the swamp itself makes it hard for the soldiers to move. Russell Raymond, though, says he already has a plan. He just needs the Count's help so everything can be ready, and they can leave in 3 days. 3 days later, the army captain reminds everyone that last autumn their land was filled with golden light and peace, but the Hydra took that away. His words fire the men up to fight back. Once their spirits are raised, MC Raymond lays out the plan for the subjugation. First, the knights will be split into 2 groups. They must guard the 3rd and 4th circle mages while supporting from the rear and stopping monsters from getting away. They will also join the 5th circle mages and above to break through the enemy line. When one of the soldiers asks how they are supposed to handle the monsters in front since they cannot move forward, Russell Raymond tells them not to worry about that. When they finally reach the swamp packed with monsters, the monsters rush toward the light and cross over, just as he uses his original spell, Falling Sun. The whole swamp is soon swallowed by flames, and the soldiers can only stare as he wipes out beast after beast with ease, seeing the power of a 6th circle mage. Russell Raymond then asks Sir Alan to handle the next wave, and Alan explains that he cannot freeze such a huge group all at once, but he will do his best since it is a request from his employer. Alan soon casts the same spell he once used against the protagonist Raymond, called Age of Ice, and freezes the monsters with ease, turning them into ice statues. Right after that, the army is led forward over the ice as footing, and they start cutting down the frozen monsters. As they fight, one of the officers gets grabbed by a huge monster and thrown around, but the creature is quickly brought down. Russell Raymond notices the monsters are not thinning out, but he cannot use a wide area spell without killing his own side. Eventually, he decides to focus on taking down the Hydra and runs into the forest to find it. On the way, he feels tremors and realizes the Hydra is close, coming from the side. A little later, the Hydra catches some soldiers off guard, and they panic because of how far away and huge it is. Then Alan throws up an ice wall between the soldiers and the Hydra, but it smashes through and charges them anyway. Alan drops the temperature even more and uses a move called Ice Stop, and Russell Raymond moves in to strike. Then he suddenly hears the Hydra's thoughts through his dragon side and learns it has gone mad trying to avenge its dead mother. Nearby, a strange man with dragon eyes watches from a cliff as MC Raymond tries to use draconic control on the Hydra, but it does not work. The Hydra does not react at all, as if he never even tried, so something seems to be blocking his control before it reaches the beast. In the end, Russell Raymond has no choice but to crush it, raining fire down and then using his strongest 5th circle ring of lightning spell, Giant Thunderhammer, in a single move called Karavanos. The whole display shocks Alan, who realizes there is still a huge gap between his power and Russell Raymond's. Even though they are both 6th circle mages, the attack leaves the Hydra badly wounded, but the strange man watching refuses to let it end there, because the dragon blood he shares with the Hydra should be capable of far more. A bright purple light suddenly wraps around the dragon, and the man orders his servant, the Hydra, to rise. As soon as the light reaches the Hydra, Raymond realizes they are in danger if it regenerates, so he fires several Gaybolt spears, causing an explosion that badly injures the Hydra again. He goes in for one more attack to finish it, but is stunned when Black Mage appears out of nowhere. It looks like the power the pagans used, only darker. because it feels familiar. He starts thinking of someone he knows. Right in front of them, a massive sphere of mana spreads over a huge area. At the same time, the Hydra's heads grow back, and now there is no longer just the same number of heads. It has become a six-headed Hydra. Russell Raymond reads its thoughts. It wants to tear apart and devour the filthy humans who stand in the way of vengeance for its mother. When the Hydra lunges at the protagonist and Alan, they quickly raise a magic shield. The protagonist immediately tells Alan to pull the troops back to the rear. The Hydra Vermilion Olsen defeated in the past had 5 heads, so a 6-headed Hydra means history has changed, because of some interference, maybe his or something else. After he attacks it, he does not leave even a scratch, and that proves evacuating the soldiers was the right call. He chooses to use partial draconification and moves in to strike the monster with his spear while it spits poison at him, until he finally lands a hit on its neck. Soon after, the neck starts healing at an absurd speed, which means weak attacks are pointless. He will need to squeeze out every bit of mana and pour it into one blow, so he uses a move called Gag Bulg Orab Lead. As he leaps at the monster, he takes a slash across the abdomen, then jumps back to change his approach. Using the La Mancha method he learned, he unleashes a move called Giant Slayer and badly wounds the monster. After landing the blow, he feels the monster throwing curses at them and calling itself someone's servant, saying it will make them meet their end on the day its master rises. Hearing that, Russell Raymond becomes sure someone is behind the Hydra's appearance. Meanwhile, the strange man controlling the Hydra realizes the reason MC's power felt familiar is because he is the Dragon Emperor. After the Hydra is defeated, Raquel County holds a big celebration banquet. When Russell Raymond notices several women looking toward him and Sir Alan, he quickly says Alan is about to have trouble. Alan does not get it at first, but he is soon surrounded by women introducing themselves and their families. Alan calls out to him, begging him not to leave him there. Young mages all have to go through this, but the protagonist Raymond is engaged, so nobody is likely to chase after him. Then he remembers it has been a while since he contacted his fiancée and decides to reach out tomorrow. When he feels a strange energy, he looks up and spots the man who had been controlling the Hydra, with eyes like a dragon's. When the strange man heads out the door, Russell Raymond, still bothered by that feeling, follows him outside and asks if he is a dragon. The energy he senses from the man is the same as during the battle, and he suspects it was the force that sped up the Hydra's growth. Suddenly, the man spreads wings and flies off the balcony, saying there was a time when people called him that. MC has no idea what he means and just keeps watching him closely. Soon after, the man senses something nearby and decides to leave, even though he wanted to keep talking, because an intruder had arrived saying they would meet again soon. After he flies away, Russell Raymond wonders if the man meant he is no longer a dragon, since he said he was called that once. Then the system tells him he has completed the mission to defeat the Hydra, earned 5 supreme magic stones, and uncovered the secret and truth behind it. That message confirms the mysterious man was behind the Hydra, but it still does not explain why he is doing this. Meanwhile, the strange man appears somewhere else in the country through a portal and senses the person he is looking for in the darkness. When that person ignores him, he grabs him by the neck and yanks him out, making the man cough hard. He recalls that he already warned him not to come unless he wanted to die, and he calls him Hypnos, the same Hypnos who signed a contract with the Archduke. Hypnos, now sweating heavily, says there is not much time left, and asks when he will do what they agreed on. But the man thinks it is ridiculous for someone as disposable as Hypnos to think he can order him around. The strange man is Gillian Redster, known as the Fallen Dragon. Hypnos asks if he is planning to betray his partner, but Gillian angrily throws him aside, saying he wants no part in their schemes, and reminding him that giving half his body to that partner does not make them his masters. When Hypnos angrily says he will regret this, he quickly runs off, and Gillian wonders whether Russell Raymond can really free him from this binding spell. Sometime later, he returns to Guinevere Palace to see the princess, and Act is told that Count Raymond has come to visit her. She tells them to let him in and greets him happily, and he returns the greeting, though he starts blushing when he notices she is reading a newspaper with his face printed on it. She jokes that it is a very nice drawing of him, though the real version looks better, and her maid playfully agrees. At last, she asks why he came to see her, so he says he plans to leave the capital for a few days. The news catches Act off guard and brings her down, because he always seems to be leaving, especially when he only recently came back. Russell Raymond quickly explains that this is not a mission, he just wants to inspect Raymond County, the 3 cities the king granted him. When Act hears that, she gets embarrassed, and says he does not need to report it if it is that close by, but then he suddenly asks her to come with him. Soon after, they head to the metropolis of Westall, one of the cities in Raymond County, and Russell Raymond sets up a meeting with the market leaders to learn how things are run. When Act finds out the meeting will end soon, she suggests they explore the city alone together. Just as the protagonist Raymond turns to hold her, the royal guards nearby for secret protection. The royal guards rush through the crowd thinking she's in danger, and MC has to signal that everything is fine. When Eckhart asks where they're going, Russell suggests visiting Westall Academy, if she wants to, and she agrees right away. Meanwhile, deep in the Great Forest where the pagans are working, a fairy squad captain notices the monsters have been growing more violent, and today is even worse. Soon, a young fairy arrives to report that a thick fog has appeared, something they've never seen before. Even the spirits don't know why. The captain is alarmed that even the spirits fear this mist, so he orders the team to fall back, but they are suddenly attacked by monsters. As monsters storm the fairy village, everyone tries to get the children out first and pray for the north wind to protect them. While many are killed and others cry for help, Hypnos appears holding 2 stakes from the magic ceiling markers. Pleased by the sight, he turns around, thrilled that Tartarus will soon open, because the monster horde is only getting started, and the remaining seals will not be enough to hold the barrier. Once they break through, the titans once worshipped as gods of destruction will rise. When that happens, all of Endymion will burn, and the thought fills Hypnos with excitement. Meanwhile, in the city of Westel, Russell realizes the point where his return to the past began is getting close, and the broken future knowledge he had, along with its advantages, is running out. Now he needs to decide what comes next, and face a future he can't predict. When Eckhart asks what he's thinking about so seriously, he's startled and tells her he was just looking back on everything he's done and wondering if he can keep moving forward. Then Eckhart asks if he knows why His Majesty gave him this city, but Russell admits he never really thought about it. She explains that money and rank matter, but real power comes from people. She tells him the king wants House Raymond to rise again, and if he fears the future, she'll stay beside him. Moved by her words, they kiss, but are suddenly interrupted by a guard rushing over with an urgent royal message. As soon as Russell reads it, he's stunned to learn that even Tower Master-level mages and Master-level aura users must report to the palace at once. He wonders if war has started. He tells Eckhart that something serious happened and they need to return, but she asks him to leave her and go now. Russell hates the idea of leaving her behind, but she insists the kingdom's safety must come before a lover's feelings, so he finally leaves. As he flies away, Eckhart quietly says to herself that more than the time they share, most of her life is spent waiting and worrying for him. But she knows that can't be helped. That is the fate of loving a hero. Soon after, Russell reaches the palace, where all the master-level fighters are already seated and ready, but he still has no idea what's going on. A little later, the king enters and skips the formalities to get straight to the issue. Apparently, this meeting was called because of an unprecedented crisis, and the king asks those involved to explain. When he orders them brought in, an elf named Aslan, first guardian of the Blue Wisteria tribe, steps forward with a dwarf named Matters from the underworld. Russell is surprised to see elves and dwarves arriving together, even though both live in the kingdom's southwest, and he suspects something happened there. Soon afterward, using projector technology recently developed in the underworld, images of a massive monster invasion are shown on the wall. There seem to be at least tens of thousands, which makes no sense. Aslan explains that the monsters suddenly attacked, driving elves and fairies out of the Great Forest, and the same thing happened in the Red Canyon of the underworld, forcing out the dwarves. Russell quickly raises his hand and the king lets him speak. After getting permission, he points out that the number of monsters is far too high because the Great Forest alone shouldn't hold that many. The Tower Master Melvilo wonders if the monsters were somehow created, and Daria asks if another dimension might have been opened, but Amelia notes something else is wrong. These monsters were supposed to have gone extinct long ago. Then Aslan and Matters beg for help for both the Great Forest and the underworld, pleading with Endymion's masters to save their homes. The king tells them to rise and states that no one knows how this shocking army of monsters appeared, but if they are left unchecked, the damage will be disastrous. In the name of the king of Endymion, he orders them to aid the Great Forest and the underworld and make sure no monster crosses their borders. When everyone accepts the order, Russell realizes his advantage from returning to the past is gone, so now he has to trust what he's built and move forward. Soon after, Daria sends off her disciples, but she cannot go because she must protect the kingdom with the Tower of Spears. They reply that it's fine, they'll wipe out every monster. Lady Daria trusts their skills, but she still worries because on a battlefield, even one stray arrow can kill. As the youngest, Russell is heading into war for the first time, so she tells him to be careful. He reassures her, saying he'll be fine, especially since he fought countless battles in his past life. Suddenly, Daria remembers a certain child who might have grown up just as brave as the protagonist, if that child were still alive, and she trembles a little. When her disciples notice, she says it's nothing, and begs her beloved students to return safely as they head for the teleport gate. On the other side, they find Niccolò Machiavelli, the commander-in-chief and master of the Golden Tower, along with several others. Apparently, only the Tower of Spears and the White Tower are still arriving, and it seems the teleport gate's capacity limit is causing the delay. Russell walks over to Aslan and asks if he happens to know Lady Alo of the White Ash tribe. Aslan realizes MC is the one who saved Lady Alo and her clan when he remembers her description of his black hair and red eyes. Once he sees Aslan knows Alo well, he asks more, and Aslan explains she is not just from the tribe, she is a sentinel. A sentinel is a protector not only of one tribe but of all elves. Russell asks if Alo became a sentinel because she awakened dragon power. When he asks if she is safe, Aslan says she was fighting on the front line when he left, so he isn't sure. That at least confirms she was alive 5 days ago, and the protagonist realizes they need to help fast. While they talk, Olive, a White Tower mage, arrives through the teleport gate with Amelia. Soon after, Sir Nicholas explains that the elves' command center was moved out of the Great Forest, likely because the monsters pushed them back. Emilia adds that the 5th and 7th Corps will need at least 10 days to arrive, since moving that many troops takes time. Their job is to drive the monsters back into the Great Forest before the infantry arrives, and the trip will take 3 days. After Nicholas explains the mission, everyone heads for the command center, determined to crush the monsters even if they have to march deep into the night. While they are still moving, Emilia senses something, and orders everyone to stop because she smells blood, and the scent grows stronger the farther they go. That means something is wrong, even though they are still far from the command center, so Nicholas orders the group to split up. He tells the Flame Tower priests to follow him, while the others go around the rocky mountain. Olsen leads the Flame Tower members behind him, and they soon notice something ahead. When they climb up, they find countless monsters attacking members of the Feather Tribe who are throwing stones at them, while other elves try to hold them back with arrows. Niccolo gets furious at the sight and slams the ground with his legs, blasting up hundreds of broken stones and firing them into the monsters. Then the wind suddenly shifts, revealing Emilia's move as she uses wind magic to sweep away around 100 monsters. Russell watches the strength of the 4 great tower masters of the capital in awe. Meanwhile, Olsen tells the others they can't just stand there watching, even if the masters struck first. So MC quickly unleashes his original construct, Fallen Sun, on the confused monsters. When the dwarves and elves fighting below see Endymion's mages, they cheer Aslan and Matters made it and rescue has come. Russell glares at the monsters and coldly tells them to die as Fallen Sun crashes down, turning the area into a monster roast. Meanwhile, deep in the Great Forest, a strange many-faced monster awakens. Back on the mountain, Aslan drops several monsters with ice spears, while Master Emilia destroys more with a lightning storm, and Master Niccolo skewers others with spears of earth. The problem with magic attacks this huge is that no one has seen power on this scale in a long time, and the land is being torn up so badly they may need a new map afterward. Even so, the monsters keep coming, and if they keep piling different large-scale spells on top of each other, their own side will get hit too, since the line between allies and monsters has fallen apart. When they realize that, Olsen quickly tells Niccolo and the others that large-scale magic is banned from here on out, and they will have to fight head-on. Master Niccolo immediately orders everyone to charge, and Russell realizes he has to save mana because this battle will drag on and he needs to avoid draconification as much as possible. Soon everyone is cutting through the monsters with their own skills, while many of the elves back them up with arrows. When Olive, a white tower mage, is suddenly ambushed from behind in the middle of the fight, Russell opens, he blasts the monster's head apart with lightning, then rushes over to check on Olive. She thanks him but worries that their numbers are not dropping and asks where all these monsters keep coming from. At this rate, the battle feels endless. Then the sun suddenly starts to rise. That lifts the dwarves and elves, who pray for the wind spirit to give them strength. Olsen and Hubert cannot figure out why everyone is reacting like this. What does sunrise change? These are not undead, so sunlight should not matter. Then, the moment the sun comes up, all the monsters pull back at once, leaving the mages staring in confusion. Soon after, the representative, Ariam, comes over to thank the mages for helping them survive another battle, along with Curvo, chief of the Feather Tribe, and Atrii, the dwarves' representative. Nickel modestly says they only came to help their allies, and Ariam apologizes that they cannot welcome them properly because of the current crisis. Russell says that is fine, then asks where Lady Lu is. Ariam explains that Lu was here until a few days ago, which makes the protagonist uneasy. Later, Ariam explains that the monsters grow stronger and attack at night, then weaken and retreat at dawn. Even stranger, they do not attack everywhere. They keep targeting only the Fairy Tribe like they hate them. Since that means they will strike again tonight, Olsen suggests attacking first in daylight when they are weaker. But Atri says that is impossible. Their alliance has only a little over 1,000 people, and fewer than half can actually fight. When Emilia tells Niccolo they have no choice but to hold out until reinforcements arrive, he agrees and has everyone move the wounded, reset the front lines, and gather for a strategy meeting. After that, Ariam walks up to MC and asks if he is Mr. MC. He is surprised she knows his name. She quickly introduces herself as Ariam, chief of the White Ash Tribe, one of the Manure Elves and Ilo's mother. Apparently, Ilo learned about the isolated fairy tribe and left to save them. Many fairies could not join because the monsters attacked so suddenly, and many others were scattered during the retreat. Meanwhile, Russell says he hopes they are safe, and Ariam assures him her daughter is strong. Soon after, the others are shocked to learn Ariam is one of the Manhwa. The Manhwa are the highest leaders of all elf tribes, filling the place left by the vanished High Elves, and only 5 appear in a century. Niccolo is amazed that he got to meet the elves Manhwa in his lifetime, and Emilia says it is an honor to meet Ariam, unsure how she should address her. Orium laughs, realizing Emilia is confused about the right honorific, because she grew up in the human kingdom, even though she is an elf. She then bows to greet Emilia and tells her not to worry about it. Soon after, Niccolo explains the plan made in Endymion. The first step is to form a siege. The army on the way has nearly 60,000 soldiers, enough to surround the monsters. Emilia says the second step is to wipe out the monsters inside that ring, forcing them to fall back into the Great Forest. So the battlefield shifts from Red Canyon to the Great Forest. That shocks the elf leader and the Feather Tribe chief, because the Great Forest is not only their home, but also a sacred land blessed by the gods for the Fairy Tribe. If the battle moves there, it will suffer major damage and take decades to recover. A single forest can take that long to fully heal. One as huge as the Great Forest may need at least a century. Nº1 says that while the damage is hard to predict, Nº1 will help restore it and provide housing for the fairy tribe. Hearing that, Aram and Curvo accept the destruction they cannot avoid, and Nº1 thanks them, promising to do everything he can to limit the damage to the Great Forest. Suddenly, a soldier warns the commander that something is flying toward them, and they wonder if it is a monster. When Curvo looks closer, he realizes it is not a monster but an ally, a soldier sent out days ago to rescue the fairy tribe. When the badly injured soldier crashes to the ground, Curvo orders them to call the medics at once. As he tries to help, the soldier mutters that the silver-haired sentinel is in danger, which puts Russell and Aram on alert. Once Nº1 notices he knows the person in danger, he tells him to leave with the rescue team. Olsen offers to go too, which helps calm the protagonist down. Since White Tower search magic will be useful, Emilia sends Olive with them. Aram also sends Aslan and several elf soldiers because she trusts him, and he promises to bring her back safely. She prays for the spirit's blessing to go with him. The rescue team heads out, and not long after, Olive senses movement ahead that seems to be flying monsters. Olsen tells her to keep going because they will handle them, and soon they run into hundreds of vulture-like monsters called Great Rock, creatures usually known to live in the west. The elves quickly take battle positions, and Russell uses a skill called Red Lightning, plus a burst of electric current to knock many of them down. As Olive pushes forward, she realizes that both she and Russell are Tower Lord level, but she is stunned by the gap between them. As they keep moving, a loud blast erupts behind them. It is Olsen targeting a huge pack of monsters on their rear, since he cannot leave everything to MC. As the monsters explode, he excitedly wonders if Olsen is really a mage or some kind of martial artist. The sheer destruction makes everyone else pull back fast, and Olsen jokes that maybe he overdid it. Just as they are about to rest, Aslan tells them to leave the remaining monsters to his group, and they will follow once they finish. Hearing that, Olsen and Russell sprint after Olive at full speed, and the protagonist hopes Ilu is safe. Meanwhile, deep in the Great Forest, Ilu and the other elves maintain a barrier to keep monsters from getting through. Before long, everyone starts running out of mana, and Ilu wonders if they can hold on until dawn while praying reinforcements arrive. Soon after, one monster breaks through the barrier, and before they can stop it, another does the same. As Ilu fires an arrow, she calls on Eurus, the wind spirit, for strength and releases a gust arrow. Later that night, Olive senses clashing energies beyond the mountains, and tells the others they need to hurry. They rush that way, and Russell prays they are not too late. Beyond the mountain, after the monsters break the first barrier, Lady Ilu unleashes wind rain on them and tells one of the other elves to raise the barrier while they have the chance. Before the elf can answer, warriors behind them cry for help. The rear barrier has been broken too. Ilu instantly turns and fires at those monsters, but Russell suddenly flashes through her mind and she feels embarrassed for thinking about him right then. Out of nowhere, MC arrives and throws up a wall of fire in front of her, burning the monsters rushing in. Ilu lights up when she sees him. As the fire mages land, Olsen decides to make an opening for Russell with one of his original constructs, Flame Strike. The attack blows back several monsters and lets he reach Ilu, where he confirms she is safe. She says she does not know how to repay him for helping, but he reminds her that he is a mage from an allied nation and only did what had to be done. He tells her to drop the barrier when she is ready so they can wipe out the monsters on the other side before more appear. When Ilu points out that the children and wounded will not be able to keep up if they leave now, Russell reassures her and asks Olive to handle it. Olive quickly casts magic over the whole fairy tribe, helping them run fast without tiring. Ilu suddenly feels her body become much lighter. Right after that, the combat support team arrives and Ilu is glad to see them. Meanwhile, Olsen explains that Olive and the fairy tribe will stay in the center. The protagonist will take the left, and Ilu will take the right with Aslan while he leads from the front and clears out the monsters. Once the orders are given, Ilu quickly tells the other elves to drop the barrier so they can move, and they start running. Not long after, they near Red Canyon, and Olsen reminds Russell to save his mana, no matter how tired he is, because they still need to break through the monsters to reach their allies. As they get close to the canyon, they spot Nº1 and the others surrounded by a sea of monsters protected by a fortress Nº1 built during the night. When Hubert sees the rescue team, he happily tells Commander Nº1 that the rescue squad and the fairy tribe are back, and Aram is overjoyed to see Ilu with them. Nº1 decides to open a path for their allies, so he raises a defensive wall, leaving Olsen and Russell to break through in one burst with all their mana. The two fire mages unleash a massive fire attack, tearing a road through the monsters ahead while shouting to the others that safety is just ahead. Soon after, everyone gets through the opening, and Ilu reunites with her mother while the rescue team finally gets to rest. As everyone celebrates, Russell is relieved that the long night ended with everyone alive. A few hours later, the sun rises and peace returns. Then a week passes and they are still fighting monsters at sunset and killing the ones hiding when morning comes. The situation is far more under control now, and they have rescued many scattered members of the fairy tribe. There are about 9,000 of them there now, and many are warriors who can fight. Not long after, Endymion's 5th and 7th Corps arrive. The next day, in the tower war room, commanders from several legions gather around a large map table. Niccolo opens the meeting by thanking them, but the 5th and 7th legions tell him they are only doing their duty to the people and the nation. Niccolo then lays out the mission. Their legions will lead the rescue at the front. To explain the threat, he calls forward the one who faced it directly. Russell stepped forward with a confident smile. A quiet murmur spread through the room. Now everyone knew his name. As he moved the pieces on the map, MC laid out the plan. The 5th Legion would hold the defense line since the monsters were gathering and could push deeper into Endymion at any time. That made two things urgent: build a strong perimeter, and rescue the elf tribe trapped in the canyon. Russell made one promise clear: no monster would get past the 5th Legion. Then he turned to Duel and the 7th Legion. Their job was a direct strike, drive the monsters back into the Great Forest and stop them from regrouping. Duel nodded, ready to move. The operation would begin in 3 days. After one last review of the plan, he rose and declared their goal: take back the Great Forest. The 5th and 7th Legions were not just strong, they were the best on the continent. Standing by the wall, Russell looked over the land ahead, sure they could win. Still, something felt off. A soft voice called his name, and he turned to find an elf behind him. He shifted slightly, realizing he had overlooked something important in all the chaos. She watched him quietly, and he could tell he was no longer the same boy she once knew. He had grown stronger and calmer. A small smile crossed her face. Her mother watched with quiet amusement and placed a hand on her shoulder, making the girl flinch. With a smile, her mother urged her to go talk to him. Ilu froze, embarrassed. She shook her head. Russell was engaged to someone from Endymion's royal family. She knew she should not feel this way, but she did. Her mother gently held her face. Ilu closed her eyes and focused. She could sense the bond between herself and the protagonist. Their fates were tied together. Ilu gasped and asked if her mother truly saw that. Her mother softly said yes, explaining that Ilu carried the same gift, but it would only awaken if she accepted her place as Mangr, the tribe's next leader. She looked at her daughter with love. Ilu could not keep hesitating much longer. Soon she would have to choose. Russell's fate felt heavy, like a cold winter wind. If she wanted to love him, she would have to carry that burden. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where a monster's roar shakes the land. A young man in gold wipes his forehead and sighs, knowing it is starting again. The 5th Legion stays back while the others push into the forest. Crowds of beasts charge with glowing red eyes, and Russell looks at his teammates with flames flickering in his hands. Swords rise, spells fly, and the battle erupts as the formation charges forward. A warrior takes a deep breath and draws her bow, magic gathering at the tip. Nearby, a dwarf rushes in with his axe and smashes through a monster's tough armor. A young mage summons a giant spear that crashes down and sends a shockwave through the enemy. Niccolo and an elven archer dodge the blast and raise their weapons as another monster charges, only to be thrown down by wind and ice. A magic blade flashes and slices through the creature's armor in one strike. A warrior shouts to hold the front, and a soldier instantly runs in to seal the gap. Meanwhile, flames swirl around both of Russell's hands. He unleashes a wave of fire that burns everything around him. Cries fill the air as flying beasts screech overhead while elven archers shoot them down with deadly aim, until none are left. 15 days later, they finally reach the forest's edge, worn out but ready to celebrate. One warrior cheers, and soon the others join in, their victory cries echoing through the trees. Still, something feels wrong. Olsen walks over and asks Russell if he feels it too. He does, and the unease is growing. They move deeper into the forest, where everything is too quiet. Thick mist hangs between the trees, and the silence feels wrong. Elo turns to her mother and says she can no longer hear the forest spirits. Her mother frowns, now sure something is deeply wrong. They stop and wait for the Feathercloaks, who went ahead with a device to scout the area. Then a shout rings out as the scouts return, and everyone gathers in the tent. The device projects an image of the forest, but it shows only still trees. Russell asks for a higher view, and when a scout questions him, he points to the screen and says the mist gets thicker farther in. Another warrior agrees, and a scout says he noticed the same thing. Soon a new recording appears, and an explorer calls everyone over when a glowing blue sphere starts to emerge from the mist. The room falls silent, until someone asks what it is, but no one knows. Ilu's mother realizes the forest is no longer what it used to be. Russell wonders if the strange feeling he has had is tied to that sphere. Narrowing his crimson eyes, he says the imbalance they feel must be connected to it. The image shifts and reveals a second sphere at the center, black and pulsing with dark energy, turning the air cold. A warrior clenches his fists as everyone realizes they may have found the source of all this. Inside that black void lies a twisted beast, its violet veins glowing with dark power. Red cracks spread across its face, and when its eyes open, they burn crimson. The moment it moves, a wave of killing intent sweeps through the forest. Their nightmare begins. The footage reveals a terrifying truth. That area may be hiding millions of monsters. One warrior turns to Aram and asks if she knows anything about it. Aram says it may connect to the legend of how the Great Forest was born. She explains that the story goes back to the end of the Age of the Gods. In their final gathering, the gods blessed the land, and from that blessing, the Great Forest was created. Russell listens closely, but then Niccolo cuts in and asks if Gaia truly made the forest. If so, maybe its purpose was not just to nurture life. It may have been built to keep those monster hordes sealed away. Suddenly, MC feels a flaw in that idea. If the gods still existed when Gaia made the Great Forest, why seal the monsters instead of wiping them out? Something is missing. Olsen follows his thinking, and Russell begins to suspect Gaia may not be hiding the monster horde after all. An elf suggests sending an investigation team to test the theory, and the commander agrees. Meanwhile, the whole team gathers. Deep in the forest, 2 scouts move ahead. One whispers that there is no life anywhere, while the other says the forest still works somehow, but feels wrong. As they go on, Niccolo raises a hand and calls for a stop. He arrives with ILU, and she gives him a nod to show she is fine. But then he notices Ryan standing still with her eyes closed, magic sparking around her. ILU says she is trying to speak with the forest spirit, and adds that there are many spirits beyond the 4 elements. Russell adds that lightning, ice, light, and darkness each have spirits too. Then Ryan says she will show them the forest spirit. Suddenly that energy spreads out in spiraling waves from a tiny point. The protagonist is stunned. He had only heard rumors of this, and the others are eager to see it. Near ILU, a tiny creature of earth and leaves appears. Its doll-like cute form catches everyone off guard. Then it speaks softly to Russell and he freezes, looking at ILU, unsure if this is real or just in his head. He starts to understand that the forest spirit is really a bundle of small spirits with no mind of its own, and ILU is sharing her awareness with it. She explains that it needs time to grow stronger because it has no will of its own. MC thinks the way they control it is a lot like controlling golems, but then the spirit starts flickering, and ILU frowns, realizing that even calling a spirit is nearly impossible with the forest in such chaos. Ryan leans against a tree, exhausted, while the forest spirits seem frozen in fear. ILU asks if her mother found anything useful, but Ryan shakes her head, saying the darkness at the forest center is the real problem. Russell says nothing and keeps moving, haunted by the thought that something is hidden inside that darkness. A sudden scream snaps him back. Someone rushes ahead with wind magic cutting through the trees, and the group quickly follows through the heavy air. The green-haired warrior frowns, feeling the mist press into his mind as it thickens. Then they come across a field full of shattered armor and corpses, with bloody blades catching red and violet light. He realizes the 7th Legion may have been wiped out here without ever knowing what was coming. At the heart of the forest, a huge sphere of violet energy hangs in the air, and no one speaks as the tension rises. Then the ground starts shaking as massive stones shift into place, their runes glowing strangely. Niccolo realizes they are keystones for ancient magic seals. He wonders who placed them and what they were meant to keep back. He tells everyone to investigate before nightfall. Then he notices the sphere pulsing wildly, and the earth shakes even harder. As they search, Niccolo realizes the tremors are coming from the darkness itself. What he does not know is that he is standing right above a demon with crimson eyes. Suddenly sensing that dark presence, he shouts for everyone to fall back. But it is already too late. With a massive blast, dark violet energy erupts and shakes the whole area. A giant red hand slams into the ground and an arm rises, pulsing with crimson veins and bearing multiple heads. The warriors freeze in horror. One stumbles back in shock while another stammers in disbelief. They realize the ground is not just moving, it is alive. Niccolo grimly identifies it as the Econ, a remnant of the Titanomachy. That forgotten war is returning. Long ago, those titans tried to seize control, but dragons sealed them away with a force they could not master. ILU gasps that the demon had been hidden there all this time, and her mother admits she never imagined something like that could stay concealed in the forest. Niccolo warns that if this creature escapes, it will bring disaster to the world. Red light bursts from the abyss and a roar shatters the silence. Shockwaves rip through the ground and throw people into the air. That roar alone could kill. ILU shrinks back, overwhelmed by the rage pouring off it. Her mother keeps a barrier up and warns that this is more than anger. It's pure killing intent. Russell clenches his fists and says they have to stop it now. This is their only chance. Niccolo is caught off guard, but he stays firm. He keeps his eyes on the monster and says they cannot afford to lose. Off in the distance, a hooded figure stands at the edge of a cliff, stunned by what he sees. He realizes this is not a titan, but something worse, a recon. His shock slowly turns into a grin as he whispers that a god is being reborn. Then a masked figure steps in and tells the hooded man this is the ending he wanted. Startled to see Charon, he asks what he is doing there. Charon stays calm as darkness swirls around him. He says it is disappointing that Ho is not happy to see him, then adds that he brought a gift. Ho mutters under his breath while Charon explains that the keystone for healing magic is far stronger than the one used in Tartarus. Ho smiles, and Charon gives him a small nod of thanks. Surrounded by dark mist, Charon asks if Ho knows whose seal is about to break. Still staring at the box, Ho says it belongs to a creature from the Recon race from the age of Titanomachy. He names Brigarius, the vanguard general who once made even the gods tremble. The heroes group stands frozen in shock as Ho coldly mentions telling the Fire Witch about her apprentice's deaths. Charon opens a green portal and laughs, saying he cannot wait to hear that, but then his voice turns sharp, and he warns Ho that failure will cost more than his life. The seal breaks and light bursts out. One warrior yells that the seal is gone, while another tells everyone to stay calm, thinking the creature is still weak. Beneath the dark sky, Brioris rises, crackling with wild energy. He has not regained all his strength, but he is still a huge threat. Russell grips his weapon and says they must take him down now. The master of the White Tower raises her hand and summons green power. Her focus is absolute. As she fires a beam of cosmic energy straight at Brioris, the creature turns its glowing eyes and charges. The protagonist hears a voice in his head. It is Niccolo. At the same time, Brich grows stronger. Green energy wraps around his arm and he slams the ground with a massive punch that shakes the whole battlefield. A warrior rushes to the White Tower master and asks if she is all right. Dazed on one knee, she says she is fine, though she quietly hopes her spell does not fail. Out of nowhere, Niccolo appears and casually says, "Sorry I'm late." He casts a spell that turns the ground into sand, but Bertros ignores it and keeps coming. Niccolo shouts for everyone to attack, and the warriors unleash blasts of red and green energy. The explosion rocks the battlefield, knocking Brihidarius down with a howl. At the same time, two mages in meditation draw on the forest power, and vines rise to pin Brihidarius in place. Then the Great Spirit appears and wraps him in huge stone arms. He thrashes but cannot break free. One warrior smiles, thinking they have already won, but another cuts in and warns that it still is not enough. Brigarius rages and smashes the stone arms apart with one huge blow, sending shards everywhere. He roars at the warriors and calls them useless. Dark energy gathers in his mouth, and he fires a deadly blast, making the mages cry out in shock. No one expected the monster to speak. Each step he takes makes the ground shake. He stares at the warriors like they are insects. Niccolo drops to his knees, gasping, and Brihidarius mocks him, saying he must want to be eaten. With a cruel grin, Brihidarius morses to tear them all apart and enjoy it. Niccolo stays calm, looks up and hints that Brihidarius missed something. Then a huge wave of energy lights up the sky, and Rissel's fist crackles with lightning. Niccolo urges him to get ready for the final strike, while he tries to hold the beast down. Brihidarius pauses for a moment and looks at the black-haired fighter. Omsi gathers a spark in his hand, and a massive bolt of lightning crashes down. Niccolo can hardly believe it. How can someone in the 6th magic circle produce that much power? Behind the glowing barrier, Iolu realizes the master of the fire tower had good reason to back him. Russell floats in the smoke, light swirling around him. The spell is draining far more mana than he expected. Even with all that force, it is still unclear if the monster took the full hit. He stays focused. Sure, he landed it, but the enemy is still standing. Its red eyes still burn bright. His allies cannot believe it, and Niccolo knows the attack only bought them a little time. Breathing hard, the protagonist is stunned that the beast shrugged it off. The creature growls that the protagonist's magic reeks of dragon energy and demands to know his link to Kinsung. The protagonist has no idea who that is. The enemy's aura swells as it says that name brings back painful memories it wanted buried. Then, in a cold voice, it declares that now it is Russell's turn to die. Suddenly a burst of red light flashes, and a sharp blade of wind shoots right at him. A red-haired guy runs toward MC, yelling for him to move. Looking up, he finally sees the attack coming. For the second time, he freezes. In the distance, the monster burns with fire on one side and ice on the other. Even after everything, it still has its full strength. A white-haired fighter watches in confusion, unable to understand why Alan is doing this. Blood flies and the sound starts to fade. Russell stumbles back and tastes blood on his lips. He realizes he is badly hurt. If that hit had landed any closer, he would be dead. Someone asks if he is okay. Olsen is trapped under a huge rock, barely breathing. The protagonist hears him and shouts his name. Another teammate checks Olsen and says he looks bad. His ribs might be broken. Leaning against the stone, Olsen gives a faint smile, knowing he will not be training for a while. The protagonist slowly gets back up, aching all over. Niccolo calls to him, and MC says he is fine. While they face the monster, Niccolo asks if he can use that same spell again. If he aims it right, it could do real damage. Right then, the enemy smashes the ground again. He knows a clean hit could change everything, but he is still struggling to control that lightning vortex at his level. With his fists tight and energy snapping around him, he gets ready to cast again. This may be their only shot at winning. The monk grits his teeth and braces for the pressure coming at them, while wondering if the protagonist can really fire another spell. The protagonist stands there, fighting for breath as Niccolo says he needs 15 minutes to prepare. He gathers the group and shouts that they will hold the line and protect MC. Everyone behind him nods and gets ready to keep the enemy back. From where he stands, Russell thinks Olsen is safe, but he cannot go far. He has to stay close. Feeling his mana almost gone, he knows he needs to recharge. His body shifts slightly into a draconic form as his inner power kicks in. Suddenly, a bright light bursts out, and a powerful weapon appears in the air. It is the Brahmastra spear, said to pierce anything. The enemy freezes, clearly shaken by the overwhelming power aimed at him. With a fearful roar, the beast locks its red eyes on him and curses him as a damned descendant of Kim Hyung. Then it explodes in rage, slamming the ground and sending shockwaves across the area. It charges forward fast, giving off deadly energy. Just then, a wave of blue power sweeps across the battlefield and freezes the enemy mid-step. The white-haired girl uses a magic trick to stop the monster and signals the team. They rush in, glowing with radiant power. A huge Prometheus flame blast erupts and lights up the field. Everyone shifts to defense, holding the enemy back while the beast lets out a pained roar, its massive body buckling under their attacks. A silver-haired man summons freezing pillars of ice from the ground. At the same time, two mages kneel and call on the forest spirits. A vine grows fast, wrapping around the beast and pinning it while it struggles. Nº1 sees that the team is worn out from throwing so many strong spells, but time is still on their side, with 15 minutes left. The monster, smoke pouring from its mouth, glares at them in pure fury. It curses them and attacks again, its punch bursting with dark purple energy and wrecking everything around it. Above, Russell hovers with the glowing spear in hand. Nº1 stumbles back in panic as he realizes how bad things are. Then a warrior lunges forward, slamming his hands into the ground and shouting in fear. The white-haired fairy cries out the protagonist's name, her heart pounding. He has always been the one protecting her. Now it is her turn. She remembers all the times they escaped together. If she can stop this next attack, they might still have a chance. A burst of purple light races at Russell. She reaches out with a glowing hand and prays for one last chance to protect him. Just when she thinks she is out of options, the wild energy in front of her slows down. The raging light fades as the power breaks apart, like something unseen is tearing it to pieces. She stares in disbelief. Did time really stop? Everything around her turns still. Darkness wraps around the space and smothers it in silence. Her lips shake as she whispers in awe. Then a divine being appears, floating in the void. Its voice tells her the true power was always inside her. She just had not unlocked it yet. Sitting on the ground, confused and curious, she looks up at the being. It smiles gently and reminds her that she already understands the nature of her gift. A giant dragon rises behind it. The figure says there is only one way to awaken the dragon's true power. A woman with horns and pointed ears steps forward, calm but serious. She explains that accepting this power means accepting her fate and leaving her old life behind. The girl hesitates, then clenches her fists and says she accepts. The being smiles as if it knew all along that she would. Down below, one person watches in shock while another screams Russell's name in panic. Flames burst out. A surge of power races through MC's body. Then a huge blast tears through the air. In the shadows, red eyes flare with rage as a giant dragon lights up the sky. Nº1 stares in disbelief. After 700 years, a dragon has returned. A white-haired elf whispers, "Elo," stunned. The creature roars in fury, its red eyes blazing as it hurls insults. It slams the ground with all its strength, shaking the whole area, and orders the dragon to move. But the dragon only stares back, mocking the monster's hatred that has lasted 1,000 years. Then it opens its mouth and fires a deadly beam. The monster tries to block it, but the blast drives it back hard. Gritting its teeth, it realizes how weak it has become. Still, it swears to tear off the dragon's wings and rip out its heart, smoke swirling around its body as it vows to devour the beast. Then a streak of light drops from the sky and the beast freezes in shock. Even after giving everything, there's no fear, just the sense that something is changing. The dragon turns toward the horned woman, closes its eyes and vanishes. Its role is over. Russell Raymond now stands ready, filled with divine power. The Brahmastra spear shines with raw destructive force, and the warriors sweat from the heat while Nº1 watches in awe as a silent elf and a small creature hover nearby. Their stalling plan worked, but Nº1 still can't grasp the power of a 6th-level mage. In the middle of the chaos, Russell Raymond stands wrapped in flames, his bright spear in hand. Nº1 can't help thinking that if this power hadn't been shaped into a weapon, its force alone could have wiped out the whole forest. In the distance, the monster's eyes widen in fear. For the first time, Bryros is scared. It's something no one has seen before, a Titan general trembling. Then Raymond hurls the spear at the monster with incredible speed. Bryros twists through the air and barely avoids the hit. He laughs, pleased with his quick dodge, but Russell Raymond is already on him. The monster's eyes go wide when it sees how close he is. A chill runs down its spine. When did he become this fast? Using one last trick, the protagonist speaks Arachne's words and summons 2 dazzling daggers. The sky burns red and orange, with light falling like the world is ending. In the next moment, powerful mana pierces Bryros' core, making him roar and shake the air. A hole opens in his body and he begins to cry. After being trapped for ages, I'm finally free, but all that pain and loss turned into pure rage. Smoke and dust fill the air as Bryros dives fast. Our hero spits blood, hit hard by the beast recoil. The magic he just used is tearing him apart. It's more than he can bear. He falls through the thick air, the wind rushing past him as he crashes toward the battlefield below. He's covered in wounds, pain spreading through his body, and his vision starts to blur, but he knows he protected everyone. Then a notification appears, saying the mission is complete, and his reward is ready. Later, he lies in bed, wrapped in bandages, breathing weakly but steadily. His eyes open, but a sharp pain shoots through him when he tries to sit up with a low groan. A voice calls from outside, and Ella walks in with medicine. Clearly happy he's finally awake. Russell Raymond slowly sits up, fighting the pain as he asks about the others. She gently nods and says most of them are recovering, but Olsen still needs more time. MC manages a faint smile, relieved that everyone survived. Then he looks at his arm and something clicks. He asks Ella what happened. Her eyes widen and she smiles, telling him she accepted dragon power during the battle. From that moment on, they've been connected no matter what happens. He remembers an arm covered in dragon scales and a strange power that kept him safe. He starts to think she may have been the one who saved him. She smiles softly, almost urging him to put it together. He admits he's not fully sure, but he has a strong feeling. Then she talks about the next generation of dragons, serving the ancient dragon emperor. Their bond isn't random, it's fate. Russell Raymond looks at her with concern and asks if she's okay, saying she should stay by his side for now. He worries about what this dragon power might do to her. She just smiles and says she chose this path herself. She hasn't changed, she's still the same person. Her grip tightens, making her choice clear. His heart starts racing. It's her decision. Even if he already has another companion, knowing she wants to stay with him means more than she realizes. After a pause, she asks what she should call him now, since Dragon Emperor sounds too formal. Russell Raymond just shrugs and tells her to choose any name she wants. She thinks for a moment, then suggests, Master? The protagonist laughs and tells her to use his real name. She tries MC a few times, getting closer each time. Her smile brightens when she decides to call him by name. Across the room, Niccolo watches with honest eyes, thanking him and saying many lives would have been lost without him. Even though he is still recovering, he sits up, unwilling to rest while others still need him. He gives a small smile and says he couldn't have done it alone. He reminds Niccolo of the time Niccolo saved him, saying he's only returning the favor. Niccolo is quiet for a moment, then nods and thanks him. He asks if the protagonist saw everyone. The protagonist nods back with a smile. Niccolo laughs and says it must have been noisy in here, then tells him to get some more rest. Once everyone leaves, MC drops back onto the bed, completely drained, but rest isn't what he's thinking about. In an instant, he rises again, eyes burning with resolve. It's time to move forward. He takes the third golden mask he earned after defeating Bryros. The mask helps keep him focused and boosts his resistance to mind control. Now he can better fight off dark magic, curses, and illusions. He looks at the three floating masks. One sharpens attack control, another boosts defense, and the third protects against mental manipulation. But he can't use all three, so he decides to fuse them. Pain hits as energy rushes through his body, but he grits his teeth and keeps going. Slowly, the masks merge and return to their original form. The system confirms he has obtained the Crown of Solomon. It holds the full power of all three. As it shines brightly, the legendary figure of Solomon, the ancient king of mages, appears. Russell Raymond is stunned. A relic from legend is right in front of him. But then he notices something strange. The crown is much smaller than he expected. As the tiny crowns spin around him, he wonders if they're summoning relics. Suddenly, one breaks away and shoots toward him. He flinches as a strange feeling spreads over him. It's like a second version of himself has appeared. His body glows with a red aura as something powerful awakens inside him. Now he finds himself in a huge blue void filled with glowing symbols. It feels like he entered another realm. A strange calm surrounds him as he floats through this magic space. Looking at the crown, he senses a living presence inside it, helping with complex magic calculations. It feels like part of his mind has merged with the crown. And it's not just a feeling, it truly sharpens his magic. But then something changes. Part of his consciousness starts to split away. Suddenly he feels something touch his leg. The pain snaps him awake, his body drenched in sweat. Holding his head, he sees a system alert saying his original consciousness is nearly drained and the crown's power is weakening. He thinks about the backup mind inside the crown. It doesn't hold everything, just enough to bring him back if a curse tries to take over. He looks at the crown and smiles, determined to use its power well. Back on the battlefield, Russell Raymond stands tall, his cape whipping in the wind. Magical flames rain from the sky, but he controls them with a wave of his hand. He raises his arm and unleashes blasts of magic that shake the ground. A nearby onlooker is stunned. He needed only 10 days to recover, and now he's even stronger and faster. Another guy laughs, saying the protagonist Raymond always pushes himself. Olsen steps forward and challenges him to a hand-to-hand fight without magic. Russell Raymond hesitates, then agrees. The ground shakes when the first punch lands, dust swirling everywhere. Olsen spins and laughs, sure he'll recover on his own. Watching the fight, MC wonders if this guy is really a mage. Just as the match heats up, a sharp sound cuts through the air. A soldier shouts from the tower, something is happening. Most of the monsters may be gone, but danger is still out there. Then he sees someone flying through the air and his heart sinks. Mounted knights rush in, while one waves a red flag, clearly signaling an emergency. Olsen frowns, wondering if the Empire has made its move. Niccolo steps forward, his face tense, and announces that a national emergency has been declared. Soon after, a flag with a strange symbol appears, followed by the icy presence of Grand Duke Bismarck. Niccolo confirms that Bismarck has finally shown his true intentions. Olsen slams his hand on the table and asks if Nº1 is under attack. The answer is clearly yes. Then flames shoot into the sky. 5 magic towers, along with the 13th and 21st Legions, have launched a full attack on the capital. The young man clenches his fists, fury burning in his eyes. Blaine's words echo in his mind. This is the man who destroyed his family. He realizes Blaine is tied to Duke Bismarck. Memories rush back of how his master once saved him. Across from him, someone smiles knowingly, challenging him again. He freezes, confused. Why are his master and the guardian of the Blue Tower in the capital? In an instant, both of them vanish. The group turns in shock. The old man with silver hair and the battle-worn woman disappear without a trace. Olsen slams the table in anger that all this happened while he was away. Russell Raymond stands beside him, calm, saying their master can't lose. If he had, the enemy would already be celebrating to crush everyone's spirit. The silver-haired girl folds her arms and agrees, guessing Duke Bismarck probably just locked him away. The protagonist starts to think the real target may be the throne, which means the king and princess are in danger. Niccolo cuts in. He says Sir Gilliam Pearson is protecting the king, and a blue-haired knight is guarding the princess. Even so, things look bad. A chill runs down MC's spine. If the enemy has someone as strong as a tower guardian, then Princess Hecate is in real danger. One name keeps coming back to him, Hecate. A knight from the 7th Legion urges them to leave at once and wipe out the enemy. Niccolo raises a hand to calm everyone down. Even if they leave now, they will not reach the capital in time. He turns to Sir Hubert and asks for the fastest route. A mage at the gate says teleportation would be the best answer, but the gate is likely down. Another option is the Rubra Gorge and the magic tower near the capital, though that would still take a full day. Niccolo says they cannot wait that long. Russell looks at him and asks if he has a faster way to reach the capital. Niccolo hesitates. Then a box opens, revealing the rings of Eros and Psyche. The ring of Eros can send its wearer to whoever holds the ring of Psyche. The silver-haired girl says a guardian should use it instead, but Russell stays calm and explains that only he can. Once the ring is bound, it cannot be handed off. Niccolo gives him a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder and places the mission in his hands. He swears he will protect the princess no matter what. A bright blue light wraps around him as he activates the ring. His red eyes narrow in focus. A mission alert appears: protect Princess Hecate Ratmos until the rebellion ends. The reward is unknown. Outside the palace, the kingdom is in chaos. Warriors shout orders to hold the line and drive back the rebels. At Ginevra's western gate, the royal forces regroup for the next assault. One soldier yells for the wounded to be moved back and for the front line to stay firm. At the same time, medics rush for more supplies as the number of casualties keeps rising. Nearby, a knight groans from a bad chest wound. Another kneels beside him and tells him to endure the treatment, no matter how much it hurts. A soldier spots Princess Hecate and freezes. She kneels beside him and gently takes his hand. With a soft smile, she reminds him that none of them are disposable. Before he can answer, her eyes widen. The western gate has just fallen. Voices shout for one final stand, even if it costs their lives. The warriors grip their weapons, ready to die fighting. Then boom, an explosion tears through the battlefield. Fire rolls over the soldiers, and their screams echo through the smoke. Out of the flames steps a single figure in a red robe, looking almost bored as he wonders if this is even needed, now that the main mages are gone. Behind him stands a silent squad dressed in red. Arcarion Ergo steps forward and introduces himself as Blaine Trilogy's first disciple and the head of Red Tower Cargo. Princess Hecate cuts him off with a furious glare. Arcarion smiles and says he does not even deserve to be called Lord. One of his people adds that only royalty earned that title. Hecate draws her sword, glowing with purple flames, and calls him unworthy of knighthood. A nearby soldier gasps, Arondite, the holy sword given by the Naiad, the same blade that once brought down a raging dragon. Arcarion lights up at the sight of such a royal treasure. To him, it feels like pure luck. A group of knights urges Princess Hecate to run while they hold the line. Fighting back tears, she calls their names, torn between grief and resolve. In the middle of it all, her enemy smiles and says this is the end for her. Then a huge blast erupts and flames swallow everything. In the chaos, her guards try to lead her to safety, but the fire cuts off the way out. Hecate looks down, whispers an apology to the one she loves, and grips Arondite tightly, promising they will meet again in another life. Another blast shakes the ground and throws a knight back, his shield shattering. Arcarion watches from afar, sensing something strange in the air like dark magic twisting reality. Panic breaks out when someone screams that the fire feels like the Fire Tower Guardian's power. A white-haired figure goes still, while a man in red stares in shock at an enemy he thought was dead. Hecate gasps, confused as she looks through the smoke, then a voice cuts through the noise. Russell appears. Worry is all over his face. Hecate trembles and calls out to him. Nearby, a man with golden eyes can hardly believe he hears a teleport gate. His face hardens as he decides he will offer the enemy's head to the Grand Duke. A mocking voice rings out, saying it has been a long time. Holding Hecate in the air, the protagonist glares at Arcarion and demands to know what he did to their master. Arcarion only smiles and says the protagonist is not close enough for an answer. Then he signals his team and orders them to capture the princess at any cost. Russell quickly realizes the enemy mages are all above average and shouts for everyone to fall back. A huge blast erupts as one mage summons fire warriors to burn the rebels. Arcarion joins in, unleashing a wave of flames while mocking them for being so arrogant. MC rushes forward, determined to keep Arcarion away from Hecate. Blue lightning sparks from his fingertips as he slices through the flames. Arcarion is caught off guard and he strikes with lightning, breaking Arcarion's shield and sending him flying. Arcarion groans, cursing Russell for fighting dirty. He fires back with a massive burst of fire, swearing to turn him to ash, but the protagonist holds his ground, ready to answer with his cannon technique. Their powers crash together in a fiery blast that shakes the battlefield. MC stands firm, impressed by how fast and strong his opponent is. Arcarian may not be monstrous, but his casting speed is dangerous. He realizes he is skipping heavier spells to move faster, which weakens their force. A smile spreads across his face as he gets ready to strike back. Suddenly, a giant serpent of fire lunges at him. Russell narrows his eyes, sweat runs down his face, but he stays calm. He waves a hand and bends the flames like a wild beast, sweeping them across the field. Kate panics, watching the protagonist fight as her fear keeps growing. Far away, near a tower, a group of mages is carrying out a strange ritual. A voice from the shadows mocks them, calling the golden student a failure. Bryaros lies motionless on the ground. A hooded figure steps over him and says the real target is the enemy faction. With crazed eyes, he swears to drown Endymion in flames. From the darkness, a masked voice coldly declares that not only Endymion, but all of its disciples will be destroyed. The barrier still holds, but the force hitting it is insane. Magic and raw power slam into it like a wrecking ball. Russell looks at his torn robe and mutters a curse. A royal knight comes running in, telling the princess to get away. Kate looks at MC, her face full of worry. The enemy sees her trying to escape and starts chasing her. He stays calm, trusting the knights to handle Arcarian's underlings. Then a man in a red jacket starts laughing and unleashes a storm of fire, daring anyone to survive it. The blast makes the ground shake, but Russell holds firm inside his magic shield. He knows defense alone will not be enough. Then an idea hits him, and he summons the magic sword Bolg, which fires a deadly beam of energy. Flames flicker as the man in the red jacket realizes too late what is coming. The blast slams into him hard. Blood spills from his mouth and he drops to his knees, stunned by his loss. His arrogance gets him killed, and Russell cannot help thinking this would have been easier if the man were not so full of himself. In the distance, a wild fire rages while knights clash with sorcerers. He turns to a glowing doorway and whispers a name, "Hey Kate." The protagonist steps into the dusty light, but red-cloaked figures block his path. One stumbles while the other panics. Russell lights a flame in his palm, smiles, and hurls a fireball at them. Their screams fill the air as he burns them to ash. In a cold voice, he warns them never to speak of his master again. Kate breaks down and throws her arms around him, tears in her eyes. She cups his face and asks if he is okay. MC calms her, says he is fine, and touches the glowing ring she gave him. He explains that he cannot use its power because he lost his magic. Together they stand by a shattered window as the wind howls toward the palace. Russell grows tense but tells her to stay calm. He trusts Sir Gilliam to keep the king safe. Holding her hand, he says they need to stand together. Once the enemy learns Arcarian has fallen, they will retreat. Kate steps forward and declares herself Princess Endymion. Calling on the holy sword Erudite, she asks for the king's blessing. Light flares and Russell is stunned to feel his strength return. Then Kate suddenly collapses. He catches her in panic. Erudite has drained her life force to help the others. She whispers that she gave everything she had. He grips her hand as voices around them cry out her name, honoring her sacrifice. Suddenly, a harsh voice cuts through the moment, mocking them for wasting time on a woman. The protagonist stays planted with Hecate in his arms, sensing danger closing in. He shouts for everyone to get back. A red flash sweeps across the battlefield as a black-robed figure raises a hand. His low voice echoes like a threat, and the ground cracks beneath them. An explosion rips through nearby buildings, filling the air with fire and ash and scattering broken weapons and armor everywhere. From the smoke, the figure steps out, cloak moving as he simply says, "Blame Blade." A new nightmare begins. Nearby, an enemy in a red cloak smiles in amusement and taunts MC that it has been far too long. MC quickly raises a barrier around Hecate. Grinding his teeth, he realizes this enemy is stronger than he expected. In the distance, the man looks shocked that he could survive such a powerful strike. He mutters in disbelief. Finally, seeing this fight will not be easy. The protagonist pants as he tries to understand how anyone could bring down a palace in seconds. This enemy is unlike anything he has faced before. Blame Trilogy gives a small smile when he notices Arcarian is gone and assumes MC defeated him. He quietly says he warned Arcarian that his arrogance would get him killed. Kate steps forward. Clearly furious, Kate demands to know why Blame betrayed the kingdom and dragged innocent people into his insane plan. Her voice shakes as she accuses him of targeting her from the start. Blame just laughs and mocks her kindness, even saying she might have made a decent king. Then he smirks and asks if she is done talking, because he still has business with the king. Russell steps between them and tells Hecate to fall back. Words will not change this man. Royal knights rush in, calling for the princess. She gives them a relieved smile and assures them the king is safe. They only arrived after seeing the palace collapse. Blaine frowns at the growing number of knights and mutters that this is getting annoying. In the distance, the knights raise their weapons and shout, ready to charge. Suddenly, a huge blast shakes the ground. Flames burst out as Blaine takes a direct hit and staggers back, stunned. Hovering in the air, he looks down at him and asks if he really plans to stop him. He says nothing, but his eyes answer for him. Blaine laughs and says he looks just like Darius Snow White did the last time they fought. Then his tone shifts, and he says Darius Snow White is gone forever, trapped in the void. That leaves the protagonist shaken, thinking about how thin the line is between the void and darkness. Blaine dares him to give all his power to his master. Then he hurls a flaming sword at Russell, and MC activates Solomon's crown to stop it. The burning blade slams into the ground and sets off a huge explosion. He realizes the blade is moving faster than sound. The blasts shake the whole battlefield, and Blaine is stunned that a level 6 fighter managed to dodge. The protagonist realizes he can bend time just enough to read Blaine's next move. He can dodge, but his allies are still caught in the fight. If he moves, they will be left open. So he stands his ground and summons 5 powerful spears called Gay Bulg, throwing them with deadly aim. Blaine sneers, saying protecting others is weakness and only brings trouble. A dark purple light forms in his hand as he lifts it and fires a massive beam to show Russell how far apart they really are. As the knights try to fall back, a stone wall suddenly rises and cuts them off. Hecate gasps at the unexpected spell. Purple energy slams into the wall, setting off one explosion after another. The ground shakes and throws everything into chaos. MC stumbles back, shocked by how fast Blaine is. He can cast just as quickly as MC. Magic rings float around Blaine as he looks at Russell with amused curiosity and asks how much longer he can last. Blaine goes quiet for a second, then the ground suddenly erupts with power. Fire and smoke fill the air, and when it clears, he is still standing, hurt but alive. He grips his shoulder and coughs in disbelief. Blaine smiles, saying he might have taken the protagonist as his student if Daria Snow White had not stepped in. Catching his breath, MC realizes Blaine is far beyond Arcarium in both speed and power. Just then, Hecate rushes over, clearly worried, and he can only stare at her in shock and whisper her name. Blaine starts laughing, teasing them about being lovers and saying he will make sure their graves lie side by side. That makes Russell snap and tell him to shut up. Blaine raises his hands, ready to cast another fire spell. Heat pours off him as he prepares to strike again. In the distance, a knight shouts for the princess to get back, warning they cannot hold out much longer. Blaine lifts an eyebrow when soldier mages join the fight. Under his breath, he complains about the Duke's secret plans and how this battle is becoming more trouble than it is worth. With all of this going on, Russell struggles to stay on his feet. Hecate runs to him and he tells her he is fine. He knows it is time to use his full dragon form. A notification appears telling him to take the Princess Hecate's blue necklace. He turns to her and asks for it. She is surprised but finally hands it over after touching it in surprise. It is a keepsake from her mother, but she sighs and gives it to him anyway. Russell thanks her and pours mana into the necklace. A bright blue light bursts out, shocking them both. The system confirms the relic's true form has returned. It is a dragon scale. He was expecting horns but accepts it and declares he will absorb the scale. The light wraps around him as blue energy explodes outward and shakes the ground. Blaine's eyes go wide and sweat runs down his face as he stares in disbelief. Out of the dust, Russell steps forward, covered in black dragon scales, and Hagem can only stare in awe. The system announces that the protagonist's body has been strengthened and the transformation will last longer with fewer side effects. Clenching his fist, he feels raw power surge through him, one eye shining as dragon energy floods his body. With the transformation complete, he stands tall in black scales, giving off intense power. Blaine hovers above them and mutters that the rumors about MC's dragon blood must be true. MC glares back, full of resolve. Nearby, a scar-faced man watches and finally understands how McCrae Hughes was defeated. Russell turns to Hageshade and tells her to get back. He will not let her get hurt. Blaine laughs as he feels his dragon mana, admitting it matches his own, and already wanting to steal it. Red and blue energy crash in the sky, while Blaine thinks this may be his chance to surpass every Tower Master. The protagonist's body burns from the heat. He knows Blaine has the edge in magic, but he still has brute strength. Deciding to end it, he triggers Overheat, gathers everything into his palm, and unleashes a massive burst of fire. The falling sun hits like a meteor, wiping out everything in its path. Then he throws 12 glowing spears forward at blazing speed. As they fly, Russell activates Titan Killer and swings it wide, sending out a fire slash that tears across the field. Heat waves spread in every direction, pushing the battle to its peak. Clenching his fists, MC knows those attacks were still not enough. Suddenly, Blaine vanishes. Before he can react, Blaine appears again right above him, wrapped in flames, and smashes him with a heavy blow. Blaine mocks him for looking impressive without being a real threat. In response, Russell charges a fireball and shouts Overheat, blasting Blaine and forcing him back in pain. Without pausing, the protagonist unleashes a massive flame cannon, pouring all his energy into it. The blast swallows Blaine in fire. As soon as the protagonist catches his breath, a wave of energy slams into him and drives him back. Blaine lands with a grin, admitting MC's power is almost at a superhero level. He says that in 5 years, MC might really surpass him. Blaine raises his hand and vows to finish this. Out of nowhere, he dives down with a shining sword and dares him to try. He pushes himself to the limit, searching for any weak spot. Fireballs start raining down as the protagonist throws in every bit of strength he has. He thinks he can end this if he pushes just a little harder. With a roar, he releases a powerful wave at Blaine, who screams as the energy tears through him. Lightning crashes around them. Blaine grits his teeth, knowing his dragon form is nearly out of power. Solomon's crown cannot hold much longer. Russell feels this is his chance and calls down a massive bolt that hits hard, forcing another scream from Blaine. But MC feels his own limit closing in too. Both his dragon form and Solomon's crown are close to breaking. Across the battlefield, Blaine trembles, but he refuses to back down. Filled with hatred, he curses him and prepares his final move. The sky shakes as a dark storm gathers overhead. Blaine unleashes his ultimate spell, Demon Flame. Just before it hits, another powerful blast crashes into it and tears through the sky. Thunder roars as blue light erupts and destroys everything in its path. Russell drops to the ground, aching and barely able to see. But even through the pain, his red eyes still burn fiercely. He thinks about the people he cares about and forces himself back up, refusing to stay down. Blaine watches in shock at how far the protagonist has come. MC has now reached the 7th level, a stage he never thought he would touch. Another bolt strikes, and Blaine is racked with pain. The enemy mutters that reaching the 7th conclusion is unacceptable. Then a new voice cuts in, mocking the Red Magic Tower Master for looking so pathetic. A blue-haired man threatens to rip out the enemy's tongue if he says one more word. Another figure asks why he is late. A deep voice answers that some things got messy after the others left. The man in the black cloak smiles and touches his cracked face, saying he broke the Fire Tower Master's seal, but sealed him up again perfectly. In the distance, a badly wounded man gasps for air. Through clenched teeth, he asks what happened to his master. Russell looks at the newcomer. They have spoken before, but this is the first time they have met face to face. The man smiles coldly and says he will kill both the father and son of the Heyman clan. He stares back with fury burning in his eyes. Our boy is in tears, saying this is the one who killed his father. The bald man admits he went after the protagonist's father, but tries to shift the blame, saying Blaine is the one truly behind everything. MC shouts his name, demanding to know why Blaine is doing this. Blaine only smiles darkly and reveals that Russell's father uncovered a conspiracy linking the Duke to some pagan cult, and that discovery is what doomed him. His blood boils. He curses and glares at the man while the half-burned villain gets ready to attack. He casts 7 Circles Pandemic Blast, sending out a glowing skull that releases toxic smoke. Smiling cruelly, he promises the protagonist a fate worse than death. Light spreads across the field as someone vows not to lose another loved one. A blazing army surges forward. Russell sees her and feels a wave of relief. Even exhausted, he is just glad she is safe. She is there. Through the flames, she gives him a small smile and silently apologizes for coming so late. Both enemies are left stunned. They can't understand how she escaped Tartarus. Nervous, they look at each other, trying to figure out how someone they looked down on broke that seal. Filled with rage, she lets out a cold laugh and tells them it's ridiculous to treat her or her partner like ordinary humans. She makes it clear they made a huge mistake by underestimating her. Meanwhile, Blaine and his allies start panicking when they realize the Blue Tower Master got out too. Russell drops to his knees and calls for his master in worry. She calms him down, saying this will all be over soon. Then her face turns hard as she curses the traitors and vows to make them pay for opening old wounds again. Then a flashback begins. A young MC excitedly raises his hand and tells his mother he wants to become a great mage like her. She smiles and lifts him up, saying he can do it because he's her son. Russell proudly shows off a magic missile, and his mother praises his talent. He trains all day, eager to shine with fire and make her proud. He also has a serious sweet tooth, always hunting for candy. His mother used to tease him about it. Then one night, everything changed. His mother got a sudden letter from the royal court and rushed out, not knowing it was a trap. By the time she realized and ran back home, it was too late. The house was destroyed, her husband was gone, and her son was badly burned. She held him close as he called for her, trying to stay strong while tears filled her eyes. Softly, she told him to go to sleep. After that, it felt like she had lost everything. But when all hope seemed gone, a white-haired woman appeared and saved her. Now that same woman is ready to fight, her voice shaking with rage as she vows the enemy won't get away. Flames swirl around her as she summons the giant Fire King, a massive beast that terrifies her enemies. Then she unleashes her finishing move. Mixing the 8th circle flame of Muspelheim with her signature funeral dream Flower of Flames, she sends a wave of destruction across the battlefield. The enemy screams as his defenses collapse under the heat. With fire still spinning around her, she warns that she's not done yet. She casts her original spell, Rotten Apple, making a fire vortex that burns hotter than anything else. A bright orange light floods the area. Blaine yells for her to stop and raises a hand, but the flames slam into him. He screams as the fire wraps around him and burns him alive, his voice fading as he's consumed. Nearby, Hypnos curses in horror as his allies burn. At last, he snaps and shouts that he has no choice. A huge blast lights up the sky as he joins the Duke in bringing down the royal house. He tries to run, but flames coil around his legs. Russell shouts that no one is getting away as he holds the fire rope tight. Hypnos panics after getting hit by a burst of fire. He only stands there, coldly reminding him he was warned. The white-haired woman is set on letting no one leave alive. Hypnos freezes when he feels how fierce the flames are. Then a massive explosion erupts, and his scream is swallowed by blinding light. Trapped, he struggles against the flames, but they only tighten around him. He screams again, completely swallowed by fire. The white-haired woman demands that Hypnos talk, promising a quick death if he does, but Hypnos only laughs and says the real darkness is still coming. He vows to drown the continent in blood and chaos, laughing like a madman. She calls him twisted, saying he's willing to destroy himself just to win. Meanwhile, Blaine is slumped against a wall, bleeding and shaking. He admits the plan failed and curses the cult he trusted. Then he decides to disappear and start over. When Russell walks closer, Blaine notices how much he looks like Alex Raymond and goes still. Memories of Alex's death come rushing back, leaving him in shock as he covers his face, unable to handle it. Before he can recover, Russell charges with a flaming sword. It strikes Blaine right in the chest, and only then does he realize the protagonist is Alex's son. As he falls, Blaine whispers that Alex Raymond wins. Blood spreads across the ground, ending their long feud. High on the walls, a clash of energy shakes the air. A magic barrier is holding, and the knights panic as they ask when help will arrive. Then a bearded mage appears, blasting water at the enemy and mocking them as they scatter. Soldiers shout that the fire tower has joined the battle, while flame beasts charge across the field. One warns that Jillian is guarding the walls. The commander tells the troops not to fall back, saying they still have the numbers. A knight curses her, saying the enemy is turning the fight just before the walls collapse. Another knight looks angry and asks how the monsters got loose, blaming Blaine and Hypnos. Soon, a new figure appears and points to two burned bodies. With the sunset behind her, she says they can't be recognized anymore, but they were brought here for a reason. A woman shouts the Grand Duke's name and rushes forward with flames in her hands, ready to protect Russell and the others. A knight wrapped in purple light charges ahead, bragging about years of planning. With contempt, he shouts and raises his sword, ready to cut down anyone in his way. Just when it looks bad, MC's hands burst into flames. The white-haired woman reminds him they still have a score to settle. After a quick nod, Russell releases the flame of destruction, creating a massive firestorm across the battlefield. The purple knight is caught in it, screaming as his armor melts and his body turns to ash. Then everything goes quiet. One by one, the knights lower their heads, realizing the battle is finally over. At dawn, light spills through the ruined palace. The king speaks about rebuilding and insists on using the golden tower to help restore the people's homes. The tower leader agrees and says they'll begin at once. Then the white-haired woman updates the king and confirms that Hypnos' warning was real. She says Hypnos warned that someone is about to bring true darkness to the continent. The king sees how serious this is and orders everyone to prepare. He asks the Lady of the Flame Tower to investigate the cult's movements, and she accepts right away. As the king checks a list of names, he stops at Russell Raymond and can't help smiling in disbelief at how fast the young man has risen. Meanwhile, he lies in bed wrapped in bandages, quietly voicing his worries. The princess watches anxiously. The white-haired woman gently reassures her that Russell only needs rest. She explains that he recently unlocked his powers and pushed himself too hard, but his magic ring is stable. In a flashback, the protagonist gives a weak smile during the final battle, showing amazing endurance. The woman tells the princess to give him space and promises he'll recover like he always does. As sunlight falls in, MC's ring glows softly. He stirs and calls for his master, feeling a warm red energy nearby. It's Pepper now, an intermediate fire dragon. A notification appears confirming their fusion is complete. He smiles, feeling a fresh wave of strength and hope. Outside, under the moonlight, he presses his hand to his chest where Pepper's light pulses, feeling stronger than ever. He forms the spell of perfection and thinks about his journey. He defeated the man who killed his father, but there is still work to do. The cult is still out there, and with clenched fists and rising flames, he vows to become even stronger. Looking around the open area, he wonders if Pepper can still change size like before. Excited, he opens the spirit gate and calls Pepper's name. A ball of fire shoots into the sky. From it, Pepper appears, a stunning red dragon with blazing wings. Russell stares in amazement, overjoyed to see his powerful partner again. He rushes forward with open arms to greet the dragon spirit. Pepper lets out a happy roar while the protagonist gently pets his head and praises him. It feels like they've finally reconnected after so long. MC studies Pepper's new form, amazed by how much stronger and grander he has become. He realizes Pepper only awakens after he reaches 7 perfections, and their bond is deeper than ever. Russell places a hand on his chest and feels their mana flowing together perfectly. He smiles, knowing they're ready for whatever comes next. Looking up, he asks if Pepper can still shrink. The dragon tilts his head as if listening, and with a tiny snap, shrinks down to an adorable little size with big eyes. He laughs and claps, impressed that Pepper still knows that trick. Pepper hops around, clearly loving the attention. The protagonist suggests they go have some fun, and Pepper quickly agrees, returning to full size. They shoot into the sky at incredible speed, and Russell can't stop watching in awe at how agile Pepper is. Holding onto Pepper's neck as they dive through the air, MC feels the wind rush past him. He smiles, realizing their speed and power together have reached a whole new level. Suddenly, Pepper fires a blast of flame into the sky. Russell is surprised at first, then starts laughing, feeling how perfectly in sync they are. The flames wrap around him, forming wings of fire. He surges forward in a shining blaze beside Pepper. He feels sure that together they can face anyone in the air. He urges Pepper to climb higher, and they race through the night sky, leaving bright trails behind. 3 days later, the protagonist holds a message from the princess and his friends. Cheers break out as they celebrate. He stares in disbelief when he learns he has been named a duke. That title comes with royal standing. something never given to anyone outside the Rathmos clan in Endymion. Even the first Raymond was only made a marquia. The princess gently touches his face, sharing his shock. The Lady of the Golden Tower recalls how the meeting hall went completely silent when the news was announced. A large warrior laughs and says, "No one can argue, Russell truly earned that title." The Lady of the Fire Tower teases him by calling him Duke the 1100th Raymond. Embarrassed, he asks everyone to treat him the same. He insists he's still Raymond. Raymond, a student of the Lady of the Fire Tower. She promises that nothing will change. A warrior gives him a slap on the shoulder and laughs that Russell's humility makes him even more likable. Everyone laughs, and the mood turns warm and friendly. Later that night, the protagonist sat on his bed, gently petting the sleeping Pepper, then checked his mission rewards. One glowing item revealed a map marking a dragon near the Empire. MC leaned in, surprised and curious, while Pepper tilted his head at his reaction. He started thinking through his next move. A picture of Britannia's flag over the imperial capital came to mind. He remembered the rumors: a sick emperor, princes at odds, and rising tension. Getting in would not be easy with strict borders and heavy security. Lying back, Russell muttered that he never thought Britannia would be his next stop. It would be dangerous, but he was set on going. Rubbing Pepper's cheek, he said they would figure it out, and Pepper chirped softly in agreement. Meanwhile, a woman stood on a ship under the stars, staring at the horizon with a smile. She whispered that the boy should wait for her and promised she would find him. Then the king entered the great hall as morning light spread across the floor. Everyone bowed at once. He looked around and said they had gathered to decide the future of the fairy folk and the beast people. In the crowd, a young man drifted into thought. Memories came back, and he was shocked by how much time had passed since he last saw them. Guilt hit him for nearly forgetting how the fairy and beast races escaped during the rebellion. But it soon turned into resolve. The king assigned the Lady of the White Tower to aid the fairies, while Duke Raymond would protect the beast people. A man nearby bowed and accepted calmly. With a tight smile, the king said it was time to move on to future plans. Though the room still felt tense, the protagonist tried to stay composed, but he secretly worried about Muja's reckless nature. He could not stop thinking she might challenge him, especially while he was still injured. That alone left him uneasy about what he would do if it happened. Meanwhile, Muja soaked up the sun, stretching like a wild cat ready to pounce. She could not hide her grin at the thought of facing that human boy again. The idea of a real fight had her excited. Someone nearby noted that the Queen of Beasts seemed unusually fired up. A large bullman agreed and said it made sense, since a worthy opponent had finally appeared. Another onlooker looked confused, but before he could ask, a small rabbit with binoculars shouted that land was in sight. The excitement grew as Endymion's coastline appeared, marking the end of the sea journey. Russell studied the rows of warships lined up at the harbor, ready to strike if needed. He soon noticed a huge crowd waiting at the dock, eager to see the beast people they had only heard about in stories. Then MC felt a strange wave of mana from inside the crowd. He quietly asked where it came from, and scanned the people there. At that moment, someone called out to Sir Alan. A silver-haired man stepped forward with a smile, recognizing him and saying the king had sent him to help however he could. Russell laughed and told him to drop the formal title. Alan joked, asking if he should call him Duke instead. The protagonist admitted that actually sounded pretty cool. Before they could settle in, a loud voice ordered everyone to line up. The crowd turned toward the port, buzzing with energy as the next chapter began. The beast people walked in single file, each with their own striking traits that drew curious stares. MC and Alan looked through the crowd for Marja. She suddenly strode forward like she was about to start a fight. Alan froze when he felt her overwhelming aura, even stronger than a Tower Master's. He realized this had to be the fierce warrior Russell had warned him about. Marja stopped right in front of them and greeted him with her usual mix of teasing and challenge. The protagonist joked that she had not changed, and she laughed, saying he seemed stronger. Sensing his aura, she suggested they test it. Still recovering, Russell asked her to hold back since her energy was already making everyone nervous. Later, the beast people entered the vast Everth forest. As they moved deeper in, Muja asked why the fairies were sharing the land. She complained that no one had told her. MC explained that Everth was the largest forest in Damien, so there was plenty of room for both groups without conflict. Muja still grumbled that the fairies were too peaceful and boring for her taste. To calm her down, he promised that if she behaved, he would find her a worthy opponent. That immediately cheered her up. She pointed at Alan and said anyone who wanted to fight her had to be on Russell's level. Alan shrank back, clearly not ready for that. Muja leaned in and said Alan looked strong at first, but she could not feel any mana from him. Curious, the protagonist thought about Fenrir, the first Beast King, who was said to have dragon blood. He started wondering if Muja might come from that line. Watching her more closely, he saw how much she resembled Fenrir. If she carried his blood, she might have dragon traits too. Just then Muja hugged him and asked why he was staring. Russell stammered and told her to let go, while Alan just stood there frozen. Back in Everth Forest, the Lady of the White Tower praised MC's progress. He told her she could call him whatever she liked. Nearby, Muja spotted a tough-looking human girl and made a comment. The girl called her rude, and then a cheerful voice welcomed the beast people. Harain and Ilo bowed and greeted him, saying it had been a long time. Mucha teased the pair about their sharp ears and how strong they might be. Alan cut in and reminded her to show some respect. Mucha then told Russell that one fairy smelled like him. Ilo quickly denied any connection, but Mucha joked that Ilo might be trying to claim the protagonist, making Ilo snap that he was not some prize to win. To ease things, MC gathered both groups and laid out a border plan. He explained that some friction was normal since their cultures and homes were different, so they needed clear territory lines. He suggested using a huge chestnut tree as the divider. North for the fairies, south for the beast people. Both Arain and Muja agreed. Of course, Muja still reminded him about their fight. Later, in a quiet vehicle on the way to the capital, Arain asked if the meeting with the king would be something special. Russell said Muja would speak for the beast people. She brushed off the title and said she only cared about a good fight. He added that the palace would host a grand ball to show the world their strength and unity. The moment Muja heard there would be food, she lit up, but then quickly tensed after sensing two powerful presences coming closer. She said one of them might match her strength, but the other was far stronger. The thought of fighting them thrilled her. Russell tried to calm her down by explaining that one of them was his master. Muja snapped that he should have said that sooner, then hurriedly fixed her clothes and asked how she looked. The protagonist had no idea what to say, so he stayed quiet. When the carriage stopped, MC's master and the Lady of the Blue Tower stepped out. He was surprised they had come in person. Hemingway Melville and Daria Snow White explained that the king had asked them to welcome the new guests. Arain recognized Daria Snow White and thanked her deeply, remembering how she had once saved her daughter. A woman beside her introduced herself as Manhwa of the White Grey Tree Tribe Elves, and apologized for never thanking Daria Snow White before. Daria Snow White only smiled and said she had simply done what was right. Muja stumbled through introducing herself to Daria Snow White as the Queen of Beasts. Daria Snow White gently told her not to be so formal. Muja insisted she was fine, though it was obvious she felt uneasy. Watching her, Russell realized Muja must be uncomfortable around people stronger than her, since her people valued power above all else. Alo suddenly looked at Daria Snow White, noticing something strange. Daria tilted her head, curious. Muja swayed slightly, and he asked if she was okay. Daria's expression turned faintly sulky as she realized that, relaxed as he seemed, the protagonist was not foolish. She braced herself for the tension building toward the ball. Meanwhile, the princess looked over the capital with her heart racing, troubled by a feeling she could not explain. Russell could not believe how amazing the palace looked after the repairs. It was like the damage had never happened. Daria stood beside him, smiling as she mentioned how Niccolo and his student team had worked non-stop, even skipping breaks. She urged everyone nearby to hurry inside because the king was waiting. Once inside the Great Hall, MC stepped forward as Duke Raymond and proudly announced that the mission had succeeded. The king welcomed him with a broad smile and told him to rise, clearly grateful for all his hard work. Then Arain and Ilo stepped up, bowed, and introduced themselves as members of the Pure White Celestial Tree clan. The king thanked them sincerely, promising their help would be remembered, and hoping for lasting peace among all races as the forest recovered. Then Muja introduced herself as the Beast King, doing her best to get the greeting right. Russell quickly cut in and apologized for her, explaining that formal events like this were new to her. The king did not mind. He showed that he understood the Beast People's customs and even suggested giving Muja a formal title at the next ball. That caught her off guard, but she promised to follow his will. He smiled at her and thought he would need to teach her some court manners soon. After 3 days, Muja knelt before the court with confidence, introducing herself again as the Beast King and pledging loyalty to the kingdom of Endymion. The way she carried herself surprised many in the room, since her reputation had made them expect someone much wilder. King Alfonso Rathmoose signaled for the ceremony to begin. With full formality, he gave Muja the family name Lakose and named her a countess, officially bringing her into Endymion's nobility. When he touched a ceremonial sword to her shoulder, the applause that followed was loud and sincere. Beneath the glittering chandeliers, the nobles danced through the hall while Muja watched with a puzzled look, asking why everything felt so overdone. Russell came over and told her she had done great. A noblewoman then walked up and asked the protagonist for a dance. Just then, Eckhart Rathmoose arrived with calm grace, apologizing for being late to introduce herself. Aldu's eyes widened. Seeing how familiar Eckhart seemed with MC, Muja guessed she must have important ties to the king. Then Eckhart asked Muja and Ilu to step somewhere quieter so they could talk in private. When Russell offered to come too, Eckhart turned him down, polite but firm, saying this was women-only business. Watching from afar, Daria Snow White quietly laughed, thinking it looked like a subtle fight over him. The scene shifts to a quieter room, where a maid bows to a guest, calls her princess, and leads her inside. Eckhart invites Muja and Ilu to sit down and tells them to relax instead of worrying about manners. Muja stays calm and attentive, while Eckhart, now serious, says she wants to discuss something important. Then she suddenly finishes her drink in one go, catching Muja and Ilu off guard. Lowering her voice, Eckhart asks what they truly think of Duke Russell, the man she is about to get engaged to. Muja stammers in disbelief, and Ilu has no idea where this is going. After a moment, Ilu admits she has strong feelings for the protagonist, while Muja is even more direct, saying she is drawn to his strength and bold spirit. Eckhart nods, almost like she expected that answer. She believes Russell is meant for something great, someone born to lead, maybe even take the throne. With that kind of future, she says, there can be no split loyalty or romantic distractions. With complete confidence, she declares that as long as she lives, she will never share MC with anyone. ILU is not exactly shocked, but the force of Eckhart's words still surprises her. Muja snaps back at human arrogance and says she plans to keep him by her side too, no matter what. Eckhart pauses, her voice softening a little. She starts talking about how amazing Russell was even as a child, and brings up the rumors about dragon blood in him. She says he might one day rise beyond ordinary humans, maybe even come close to godhood. Eckhart admits she fears that if she disappears from his life, he will end up completely alone. Her words leave Muja and ILU silent. Muja leans forward and calmly asks if that is really all Eckhart means. Eckhart simply says she plans to be Russell's #1, then asks which of them wants second place. The question hits hard. ILU and Muja trade sharp looks. Eckhart tells them to settle it and report back to her. Later, on the palace stairs, Eckhart stumbles. The protagonist catches her, then gently scolds her for drinking too much, reminding her she cannot handle much alcohol. Leaning on him, she mumbles a strange comment about beating an enemy, hinting that sometimes it is better to let enemies destroy each other. When Russell asks what she means, she just shakes her head. Then she asks if she can stay in his room. Feeling her grip, MC tells her she is always welcome and his warmth helps her relax. 3 months later, Russell is at the Flame Tower in a tense talk with Daria Snow White. He complains that just when things seem to calm down, another problem showed up. Daria Snow White asks if he told the princess about his next research trip, and he says yes, he already got permission. Smiling, Daria Snow White warns that the princess may not like him, vanishing again. The protagonist just mutters that he hopes things stay quiet for once. Daria Snow White hands him a document showing his next stop, Akane. She asks if he really understands what he is walking into there. MC nods and says he does. Akan is a city-state famous for busy trade and wild casinos, and it is also known for all kinds of black market dealings. The Tower Master warns him again, stressing that Akan's underworld is darker and deeper than most people realize. Russell only smiles and promises he will be careful, making it clear he takes the warning seriously. As his boat moves through the dark, foggy water, he starts to feel uneasy. He has had the strange feeling that someone has been following him since the train station. The shadowy figure is good at hiding, keeping both their presence and intentions concealed. He figures this person could be dangerous and decides fighting under these conditions would be a bad move. Annoyed, he throws off his black cloak and calls out whoever followed him. It turns out to be Muja, standing on the deck with an awkward laugh. The protagonist asks why she is there. Muja says she would have challenged him in the capital if she had the chance. Once she learned he was leaving, she chose to come along. The protagonist warns her that it is dangerous and tells her to go back, but Muja says she has her own reasons for heading to Akan. He explains that Akan is only a quick stop and his real destination is farther ahead. She asks where. At last he reveals that his mission is to face Endymion's sworn enemy, the British Empire.